Last 24, lay it out on the table. True crime experts peeling back every angle. Looking for answers, real exact. Pin the timeline, track by track. Bronx telling tales, she keeps us in line. Every little detail, every tiny sign. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe. Coffee on the counter, new case, same day. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Hey! Typically unique, but the method is clean. Red string on the board, map out every scene. Replay the last call, rewind the last text. If it don't add up, they on to what's next. Side eyes, alibis, tear them apart. Trail through the dark with a flashlight heart. Bronx on the story, keeping pace on the track. Every minute, every motive, never holding it back. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Week after week, you know the sea's still warm. Cold case heat brewing up in the storm. From the Bronx to the booth, they connect every clue. When the hammer hits the wood, you know the verdict is you. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They drop the gavel one last time and the truth keeps pulling you back. Yeah.
All right. Hey.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Ladies.
What's happening?
There you go.
I'm so
Yes,
happy
sir.
to be here today.
And you look at Miss.
Yes.
Happy
Look at
Saturday.
you all look so lovely. Mikey and Kim and Logan all so lovely looking tonight.
So
Look
do
at-
you.
Just kidding, Mike. Just
But,
kidding.
yeah, I forgot the lip gloss, bud.
Yes, I
Well-
forgot.
Hurry up.
Mine on, you know, it is what
Is
it is.
everybody
You can
ready?
take your time.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Mikey missed makeup
Are
tonight,
you
guys. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Hey, hang on.
Welcome everybody. How was your week this week? Miss Kim, Miss Logan, Mr. Mike. How was it?
Great.
It's a long week. I worked a lot of overtime this week.
You did. You did
did.
lives and
Yeah.
worked. You worked and then did lives and went back to work. And I'm like, what are you doing? You're gonna be burning yourselves out, girl.
She didn't work
Nah.
today.
Working. Did you work today too?
I did.
Oh my God. You better
Yeah.
take tomorrow off.
I will.
Okay.
She's full of shit.
Yeah. And then all she's gonna do tomorrow is clean her house and walk the dog and go grocery shopping and do her laundry, and then she's back to work on Monday and back to the same shit. So
Probably got a pre-record to do too, bud.
Creature of habit, baby.
Those days are over for me.
yes. Yes.
You'll get
Yeah.
there.
Well,
We don't want to hear that.
of course. And here we are at the end of the week, back to the verdict room, to bring in what we've been through throughout the week and then some, with a very special guest, as you guys know, the amazing Miss LANA from Truth and Transparency. I've been looking forward to this since 2 weeks ago. We had a great show last week. Thank you all for joining us for that. Miss Jules joined us, and this is going to be an amazing show tonight, guys. I've been looking forward to this. I
Yeah.
said, for 2 weeks now, so I cannot wait. So I hope you guys are all here for it. Make sure to hit yes. Make sure to hit that like button. Share this out. Make sure you jump, please. All the links are in the chat to every channel, especially Miss LANA's with Truth and Transparency. Hit the like button, hit the notifier, share it out. And that being said, kaboom. Welcome. You're muted, dear.
What's good?
How are you?
Hi. I was muted.
Yes, he was. That's okay though.
I'm
We'll
good.
have-
How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
Thank you
thank
for
you
coming.
for being here.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much for coming.
Thank you. Everybody looks like they have like their best dress. We're ready to go.
Hey, we got to present.
You do the thing.
Oh.
You go over here on the verdict room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These ladies,
we can't
these
make
ladies
you look
get,
good.
Too.
no. These ladies get dressed up. I'm in a t-shirt constantly. You know
I
that.
have to do hair and makeup before I go live.
Mikey lives down in Florida, so he's got to wear a tank top. You know how that goes.
Oh, it's really hot there right now.
It's like
always.
80s.
That's
Mm.
hot.
You know,
Just the 80s.
I run hot.
Us
What part-
Ohioans, we don't get that
Orlando.
weather for a while.
Yeah.
What is your weather like right now for you guys in Ohio?
40s.
Oh, nice. Today it was
It's
today
46 right now for me.
I'm at
Jesus
55.
Christmas.
61.
That's because you live in that big old city area. That's why you get all that extra heat. We don't get that. We live out. Me and her both live in a country area, so
I'm
Oh,
right on
yeah.
I'm like right on Lake Erie.
yeah.
Okay,
so you
yeah.
get the cold air,
Ah.
right? And I'm between two lakes. I'm between Mosquito and Milton, so I'm right in the midst of that. Plus, I get some of the stuff that comes from Erie as well. So I'm just in the middle of it all.
So
Gotta
when you
love it.
say the beach, Kim, you mean that's like beachfront Lake Erie?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
we have a
gotcha.
pretty cool beach.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Spoiled.
I miss the lakes up north.
She's
Like you
spoiled.
can actually see to the bottom.
No, you can't.
I don't go in
Oh,
the
well, okay. This was the Finger Lakes in New York State, okay? I ain't never been to Ohio.
Bro, our
get
lakes
to-
are like mucky, murky,
Yeah.
nasty, irky. Yeah, it's gross.
Well,
But it's the Great Lakes. Like they're huge. It's huge.
yeah.
Big. Should be like part of the, especially Erie. Like Erie's as rough as the ocean. I think sometimes it's crazy.
Yeah,
And
I
Miss
was-
Logan.
We
Go
were
ahead.
talking about gas up there the other night, and I was trying to figure out how the hell y'all have cheaper gas when like it's 45 minutes from the port to here. And I was wondering if they were bringing it through Canada or whatever, through the whatever, like Erie,
Maybe we're at $3.99 right now here where I'm at.
whatever.
It's
I'm
been there
done.
for a while too.
Yeah, 387, I think.
Probably about
Yeah.
4:30.
I don't even pay attention.
I can't remember
Yeah.
who it was. It was saying there's somebody around here was, or not around here, but in the chat was like close to $6. I was like, shit.
Cassie
way.
in Washington's like jacked up like that.
Yeah,
That's like Cali.
yeah, definitely. $3.99 in Central Texas. Yeah, see, same thing. Welcome all of you guys. Thank you for being here. I got all these super chats starred, guys. I promise I'm not ignoring you. You guys see how I do it at the end of the show. I will call them all out. I got quite a few of them so far. So, and congrats, Ms. Mommy, who became a new member somewhere. I think you did that at my chat earlier, but thank you for that. But I will call all of these towards the end of the show, guys. Thank you for all of it. I'm not ignoring it. I promise. Welcome to all of these communities together. Appreciate you all very much. And this is gonna be a good show. Good show. So how has your week been, Miss Lana?
Wait, are we talking about an Idaho case? So we're gonna talk about.
Surprise.
I don't know
Uh,
shit about Idaho, so you guys have to inform me.
We're gonna have to teach her, guys, a little bit about Idaho. She doesn't know. She's new to it.
And, let's see. Can you guys believe it'll be 4 years, right? 2022. If it's
Yep.
in November, it'll be 4 years.
That's wild.
Is that accurate?
Yeah,
That's
it's
Easy.
definitely. Yeah, because my birthday is the 23rd, and it was 10 days before my birthday happened. So yeah, it'll be 4 years.
4 years, so many cases in between, yet the media still seems to relate to Brian Koberger in that case for so many things.
Every case
Improperly.
that comes up, they're like,
Yeah.
well, if we look back at the Brian Koberger, I'm like,
Nancy
for
Gray
what?
or Nancy
How does
Guthrie.
that relate?
Something is wrong here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Definitely.
help
But
and do it
4
too.
years,
I-
and we're still talking about it. Sorry, Kim.
I was just saying I do that too. Can't help it.
What?
Are you part of main?
Reminds you
Oh,
about
yeah,
something
yeah. But
having to
yes.
do with the Idaho 4 case.
Are
think
you
it's
a
'cause it's
secret
always on
member
our
of
brain.
Legacy?
What's that? What?
Are you a secret member of
Are you
mainstream
calling me
media, Kim?
stupid?
Yep, she's the plant, bud.
Is she the
man.
one? That makes sense
Mhm.
now. I get it. That's why she
Yep.
put the lipstick on. She's got to look good
Yeah,
for them. Yeah.
that's that FBI look.
Yep. Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
I was a
Secret-
teacher.
Secret FBI.
I'm in the
Right. That's her
basement.
cover. Retired teacher. I get it.
Yeah.
We got you, Kim. We got your number. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Someone's gonna believe it.
That goose on
They
the
probably
front
will.
porch
That's
was
why I
just to
said
throw
that.
us off.
Right.
Yeah, she's got to
Did
do
you
some
see?
cute things.
Right. Lana, did you see the interview with Christy and Chris Hansen?
Ugh.
Christy. Oh, did it? No. Mm-mm.
No. Oh, okay.
Chris Hansen, as in like the Chris
Uh-huh.
Hansen.
Yeah,
Yep.
the
The
one
Chris
that's
Hansen,
going to
yeah.
Well,
Crime
they're
Con.
teaming
and
up for Crime Con.
It's trash.
Oh, I heard about them going to Crime Con. That's the one in Vegas this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only reason I would go there is to do a golf.
Yeah,
do
they
the
got
golf
some
outing.
dope courses.
Yes. Have you been watching that? The Open?
Yeah, like the Masters.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
Yes.
I always call it the Open. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
What
I've
the
been
heck
catching
you?
up here and there.
What the heck you shooting?
When was when was it just her with Chris Hansen, or was it Steve
Yeah.
as well?
No,
Just
it
her.
was just her, which was odd to me. I made a
When was
statement about
that?
2 days ago, right?
2 days ago. Yeah.
Which
Real
channel?
quick. His own channel, Chris Hansen channel.
I guess
Yeah.
it was Friday morning, right, Logan? Yeah, Friday morning.
He
I think.
said that any one of us who want to see crime scene pictures are the same as people that want to see child
See
corn.
Sam. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I referred to it.
Yep.
Ooh.
Listen,
Which they had a whole conversation about that. That got
Yeah,
to be
pretty interesting. Like, who
pretty
said
wild.
that?
He
Chris
did.
Hansen.
He did.
Like
Then-
verbatim. Like that was his quote.
Uh-huh.
yeah, verbatim. Those were his words.
yeah,
Yep.
maybe-
And then Christy followed right behind it, and they played some kind of sexual aspect off of it, and we were like, "Oh God, okay."
Who wants
Moving
to?
on.
Yeah,
Yucky.
that's
It was not cool. Real quick, let me call this out real fast. Moto Man, thank you so much for dropping these 20 memberships. It
oh
looks like,
yeah.
Nice.
Woot, woot.
It looks like Joanne Murky, Beth Wagner,
Yes.
Parker, M. Parker, Annie Laree, S. Shazer, sorry, dumbass. Sydney Queen, Crimes Have Consequences, RJ 1000, I think. I don't know. Kim. Oh, what did I do, Dago? Come on. Laura Pearson, Dark Canadian, Rain Forever, Semi Bumblebee, LSE, Kim North of 54th. I haven't seen her in a while. Love Gigahertz, Fight Nurse 76. Oh, and Bonnie Bailey. Oh my God, that's gonna break my heart. Damn it.
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah. I think that's everybody. And then on top of that, yeah, that was the last one. So thank you, Moto. Appreciate that very much, brother. And welcome all you guys to the source. Appreciated very much, bro. Very much appreciated. So on we go. Sorry about that. And no problem. Yeah, that was a very wild interview, and
Yeah.
those statements being made were just like, wow, you know.
I swear, like in certain questions that like she's or whatever, I swear she gets weird. Like she starts playing with her hair. Like I don't know.
How uncomfortable is it to sit in an interview doing this the whole time so people can see all your diamonds?
I'm telling you,
Well-
those women are pushing that.
Yeah,
I swear,
could be.
Steve's getting just drug along.
I was surprised he wasn't there for it. It was weird because they're usually always together, and he was not at this one. And I don't know if it was because of the topic, if it was because of the content within the topic, or if it was just because he was doing something different. But it was definitely odd to see him not there.
You know, it would be some real shit is if it was just her and Hanson with this whole new team up that they're gonna do.
That's what
I
I
could-
think.
It
That's
could be.
trashy.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. And like I said, my disagreements with it, as I claimed, all due respect, but you can only say that to some extent without allowing things to be, when somebody's referring to all of you guys, all of the people that are in the background here as trailer
Yeah.
trash with mental illnesses and blah, 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 it is what it is, I guess. You just got to look the other direction and move forward. And I'm kind of getting used to it. It's getting old, but it is what it is. So,
Oh, so she
And
was on his Apple podcast. Is that what it is? Have a seat with Chris Hansen,
yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that's the name of the channel.
episode 32. Okay,
Yep,
gotcha.
you found it. Good. Okay.
I was just taking a look because I was seeing if he was doing it through one of like the legacy medias or if he was doing it on his own.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's a good
Yeah, it's
question.
his. I think it was his podcast. Yeah, because it had
yeah,
his
it's
name on
his.
it.
It's called Yeah, Have a Seat with Chris Hansen.
Yeah, go check it out and get your feels for it too. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Look at Bianca dropping the link.
Bianca's so fast.
I
Yeah.
know.
Is that when they released that we're going to be doing CrimeCon
think-
together? I guess I don't
No, I don't think
understand
they
what they're
talked
doing
about
with
it at all.
No, that didn't come up at all. They did that.
They
Oh,
have
shit.
some kind of organization or something they were talking about because he said he was going to sponsor it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Said that he put his
like
name
the
on it.
Kaylee, well, because they have the what is it, Kaylee J Day? Is that are they doing
Yeah.
something new or is it something that they've always been doing?
I didn't pay
They're-
attention.
They're
Sounded like
doing something with, I think, a clothing line. I think they're putting out under her name, and then it's part of this organization that they're going to be working. I don't know for a fact. Don't quote me. I wasn't listening that hard to that either. It's called some kind of foundation they're going to be setting up in her name. So
I mean, I think they should. I think that's a good thing if they're setting up a foundation in her name. I think that and putting like your energy into that. So I don't know. I haven't looked into it to see what the foundation is. The only thing I remember that they did, I thought back in the day, was the Maddie and Kaylee Day.
yeah, the Kaylee Jade Day and the Maddie
yeah.
May Day, right?
hmm And it was like I think were they doing that for like their birthdays? Was that what that was? Like each of them had.
Yep.
It was like
Yeah.
the day of their birthday to do
If I
something.
remember, yeah, because Steve went out. Remember, he was driving around in her car, and he was like dropping off coffee to different people and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's what I remember with that. Absolutely. I don't know anything else because, like I said, we were all being insulted, so I was kind of not
Yeah.
listening 100%. I was just listening to points. So
What I don't
Oh.
understand is Kaylee was into true crime. So I
Mm.
feel like she's being insulted at the same time.
I don't know
Yeah.
what were the insults or like
Well,
what was it being said?
that- she said the people that are out there, they started talking about the new legislation that was passed about the crime scene photograph thing, and all that. And, that's when he comes up and says, it's just to the equivalent of people looking at CSAM as far as I'm concerned. And we were all like, oh, okay. And she's like, yeah. And then, she rolls out the whole, they're all a bunch of trailer trash with mental illness type thing and blah, blah, blah.
She said the word trailer trash.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they said we're all sociopaths.
And sociopaths too. That was another
Yeah.
one.
Anybody who
So-
looks or wants
That's
to
the
look
only
at
thing I
stuff like
remembered.
that is the same as Brian Koberger, and they turn into this, killers.
Yes.
Anybody who wants to look at that turn into killers.
But
Well, speaking of something like that, you guys want to hear what the here you'll appreciate this then.
yes, anything you
Here.
have to say, I want to hear it.
Okay, so her name is Andrea K. Plude, and she is the Boundary County prosecuting attorney. So she's like the Bill Thompson of Boundary County,
hmm
where Jennifer Drake and the Brian Drake murder was,
Yeah.
And so she was interviewed I don't know if it was not last week, but the week before. And this is her quote. There were several factors that contributed to this, which is I'm just going to read the quote. So it was, after 6 years of litigation, a suppressed confession, a second-degree murder charge thrown out, no murder weapon, and a civil case, Boundary County prosecuting attorney Andrea K. Pluid has turned the case over to the Idaho Attorney General's office. According to Pluid, in quotes, there were several factors that contributed to this, including the likely need for a change of venue if it was to be refiled against, Moore or anybody, and the superior resources available to the Attorney General's office in investigating the case further. That case has been made more challenging due to the suppression of Dan Moore's confession and publicity by amateur sleuths online, and the resources of the Attorney General's office presented the best possible opportunity for the case to be pursued. I was the only one talking about the Brian Drake, Dan Moore case.
Yeah.
And so she said that they were moving this case, or going to try to move this case to Boise, and in quotes said it was in part due to amateur sleuths online.
Why do I feel
And
like Boise's the railroad freaking city? Like, oh, we're gonna send him to Boise.
and I'm just like, all right, I think I'm going to give you a call tomorrow or whenever Monday is. I'm going to call her up since she made a quote. I have a quote about it. I have some questions as to who are these amateur sleuths online and why they would have anything to do. I mean, do you guys just watch social media?
I was
Right.
gonna say, it just says they're watching.
Just
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
I just know that nobody else is talking about that case.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll
Oh.
hear it mentioned here or there, but I know exactly who she's talking about. Hello, it's me.
Right.
But I have a couple questions though. Like, I'm not. All I'm doing is putting out the criminal discovery that y'all gave Jennifer Drake
Yep.
during an
Yeah.
open and active murder investigation. So why are you guys giving Jennifer Drake? And that she's going to say we didn't give it to her. And I'm like, will you go on the record and say who did? And it was the Idaho State Police. And it's like, so you're basically telling Idaho State Police, here, go clean up your own mess. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to
Yeah.
call her out on that. Like, Idaho State Police gave out a criminal discovery. That'd be like us all getting the Idaho 4 case. Here's everything unredacted. That's what they gave Jennifer Drake to literally take on. They try to say a civil case. Well, the deposition proved that y'all gave her that before this was ever a civil case.
Right.
So wait till I'm gonna smack her
Yeah,
around a
boy.
little bit.
That are you doing? Please tell me you're doing it live. You're gonna call her live.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I have a live coming up. It's called Scissor Sisters, and it's the interview of Emily, her Jennifer's sister, her interview, and compared then to Jennifer's last interview with Idaho State Police. And I play the different parts of this is what Jennifer said and this is what Emily said, and how they're just like totally clashing. And then here's her sister just like giving just all the tea, just telling the cops everything that's opposite of what you
I can't wait.
told them.
I love when you do this shit. I do. I truly do. I can't wait for that one. That's gonna be fun.
Can I
Yeah.
ask a question about that case?
Oh yeah.
I hope this is not like an asinine question, but when you first started covering it, like I was listening to you and I really thought at first, I'm like, oh my God, did you ever think this was going to connect back to the Idaho 4? I know it's the same like state police officers involved like that, but other than that connection, did you think that?
I'll be right back, guys.
I only thought that it was going to give us a lot of insight to how these people investigate stuff.
Yeah.
Like the Idaho
Layers.
State Police, they actually took over in that case. And okay, here, Moscow Police Department calls them in right away, right? And it's like, well, what was their roles? Like that, actually, that's what I printed off today to show you guys, to break this down, which was what all these agencies that came in the Idaho 4 case, what were their role and duties and who assigned them? So for example, like you have MPD. MPD had to do patrol night and day still. Everything stays the same. Then you have the detectives people, and how are you dividing up? Like who's doing the crime scene with the evidence with the crime scene? Who's doing the interviews? Who's doing the search warrants? Who's doing the digital stuff? Who's doing the surveillance and the neighborhood canvassing? Then you have the campus end of it. Who's doing the security and the patrolling, the day and the night shift? Who's your PR team? Idaho State Police, just again, the same thing I just said for Moscow Police Department, FBI, Prosecutor's Office, Latah County Sheriff's Office. And then you have the interview / tasks. So you have the victims. So you have Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, Maddie. You have the downloading of each of their phones with Cellbrite, GPS locations, Google, apps that track locations, Grubhub, Uber Eats, things like that. Search warrants with the phone records, family contacts, friends contacts, all these apps such as Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Visco, Cash App, Venmo. Then you have an extra apartment. Then you have each of them being in a different fraternities or sororities, depending on if they're a girl or boy. Then you have each of them having their own hobbies. For example, like Ethan, golf, boating at the lake, rec sports, intramurals. Then their jobs. You have a campus job, you have a summer job. Then they have their financials, the bank accounts, the debit cards, the checking, the savings, the credit card institutions. Who has vehicles, the internet, their IP addresses, auto pay features. So then you have the surviving roommates, the families, the PR team, the digital forensic team with the tower dump, the corner club, the frats, the sororities, the King Road neighborhood houses, the neighborhood canvassing. I went through all of this stuff and I was like, somebody had to be in charge of saying who's going to do what and how are we breaking up the task force. And
Yep.
so I want to know more about that. And I was trying to get an idea of that from like the reports that they were submitting, like who was
Yeah.
going with each other. So you can like, everybody was kind of put in twos.
Yeah.
And then when we get to the frat with the Sigma Chi, all we hear is Van Leuven's name. We don't even hear Gary Tolson saying,
Yeah.
and Gary Tolson here, like to be
I
on the
feel like
recording device.
there was almost like two that were that like where you're going. Who are these people? I feel like there's two others, and that's why there was like a lag in the get go, and there's lags along the way because it's like, oh, what the fuck are we supposed to do with this? It's like third party shit.
Well, like, okay, say that here, it's us five on this panel right now. Okay. If we always work together, then we kind of know like, hey, Lana, you're going to be doing this. Hey, Kim, you're always doing that. You know, like now
Yeah.
how do you bring all of these people in, right? And say, we're going to take one person from each of the agencies, because that's what I would think you'd kind of want to do, only to keep everybody above board and accountable. But hey, maybe they work better, and hey, we're
Agreed.
going to people certain ways. But if it's so complex and it's so many people, you almost that would just be me. Is I would want one of my people, if I'm Moscow Police Department, in on each task force. That way, like I truly know what's going on.
Right.
So
But
how do you?
never
I know
thought
we can all
they
work
were-
together because we do it every day. But who's coming in with something like this, and you have like 5 different agencies, and who's deciding who does what? And do you just, hey, who's good at this? You know, who does it normally in your, like with the Idaho State Police? Like, so I just wish that Ann Taylor would have asked the question of Brett Payne, which was, who was command staff? Like,
Right.
you know, who is the command staff? Because with like the Delphi case, we knew who made up the command post.
Yes.
Who made up the command post truly in the Idaho 4 case? And we could say Payne, right? We could say Gilbertson.
Blaker.
Was it Blaker though?
Well, I mean, I only said, and I've had issues with that. I'd like your opinion on that, actually, since you brought this up, because Blaker's name is on everything. Sorry for the lighting, you guys. The sun's going down. It's blowing me out.
That thing looks like you should put your shades on, Bubba.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, buddy.
So Blaker's name is on everything. And I didn't even know until the one interview that he was a detective sergeant. I knew he was a sergeant, but he's a detective as
He
well.
just
And I didn't.
became that though.
Oh, and that's how he refers to himself. Or I think it was Gooch says it in her interview and says, Detective Sergeant Blaker, blah, blah, blah. But I imagined, because he was at everything, his name's on every document
I
in
can
some
tell you
sense.
about the documents though. So
Okay.
with that, how it works is, I think people might be misinformed about this. If I open something up and my name is just on it, that's because I opened it up with that case. Like, so I know that his name was put on like the Idaho State Police forensic services with the lab.
Right.
It's his name from MPD as like the representative. That's because he went there, from my understanding, when that happened, he was listed through the emails as the point of contact. And so that's just how that happened. But that doesn't mean
He's part of command staff.
well, he wasn't the one that was like, it wasn't like everything was going through him. But that would be a great question though, like for Ann Taylor to establish, you know.
I agree.
And I'm sure that she did. It's just we're not to that point because Hitler's going backwards versus forward, you know, when he's releasing this stuff.
Of course.
And it makes it that much, you're always still playing a guessing game until you actually have all the documents.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me too. But who else? Like,
So
go ahead.
I'm sorry. So when I was making my list, I was like, there's a crime scene guy, right? And that's going to be your Talbot. That's who was in charge of evidence there. Then you have Joe Lake, who did victimology.
Which in turn makes me question why Van Leuven is doing these interviews with the Sigma Chi boys, because if Joe Lake is victimology, that's what Van Leuven's doing. I'm not comfortable, as I've said before, with him doing those anyway because he's alumni. But that's okay. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Definitely doesn't hide
You
it
heard me
either.
call up Moscow and talk to Blaker
Yes.
about that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. As I love it, as you always do.
Well, because it's interesting because it's like the Proctor thing in a way. You know, are you going to come out and just say like, "Hey, maybe I shouldn't do this," because, and it almost feels like it's the opposite there because it's like everybody knew that he was Sigma Chi. Did he like say, "Hey, I'll do that. I'll talk to them. Like, I'll take care." Like,
Yeah,
but he
I
could
get
also be with somebody, and I just don't ever hear anybody's. And it's
Yeah.
usually Gary Tolson. That's who teams up with him, and that just couldn't be more of a dumber situation.
I agree.
Just like wow. But so for me with those interviews, I was looking at the dates that most of those happen. If you really think about it, what those were like the Sigma Chi being questioned. It was strictly for the fact that Ethan was a Sigma Chi and that was it.
Yeah.
And then when they're asking the drug questions, it was just like, let's talk about the drugs. We know that there was drug use over there at, what do you mean we know that there was drug use? And actually, no, you don't. It was Adderall. That is not drug use, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Unless you know
No.
something that we don't, right? And which
right.
but to sit here and talk about where would Ethan score Adderall? What kind of question is that?
Exactly. That's not like a market kind of drug
You're
that.
You're not scoring Adderall like, hey, bro, you
It's-
got an Adderall. I got to stay up all night finishing this. That's all that is.
Somebody
Like,
gives
you
up
go
a
to-
script.
You go to
and-
Wendy's and score Adderall. Like I'm just, it's
For like
ridiculous.
$1.
Yeah.
This is
Like,
ridiculous.
People
You
that
know,
mentioned the white powder, though.
everybody.
Yeah.
Well, just
What-
so you know, they're making Adderall with white pills now.
Yeah.
So depending on where you go, what
The
pharmacy
snorty,
you're
snorty.
using.
You know what I thought was rather interesting is it almost seems like at some point in time that somebody pinned certain drugs, like if you wanted to go get this, you had to go to this frat. How it was, they
Like
sectioned
territory,
it.
like
The
a-
Delt. The Delt. Yeah.
And that's where I went on to this harebrained thing was this a territorial thing?
Well, I'll tell you this: we look at their toxicology, and for them to say that they knew that there was drug use going on in that house,
Yeah.
well, they didn't have drugs in their system.
No, they had nothing illicit, is
Yeah.
what it
You know,
says,
so
right?
where did you see these drugs? Was it in? I'm just saying we have the evidence that was taken out of that house. Where's the drugs?
Right.
There is no
I get
drugs.
it.
How are you saying this house is? And I just don't think. I think that they were just saying that, and that's what's interesting. And
We focused
the
around
reason
it.
I'm
Well-
saying that they're saying is because there is no evidence that we have come across where
Yeah.
drugs have, and I think that kind of makes sense why Ann Taylor wasn't going certain routes because it's like
It's
I
like
can't put them selling drugs. I can't put drugs in that house. Like there was
Yeah.
no evidence of it. None of these kids had it in their system, right? But guess who wasn't tested? The surviving people.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why did they
Exactly.
go straight to that point? What, just because they saw a little crushed up Adderall on a nightstand or something? Like, why did
Well,
they
I
go?
was thinking about the Adderall thing. Like, I mean, you would have to have a lot of kids have a lot of prescriptions for Adderall because you only get 30 for the month and you need them for yourself. And if you're
Yeah.
giving them to other people, how many people can you supply?
Well,
It
if
is
you
weird.
if you don't take
So-
them, I know a lot of people don't take them. They save them and then they sell them. I've heard.
It's a thing that gets, I don't
Oh,
know. I'd
yeah.
have to go back and watch that.
30 to 60. I think Tomboy says she gets like 80 or something, but yeah.
There's
that's-
been a lot of information about college drug rings come out, but I don't remember if that was one of the substances.
Well,
I just know that the person that talked to Ann Taylor gave them gave them certain names, and I haven't seen a single interview listing
Right.
their names.
do you expect there to be interviews with the Delta?
Oh yeah, the FBI. So that's the big thing I kind of wanted to talk about tonight was
Okay.
it's the FBI for me because these people, you have to understand, they knew, when I say people, these officers, they know what's discoverable by the defense. They know what's discoverable by, us. Okay. But they also know how much harder it is to get stuff from the FBI.
Yeah.
And there's not a doubt in my mind, like, where's the interviews with Emily? Where's the interviews with Hunter Johnson? Where's the interviews with Josie? Where's the interviews with,
Josie.
yeah, all these Yeah. Where's Molly was interviewed? Obviously, that was not her first time in that room.
I wonder what they
Where's-
stuffed with the FBI to stuff to hide. Stuff it, give it to them so that the FBI has it. They aren't going to be able to get a hold of it or something.
Well, but where's the guy that was? He was Cole Barenberg. So they just talked to him once. I think Idaho State Police has like just one interview with him.
And he
But
was
then
a
you look
person of
at-
interest, right?
Well,
A subject, I should say.
how I look at it is for Jack Showalter and Jack Decor to be given to Van Leuven. I'm like, but neither one of them are Sigma Chi, okay? And why was Van Leuven given Jack Decor? Jack Decor was there that day. He talked to Moscow Police Department, okay? Why didn't Moscow Police Department Blaker or somebody from Moscow, why didn't Jack Decor stay, with them? And the only thing I can think of is
Right.
they allowed everybody to leave. And
Yeah.
so did that then kind of dictate who we're going to use our Idaho State Police people from all over because based on where all these kids lived. And so is it
Right.
going to be this district because these kids are over here in, Cannon County and they're in freaking Ada and this kid's over here over, you know what I mean? Like Coeur d'Alene. And
Yeah.
so I get that. Do you know how long they would have had to have had these debriefing sessions when you're at the end of the day and it's like, let me learn everything that you guys all learned today?
Right.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I didn't write up a report for months, right? So you can't even get the information from reading my report or getting and listening to the recording yourself. So we all sat in a room while 30 to 100 officers are telling each other all what they did. That
Well,
seems a little like how you're going to be. We'll see this solved in like 3-4 years.
Yeah.
It's
Nice
right.
focus.
And
Yeah.
if you think back, I can't remember which interview it was. It was one of the Sigma Chi interviews. I think you pointed it out, Kim. We were listening to it, and in the background, you hear somebody else come in the room as one of the other Sigma Chi brothers talking in the middle of the interview, and it was like, wait a minute. These
Yeah.
guys, they were in the Sigma Chi house. He claims that. I get that. But these types of interviews are supposed to be done one-on-one in a, kind of in a secluded
Conversation.
area. Yeah, right. So why are you going to the Sigma Chi house when you got 35 other guys wandering in and out of this area, talking back and forth, like probably giving looks and doing this and this is my opinion, of course, but I think that's an issue. It doesn't fit to me. It doesn't match up to me as the way that this type of an investigation should be done. So
Why aren't they asking anybody where they were at the time? Hey, so where were you between like 3 a.m. and 6 a.m.?
yes,
Where how many times do you hear that question?
Zero.
you don't. And these took forever to come out. Okay. We saw the dates on it, but it's almost like they had to
Hey, do you own a knife like this?
Yeah.
Hey, where were you between 3 and 6?
I think they
Do you have
staged them.
you have a car on campus?
They put them all in another room, and
What
then
kind
they
of
just
car do you
kept
have?
filing them in. Oh, you're next.
None of those questions are asked. It's like Van Leuven didn't even know what this last one, this Derek or Drew Carter, who the heck this is.
That last one was a waste, girl. I'm telling you, it was a
Yeah.
waste.
I loved his answers. Always like, I don't know. I loved his answers, whether they were lies, but that's exactly how you would be answering
Sure,
if you don't
yeah.
know anything versus like making yourself like I
Who's
I don't know. I have no idea. Like who do you think could do this? Are you kidding me? I have not a clue.
I have
Like-
no idea. Right.
And do what? I don't even know what the hell has happened here because
That's a good point. You can
mean,
tell
look at
who's.
Yeah.
He seemed very well versed. I'll be honest with you. I said that when we were reviewing that earlier. I was like, this kid doesn't know shit, or he's really good at acting like he knows nothing. You know what I
He probably
mean?
came in late to the pre-meeting.
and it's just like
The
you're not
secrecy-
asking questions though to like give him questions that he would know. Hey, where were you?
Yeah. Right. Right. No,
You know,
they just.
Hey, have you ever been in an argument with Ethan? You know what I mean? Like you're trying to, as much as you're trying to understand, Ethan, aren't you trying to understand who the hell you're talking to?
You should be. Yes.
Hey, like Kim, if I want to know about you, hey Logan, like, how many boyfriends do you have, or how many girlfriends do you have? Like, if I want to know that, and you'd be like, huh, how many? I'm like, you think I'm a hoe?
Yeah, right. Right.
Like, I don't know, like,
interrogation.
it just like you're asking questions that honestly I don't think matter in terms of, oh, did Ethan ever tell you about his childhood? What?
Yeah. Oh,
Why?
was he at the lake a lot?
Do you know his parents? Like, what do you
Like-
know about his parents? How would you
Weird.
know those things?
What?
Parent. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, no. What type of conversations would you have? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, about drinking and girls, and maybe not even girls anymore because he was dating Xana, but I don't know. Like, we actually didn't really have meaningful conversation. Now that I'm having this conversation with you,
Yeah.
I don't know that kid at all.
Yeah.
And that's what
Basically.
you be realizing about all these interviews is just like, but where's like the Kyle Fry interview? Where's all these people that would actually matter? Everybody's like, who's Ethan's best friends? Like, where's the Peter?
Peter.
Longoria?
Yeah.
Where's
David
Kyle
Loach.
Fry? Where's
Yeah.
I mean, are they hiding him? Because Anne said she had there was 100 hours of interviews?
well, she's saying there's hundreds of hours of
Oh.
interviews.
Hundreds of hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there is. I mean, I just think it's interesting who. Now everybody should be picturing what I'm picturing here. Ready? Van Leuven was assigned a homicide in 2020 for a single homicide with a chiropractor. He managed to get the confession was thrown out. Okay, that is still an open active investigation. Nothing has come from it. That's his work. Okay, Van Leuven. That's what you have. And then 2022 comes along, and you're like, what are you going to give that man? Nothing that matters.
Right. Busy work.
Nothing that matters. And when you're listening to these interviews, we see the interviews that totally nothing matters. And then I also think what they did was, hey, we can maybe give him some interviews where we want to hide certain people because we know that he won't ask the right questions. And so it's like a double edge. And that's what
Yes.
I saw with the Eric Gower shit. And I'm
Oh,
like,
God.
this is disgusting that Eric Gower was interviewed by Van Leuven. Unbelievable. I mean, but I think that was by design.
It sounds like it was. And you just brought that up, the Van Leuven thing with the chiropractor, Gary Tolson. We all know about him as well. We know
he
that
was
Tolson.
he did that too. So
Yeah. And you brought it up earlier that was Tolson in the room with Van Leuven. I mean, these guys do these things together, obviously. It's, one of them things. But, and that's, I haven't been able to see it
say
yet.
your
But
name.
is Van Leuven on the Brady list right along with Tolson? Do you know?
No, he's there. I don't know if I've never seen that Tolson's on the Brady list. It was she wanted Tolson's training records.
Yeah. But I thought he
And-
was on the list. I'm sorry.
If you know what, off the top of my head, I have him as not being on it. If he is,
Okay.
it would not surprise me.
No.
But I have
yeah.
it more that she wanted his training records. Yeah.
Well, that tells its own story, I think, just because of that. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point.
It's about making decisions. It's about follow-ups. It's about, when Brett Payne's saying that people only gave me what was pertinent. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, how does somebody know if something's pertinent?
Yeah, who's making that call?
That's a good
That's
question.
what Aunt Taylor was getting at. She's like, okay, well, what would be pertinent here? You guys are the questions that you're asking. Nothing's going to be pertinent.
Yeah.
What are you trying to get to?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, what's the best interview that we've heard so far? Out of everything that we've gotten in FOIAs, what do you think is the most compelling?
Right.
And so I was thinking about that myself, and I'm like, well, I think the most compelling one is going to be the one that we get the second one here in Jack Showalter. But up to this point, for me, the most compelling, I think Eric Gower, only because he thought that Dylan he tried to tell us that he thought Dylan was a man. And that should just blow your
Yeah.
fucking
It
tits
does.
off.
It does.
Yeah,
Like,
like what the
what?
fuck?
You
It
know
did.
like, and when you talked to Blaker the first time, you wanted nothing to do with being anywhere back over in that area after you dropped them off.
Exactly.
And for me, then it comes out in the second interview with Van Leuven, and he's like, he says this golden phrase, which was that he went to Indian Hills or Indian Trails Drive and I about died. And I said, oh my God, what? And that's what Ann Taylor was getting at when she asked Payne, why did you guys originally go? Why did you guys ever go and get video camera footage from that area? And Payne's like, I don't know. I don't recall. And she's like, you don't know. And he's like, no. And it was because of Vargas calling up somebody over there. What she was trying to get at is yeah, because you were following up on what? Eric Gower.
And you know what? It's like Gower, he wants to be on point about some things, but then he like gaps out. Like he's like, oh, I gotta somewhat forget about that. It's like you can almost hear it in his tone of voice where he starts to slow down, and then he just, I don't know.
So
I don't believe anything he says at all. Just so you
Yeah.
know, Mike, nothing.
Oh, I don't know. Who
He's
that
a
girl
creep,
was.
and I
Great.
he's a
there's
priest.
a
He's a
creep.
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 I thought you said a priest. I said he's a priest.
Oh, he's definitely not a priest.
Hallelujah.
I'm not going to that
Again,
church.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
right.
Right?
No,
Oh, bless that
No,
The
he's
Holy
a-
Lord
motherfucker.
again.
that
Jesus.
dude. From the moment that he's just a creep. He's always been a creep. I'm very uncomfortable with him, no matter what he says. So
It's a small ass town.
something
How
about
can you
him
I
not
want to know
know
why
is-
he went. I want to know why he left Moscow and went
right.
to his out to Coeur d'Alene. He was supposed to have the weekend to himself, and he was going to be watching football and hanging out at the house on Sunday. Why didn't that happen?
Yeah.
Why did
Good
he
point.
go? Why
Had
did
to
he
go
go
heal.
to CDA? That wasn't part of. That wasn't what he told the girls that he was doing, that have been interviewed.
I'd like to see, like, if anybody that saw him for the next week, I'd love to see what they saw when they saw him for the next week, whoever that would be. I also want to know why his wife divorced him. I'd love to know the true reason
Wait, what?
behind that.
I do too.
Wait. You guys think Eric Gower got divorced?
It's what it said that he.
Yeah.
That she
Wait, where
was.
did you see that?
Where did we see that, you guys?
I don't know.
That's
I'm trying to
news to me.
remember.
That's why I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
he was divorced. He's been divorced, from my understanding. It states
Wait.
lists
I
him
mean,
as
he's
divorced
been divorced.
for years, Lana.
No. This isn't the right Eric Gower. Then that's a different. There's two Eric Gowers names.
The one that drove Uber and all that shit in the area. When we looked him up and everything, it showed him listed as divorced.
Yeah, that's not the right guy. That's that older one, and that's who I think.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, he would have had to get divorced here after this happened, and I haven't seen that anywhere.
Well, that's interesting.
I mean, I'll even actually send an email and I will get that answered.
Yeah, no, please do, because that's what
Yeah,
all of us understood. He was divorced.
So Eric Gower gave more than Maddie and Kaylee rides, correct? Other sorority
Ye-
girls. Is that
yes.
true? Okay.
Yes.
So why would they pay for a driver instead of taking, because I understand if Maddie and Kayla, or whoever's not in the sorority anymore, they're not paying, or no, they're not taking the free Sobro rides because maybe they don't have access to that anymore. But if there's these other sorority girls, why are they choosing to pay for a driver instead of just using what's free access to them?
I don't
what do
think
you
they were
think about that?
paying, were they?
Well,
Wasn't he
that's-
doing it for free?
He explained all that.
Not all of them.
He didn't get it. He didn't. So that's the other part. They need to talk more about this whole the Sobros, whatever.
Yeah.
They need to clarify if people pay for that,
I
because
agree. Yeah, I agree with
I
that.
think people do get actually money from that.
Because they don't make, like David
You're like-
Baracoa. Yeah, they make it sound like that's a free service, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think that it
something
is.
else too.
I think that they
So-
assign you, like, you have your certain weekends that, okay, hey, it's your weekend to drive, like and it's like,
Yeah.
okay. And I think they still would like toss each other, money and shit, because that would be like a non-said thing then.
Yeah, right.
But from like the app, like Venmo, like, you know what I mean? Because that's what I saw with Ethan, Jack Katovich. Like, where's the Jack Katovich, interview?
Right. That's another one. Good point.
Um,
Exactly.
Where's the Molly Gray? Where are all of
David Lowe.
Kaylee's her tree, basically, like, you're the big, you're the little, you're the, where's her whole tree interview?
And did they interview all the sororities? Did they interview Alpha Phi and Pi Beta Phi?
Yeah, I think that all these people were interviewed, and I just think that it's really telling as we're trying to go through them, and you gotta, put your little request in, then you're gonna wait all these days, and then they gotta go
right.
And you're trying to tell them, hey, I want such and such and such and such and such and such, right? But if you don't know the name of the person that you want, you better really know the report and what it's saying, and then you got to explain it to do it that way. But guess what? We can't ask for any of the FBI stuff right now until we're able to get the FBI to release this stuff. Like, they won't even release it to Steve and any of the parents,
Right.
because once they release it to even them, then it's available to, you know what I'm saying?
Right. So what's your take on that? Why do you think that's happening?
Because of the leak.
That's what I was thinking too.
They always make it harder to get. They always make it harder to get, but they're hiding behind right now the fact that there's an open investigation, and that open investigation is into the leak. So
and you do believe that investigation.
That's why Cyree isn't talking right now.
Yeah. No, that I figured too, because
that's
that whole thing.
Because they were trying to the prosecution was trying to blame him and label him as being the leak.
What
in this leak?
What the hell?
Yeah. Anything about that investigation? Do you know who's doing it? Is it happening? If there's anything going on?
I think we're going to get more information about that after they have this hearing about the body cams and stuff.
Right.
All these redactions that are being overly redacted.
Oh, I want.
I'm sorry, but we should not be ever listening to an interview that people's names are being, if it's video, nobody gets blurred. What is
especially
that?
The name especially the person they're redacting. The last one we just watched at the very beginning of it, we're here at Sigma Chi House interviewing blank, and the guy's name's listed on it. What the hell are you doing? That's so dumb to me. I agree. I do.
Well, I think it's making it more. This is making rumors spread more because people are not understanding it clearly because of the redactions. And so it's leaving actually more guesswork. And then you're able to just say things that you can get away with kind of saying, because it wouldn't be if you actually just hear the damn interview, and if you try to peddle something that's not what it says, then somebody could be like, what the fuck are you doing? And tell you about it. But
I agree.
We should all ask ourselves, what's this? There's no, why are you redacting? The judge came out and said that nobody is being bullied. Nobody's being threatened. Nothing is happening here.
Yeah. Case is over.
So it's just all the stuff's getting released, and I don't understand what any of these interviews and what people could potentially be saying. None of these people live in any of these houses anymore.
Right.
They're
all most of them are out of college at this point and have moved on with new lives and stuff. So what? And the case is closed. What are you holding back?
Those are the little pieces to the truth.
They redacted a question that they asked in one of these Sigma Chi interviews. I'm like, you're redacting the question.
They redact. If somebody farts, they redact it, you guys. It's ridiculous. I'm telling you. It's this dumbest shit. They're redacting verbs and nouns and shit. And it's like, what are you doing?
It's like a day laborer in there just going, oh, fuck, I'm getting $11 an hour. Let me just do this and do this and do this.
And I agree with you, Lena, when you're saying all this is causing is more speculation, conspiracy, all of it. Just bring it out. Let us see it. And then everybody can shut the hell up about it. You know what I mean? And if there's nothing to hide,
it speaks for itself. Let it speak for itself.
That's it.
Let it all speak for itself. The whole purpose of what the FOIA is supposed to do is we're supposed to be able to see and basically double check your work. How do you double check work if it's not available to be double checked?
Thank you.
That's my take on it.
Well,
and no, it's not about the only thing that people should be able to go and do is if you want to view the crime scene photos, get on a plane, go to Moscow, and go see that stuff in person. And then I don't think that stuff should be floating around the internet. Okay. Because I just, if you want to see it though, because you're checking into something X, Y, and Z, and hey, this, I want to just know how many, I just want to know how many total crime scene photos there are that would be labeled crime scene that's inside the tape, right? And I just want to know how many total were blacked out, right? So that way you can count and be like, and I want to know what room, like when you're showing me a blackout picture, where is it taken though? You get what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
So all you'd be able to do is you would just want to make sure that nothing was removed,
Of course.
It's more about the evidence of
Mm-hmm.
there's no blood trails. Okay, guys. So, but we're not able to see certain pictures that could potentially zoom into where the blood is right around bodies, right?
Exactly.
And you want to see if where the smearing is with anybody that would be on their feet and somebody is being attacked in the bed, right?
Yes.
And so those are the type, I don't want to see them. I want to see how this person was able to, because I think from an educational standpoint, if this was one person and if this was done in the time frame that they're saying, and if everything is according to what they're saying, this is remarkable.
Of course.
In the standpoint of education, because how did he not transfer any blood from the victims upstairs and mix it with the victims downstairs?
Thank you.
Don't you think you want to prevent crimes from happening?
Yeah.
I would think that the FBI would want to know how the hell that happened.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, do we have like mystics here that can levitate from floor to floor, room to room? No footprints left behind, no blood transfers, no nothing. This makes no sense. None.
Is this where they go, all right, we got to turn a blind eye to it, because if we don't, they have an investigation going on that's going to screw up?
I think we should ask ourselves, when they process the scene, right? And they were getting things back, and you're hearing, hey, there's no mixtures. Like from the people upstairs with our victims down here, I can't find a sample that has even just one person from upstairs being mixed with the two, or just the people that were in this room. Nobody is there's no mixture. And so what I wonder and think is a remarkable question is, wouldn't you be consulting immediately with like the person that you're bringing in, this Paulette Sutton, for expert purposes? Wouldn't you be bringing somebody like that in right away? Why would you be waiting until somebody's arrested? We go through a couple years and the defense has an expert or two, and now you're using Paulette for the purposes to rebut what the defense's experts are saying.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't, if the whole goal is to prosecute, okay? It's like providing an ME with as much information as you can from a crime scene, right? So they can determine if something was an accident, if something was, what are we dealing with here? Like, give me it's like the Sandra Birchmore.
Yeah.
They want to label that a suicide. Well, they didn't give her all the information, or she would have labeled it something else.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you're forcing the narrative that this is a one-person crime. One person went in and killed 4 people on 2 separate floors and didn't have any kind of, going back to that, no transfer whatsoever from 3rd floor to 2nd floor, from victim to victim. That's not, listen, guys, I've been on crime scenes, okay? I've been on crime scenes as a first responder. It doesn't make any logical sense. So show us then how did this happen? That's what I want you to show me. You can't seem to do that, which tells me that this is not what happened, okay? There's obviously, and this is my opinion, that I'm not forcing this, but this is how I see this. You refuse to admit that there was more than one weapon, for sure. You didn't prosecute this with more than one weapon, more than one person. You didn't prosecute it that way. But at the end of this, you said, well, maybe, there's people backpedaling now saying, well, after seeing Xana's room, okay, no, there's
Well,
no way one person did this. Come on now.
what's the
And
questions though? It's the like how we're on this panel right now. Let's say that we're all CSI workers for the Idaho State Police, right? And we
Right.
all get called. So Logan, I'm like, hey Logan, you got to come down to my office. Okay, girl, I'll be right there. I'm like, grab some fucking vodka. We're gonna be here for a while. She's like, okay, and I'm like, girl, I got to talk to somebody about this. But
Yeah.
this was this done by more than one person, or do you? I mean, look at all of this. Like, so
Right.
then you guys would all be talking about it. You'd be saying like, here, we go to crime scenes all the time. Like, you would have the questions being posed because you're trying to figure something out. It's like a puzzle you're putting together. So if you're working on a puzzle, like to understand it, you're not going to have any discussions. You guys aren't talking amongst yourselves. Like that doesn't make any sense.
And
Right.
for me, it makes one ultimate question. At what day number did someone go, this is never going to go to trial? Because they didn't get all this shit. It's not proper. When did they go, oh, we're just going to push this?
Well, I think that it was more those conversations were all had. And remember, if you paid attention to what was it? They didn't want anyone like it was like, here, if we're going to talk about this, everything's going to be over the phone. Nothing is going to be in writing anymore. And it's like, it's the same thing with the Delphi case. So just the question should be asked. Hey, so when you guys were doing this, was there an option that this was more than one person? Because why by November 21st, are you even like having to say to yourself, we need to get this to make sure that we can say that it's one person, or we just want it to stay that way? What was the reason why? Because that would go against everything that you're kind of looking at with the scene. And to me, I think last night when I was going through the questions that were posed by Ann Taylor to Brett Payne and asking about the CODIS, how CODIS worked, and his answer was, I thought that you can't put another one in when you have one in, Well, I went and I grabbed that 116 pages. In the last 2 pages had the chick, Katie White is her name. And she said that she gave that answer that Ann Taylor asked, which was, why didn't you enter male B and D into CODIS? And the answer is the laboratory determined that, in quotes, here it is, at the time CODIS eligibility was determined, male DNA profiles A, B, and D were unidentified, and it was not possible for the lab staff to know who would ultimately be linked to any of the items. The CODIS eligibility determination was strictly made based on an evaluation of the probative value of each item. And she says that, in quotes, the laboratory must justify every entry of profile into CODIS, and many factors can influence eligibility. For a large crime scene, not all locations within the crime scene are always weighted equally in probative value. It is very common to locate non-probative biological stains within residences due to everyday activities such as consensual sexual activity, small injuries, and lack of cleanliness. For this case, a knife sheath next to one of the victims produced an unknown male profile. The residence where the crime scene occurred is heavily trafficked by college students, and the location of the blood spot on the underside of the handrail, male B, does not in and of itself indicate a link to the crime. A gardening style glove located outside the residence in a publicly accessible area produced an additional unknown male profile. And then she says, well, there was, so I posed this question last night to my chat. Ready for this?
Yes, ma'am.
Fell to the ground. Let me ask you guys a question. If they would have found blood in the parking lot, like just like a little puddle, just like a little bit like up by where you park behind in Queen over there, okay? There's not a trail, but there's blood in a public area that's just in the back, in
Yeah.
the paper. Okay.
Right.
Based on what you wrote in this report, how do you enter that blood? Take it, swab it. Okay, it's male. It's obviously unknown. We don't know who it belongs to. How do you enter that into CODIS? You're basically saying that you're not going to, because it's not probative, because it's a public, there's just blood there, right?
Right.
Those are just choices they make. It's a choice. They could choose the other way. They just chose not to.
But they
So-
would have, because they said Koberger parked up there. So they
But-
would have. Wouldn't
but-
they have?
Yeah, well, so this is my question then. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? This answer to me defies every single thing that we've ever heard about cases. O.J. Simpson,
Yeah.
okay? There's always secondary crime scenes.
Right.
If
Yeah.
you're taking something with you from like a crime, you know what I mean? So to
Yeah.
sit here and say that this glove, and she says, well, the glove didn't have any of the victim's blood on it, okay?
Right.
And so if it would have, she's like, that would have been probative and we would have put it in, okay? And you know what I said to myself? You don't have any mixtures of the people upstairs and downstairs, okay?
Mhm.
Wouldn't that mean that you probably use multiple sets of gloves and a weapon? It could be even like the same damn weapon, but you have
Yeah.
multiple of it, right? And in order to take something off and then you have to say to yourself, wait a second, couldn't this potentially be the perpetrator's blood though? And they cut themselves on accident, right?
Right.
And it was actually they were wearing two
Yeah.
sets of gloves, and so those were the inside gloves of the,
Yeah.
So I'm over
yeah.
here just like, this has to be the. How are you guys all in a room saying to yourself, yeah, this is totally not probative. We have the bloodiest crime scene we've ever seen in our lives, and a pair of gloves that's right here, and we have blood spatter on the wall, right? And
Yep.
it's like, wait, we're also putting into CODIS. That's where known felons are, right? Why don't you compare it to see if it matches any of these friends that have been giving you
Yeah.
their DNA, right? And when
Right.
you see that it's not matching any of them, wouldn't it be more each day probative because it's unknown
Yeah.
to the people that have the heavy traffic in there?
Yes.
Doesn't it make it more probative every single day? And so it was like, this told me more than I ever could imagine, when it was just like, they made up these wild excuses to keep these out. We know you have the stuff on the sheath. And if you think that this could have potentially been more than one person that did this crime, that's another reason that you would have another check in the probative
Yes.
column of, pros and cons. And then we get to the Nancy Guthrie case, and you're going to go put in a glove that's 2 or 3 miles away from the crime scene, that's floating in the air and lands on
Right.
the ground.
Yeah, like
Right.
what the fuck?
I'm like,
Come on, dog.
this is
Jesus.
wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
read
It's
this.
insane.
Mhm.
And it's
Very.
like, how is Payne, if he knew anything about the case, his answer is we can't, it's in there. We were just going to leave it, because if we put one of these in, it's going to take that out. It's like, wait,
I didn't read that. I read the manual and I didn't get that from that, but I don't know. That's the way I took it.
read what from what? Him?
didn't
I
get
looked
the
up the
manual.
rules of contributing to CODIS, and I
Oh, yeah,
didn't
that's
see.
not why.
Yeah. It's a
Huh?
lie. It's not true.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not true at all. That's not how
Yeah.
that works at all.
Yeah, that whole bullshit that Brett Payne threw out there. Well, we couldn't put this in a CODIS because we were worried we were going to lose that. That's not. No.
And it's like, but think about this. This woman is, Ann Taylor asked a very specific question. It wasn't, do you understand how CODIS works? Okay. It was
Sure.
about this case. Why weren't you interested in male B or D?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
didn't they go into CODIS? And he said, and he gives that answer. This is what I thought it was.
Stupid
And it's like,
shit.
where did you hear that from? Just curious, because right here they are saying this woman that's who you had been talking to is Katie White, because it's like, we have all this stuff. What should we be putting into CODIS? Because we're trying to find this perpetrator, right? And it's like, did you
Yep.
find Brian Koberger's name before or after you knew that you had unknown male blood on the wall and then outside?
Right.
Because you knew that it didn't match. That's why it got labeled the B and the D. Otherwise, it would have been unknown male. A is over here again, you know?
Yeah.
Ma'am.
And then the question came up, which was pain. You knew that you had this Brian Culber's name from not the CODIS hit, right? Because you know that the sheath didn't produce anything in CODIS, right? So it's like, yeah. Okay.
Right.
Well, you end up getting a hit from Brian Culber without doing the CODIS. So why didn't you try to go get a hit without putting those into CODIS like you did Brian Culber?
Good question.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I was just shocked
Yes, ma'am.
knowing now what I know, because we actually get the material. That
Right.
Answer wasn't throwing him these ridiculous questions that whatever you answer, you are so FUCK'd.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Those are the best questions. It's like, I don't care what
You-
you say right now. My
you can
question
say it
is
here.
basically, is proving the point.
Right. So let me ask you then with that. Hey, Murky, good to see you. With that being said, do you think that Brett created that himself, or do you think Brett was told to say that by somebody else?
I think he was given that answer, but I think he said it in a way that he said what I thought was,
Mm-hmm.
and that was his way of saying if she was to ask, well, I don't think that now, but that's what I thought, because it was like a was like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so it's
No, I
like,
got you.
now I
got
know
you.
that it wasn't, and it's like, well, when did you now know that that wasn't like?
Mhm.
But I don't
I
know
see
if
it.
that's true, but it would, at least that's how I would have. Wait, what do you mean you thought that
Yeah,
that's
right.
what happened? Like, is that still what you think happens? Like, I need to know that. But that's being really technical about the way that he
No, I
spoke.
get. I get what you're saying.
No, I think he prepped like a mother trucker for that.
You can swear over here, hon. Please. It's okay.
Yeah. I'm just working on my
Are
cussing.
you working on your cussing?
you're
Okay.
working
Oh
on
my
Good
God.
for you.
Are you
Good
going
for
to
you.
church tomorrow too? You better start drinking tonight, baby.
This is church, man. What do you guys
This is church. Yes. There you go.
All right, so Lana, I have a question for you. At what point in this case, we know it's 11/13/22. At what point were you like, something isn't sitting right here with me?
We don't even know that answer. When I heard that guy, Chief Fry, say, we don't even know that answer. Like, who was all there when 911 was called? We don't even know that
thank
answer.
you.
And he was not lying.
That's a good point.
But it was immediately when they said they put out a stock image to find a vehicle. I said, that means one of two things. Number one is that the image that you have of this vehicle is so shitty. So just who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then number two is this vehicle is a red herring and has nothing to do with anything. And they're putting it out there to see, because they're watching something specific. And so
Yeah, but when they added to,
you would never put out why are you putting out a stock image of something?
Yeah.
In the
but then-
Gardner case, here's the blue truck that's on, it's just,
On the street or in the parking
Yeah.
lot or whatever.
yeah, have you seen this? Yeah.
But then Fry adds to that we need to speak. I want your opinion on this statement too. We need to speak with the individuals, plural, that were in that vehicle. We just have questions. What do you think of that statement?
They thought that this person was witnesses.
That's what I thought too. Initially.
And then all
Yeah.
the shit
for
about
sure.
the radio traffic. If you get anything about this, we can't have any radio traffic about it.
Like, it was definitely that they thought that because of you have to ask them, when did they know that the car was making all these loops? Because you hear Steve Gonsalves say, they had that video, just like Glenda Lane. And he's like, we're the ones that basically point out that you have a car that's just doing laps. And so according to Steve, he's the one that told that to the police. They weren't even like looking at that.
Right.
And so the only cameras that they were working with at the time were, because if you think about it, you have they call it the balcony, which is 1112. You have Linda Lane. And we have the other Linda Lane, but Steve said he gave them that off of just the balcony one, that you have this vehicle that's like making laps around that house.
Okay, yeah, right.
And so the question would be is, when did Steve say that to any of the detectives? I would love to know that date.
I agree.
I think that's a really important date. I think that a lot of people give these detectives way too much credit in terms of like how they go about their job. Like they don't have free reign. Like it's like
Way too
whatever
much,
you're telling me to go and do, I go and do. Hey, Lana, go interview this person, right? Okay, go do these things. They're just not off doing like their own investigate. Like they're being told a job, they're going to do the job, and then that's it. And then you need to really pay attention because you're listening to what all these people are supposedly debriefing, and what you should be listening to is because you're making the next move. Like, who are we going to talk to next? What are we doing next? And
right.
The other thing I thought was interesting was when they told Showalter that they had at the scene, hey, can we get your DNA because there was a struggle.
I wanted to get into that too. Yeah.
And I was like, they say that to him on the 16th, right before the presser comes out on the 16th. So that presser was at 3:30.
3:30. Yeah.
And they talked to him the hour right before it. And I think that was by design. They didn't want him to hear that presser before they talked to him.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Which
so there was hardly any when we started covering this case a lot. We weren't getting any. There was no information coming from the police. The first time that they spoke to the public was on the 16th versus like those little, like the 14th and 15th, those little blurbs. Those were like nothing. And so so nobody knew anything. And so what I thought would be really interesting is if these detectives or whoever they want to call themselves would be asking stuff like, when did you hear about this? How did you hear about this? Where were you? Do you have any text messages about it? You know what I mean? Like, who are you texting with? Can you look back in your phone? Like, I don't understand why you're not asking people to do that.
Yeah, right.
When you're talking to them on like the 16th or the 17th or the 18th. I mean, and then if you also think about it, Bethany gave her interview before the presser on the 16th.
Yeah.
And then Dylan gave her interview after the presser.
Yes. Because
hers was on the 17th. And then the big presser where we get, I think, the most is on the 23rd. And then that to me, I'm sorry, on the 20th. That to me was the biggest. We got the most information was on the 20th.
It was definitely bigger than the first. The 16th
and it was bigger than the last one, but on the 23rd. They didn't have shit, you guys. If IGG doesn't pop off and they don't solve this case as an unsolved case right now, and like to this day, it would have been unsolved case. Or somebody that
it still is, in my opinion.
Isn't Brian Culver could have been potentially, obviously arrested, but their police work didn't.
No.
What did it do?
They didn't do anything. There was nothing.
Their police work got these. How much money in taxes were spent on this to then have a plea deal at the 11th hour? That's going. If this man goes and files, that'll be overturned in a second. He'll go in front of and he'll have a trial. He'll be granted a trial if he wants to have a trial. I think that there is plenty of fuckerage here. That if that man, Brian Colber, ever wants to say, you know what, I want my day, and enough time has passed where the media has calmed down now, and you guys violated my rights and X, Y, and Z, and leaking this stuff, and so yeah,
comfortably, and you don't have to answer this because I know how your outlook is on certain things. Okay, and I respect it. You know that. I'm not asking you if you think Brian did this or did not do this alone or by himself, whatever. But if you were to not think Brian did this, if you thought he wasn't the one, do you have any thoughts as to anybody else that may be involved and be the
law
one?
Enforcement, period. law enforcement period.
I love
Because of
you.
the
I
crime
swear to
scene.
God. Yeah,
The crime
I got
scene,
you.
the crime scene, and that's a crime. Somebody cleaned up that fucking crime scene. I don't care what anybody says.
And they did it professionally, didn't they? It was,
911 wasn't called for 9 hours.
thank
And
you.
what about motive?
Yeah, good one.
Is why well, hold on now. Let me freeze that,
Yeah,
Mikey.
yeah.
That's a good question, but let me ask it this way, okay? Because
Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
lot of people that look at this, Lana, in different ways. First and foremost, if there's a cover up of sorts going on, I believe there is. That doesn't mean everybody has to, but I believe there is. Okay, did that happen before or after the murders? Okay, because there's people that think this started before the murders. The murders are included in it. I
Yeah.
don't personally. I think this all started after, but
I think there was
motive-wise,
crime scenes. So I think two crimes happened at two separate times. None of the blood from the people upstairs is mixed with the blood from the people that were killed on the second level.
got you.
Maddie and Kaylee's phone stopped, doing anything at
2:56.
2:52.
Yeah,
So,
252, right?
And I think that you can lay a very, very strong argument that they aren't doing anything with their phones anymore,
Right.
because they were no longer with us.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that also, I would look at the pattern of the victims' lives and seeing normally on the weekends how, like, what time are they staying up till, and how late are they on their phones, like normally on like a Saturday or Friday.
Yeah, right.
What time, like, what we can tell a lot, but you have to have enough data to go back and do all of that. And I think they had theirs all the way back until June of 2020.
Sure.
So you would have how many weekends then? June to November. So I'd be really curious to see also if there's no steps on their phones, not
Mhm.
not even flights of stairs. I'm just talking about,
That's why we need their
simple-
health data.
All
Yeah,
that movement.
was their phone moving at all after 252?
Yeah, I want that. I want that health data really bad. I do.
And then if there's a flight of stairs, let's say right before 252, because remember now, Dylan, I believe, is mixing two events together. That's my personal belief.
Yeah.
So when Kaylee had gone upstairs, that would have been the 252 time, like right before then.
Right.
And that's when she's like, I'm going to go to bed. When she's like thinking like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kaylee goes upstairs, and that's when she's saying that there's somebody here type of thing, whatever she says, and the whole like running down. Clearly that had to have happened at a different time, because at the later one, which was the 4:19, that's Bethany calling Dylan. That's how that all starts. It's not, and that's why Dylan's saying, yeah, it's about like at 4:00 in the morning that this all started. She didn't say that this all started at like 4:19. She's saying 4 because, I mean, I don't know if she was just like, what I heard happened before you ever called me. And so she's just like, oh, it was probably like at this time because I went to bed at this time. I don't know, but she's definitely dividing it up, because
I got you.
And so everything that she was hearing, that she's reciting, happened earlier. But what Bethany heard, okay, she actually heard at that time. And that's why she calls Dylan to say, and that's why what Ann Taylor was saying that Bethany had was exculpatory to Brian Culver, because of whatever Bethany heard had to do with that front door, right? Had to do with a bang flash that she could see, like this light and whatever. That's all first level. And that all also works with the blood rail, right? That's the unknown male. And that happened because Bethany's calling at 4:19. Unless unless Bethany's also calling to say, there could be like a lot of things like, hey, can you unlock the door? I'm about to be home from my, doing whatever I was doing.
Yeah.
People have booty calls and stuff like that. So she's
Sure.
like, but it all starts with Bethany at 4:19 not Dylan. And how she describes it to the police is like, Dylan's like, I did this, and then I heard this happen, and then I'm trying, I'm calling out their names, and I'm trying to call them. And it's like, yeah, we have to see your phone, because that's not what, like, that happened after Bethany told you and alerted you to something at 4:19. You weren't doing anything until she alerts you at 4:19. Like, when Ann Taylor presented,
Right.
she wasn't doing anything, but except for saving a number in her phone at 3:50. What was it? 3:51.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that there's for there to be the potentiality of the upstairs people not having the blood mixed with the second floor people, right? Is because this happened at two separate times, and were the people on either the third floor or the second floor. What it would seem like is that they weren't supposed to be attacked. Okay. And did somebody clean up one time, right? But they were interrupted when they were leaving. And so it led to two other people getting killed. But that person had already then been in a freshly new worn. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, they had already cleaned up.
I do.
They've already gotten out of their clothes, let's say on the first or on the third level, and that they're in completely different clothes, right? And and then that would be, well, what weapon did they use? Because that knife, right? How did that, I mean, there's no blood mixtures at all, nothing. And that just tells me that between the killings, there's, and so otherwise how is there no mixture? How is there no mixture?
Well, and that plays to my theory that I've had for a while. Okay. A lot of people don't agree with me. Thank you, Moto. Appreciate you, brother. Like I said, guys, for all of these super chats, I'm not ignoring you. I will, at the end of the show, I'm going to run through them all. We appreciate them so very much, guys. Thank you, guys. So this is interesting, Lana, because at one point I started wondering if Xana and Ethan were hit first. Okay.
Yeah.
If it's possible that they were attacked first, and then the girls came home to this situation, maybe interrupted something like you were just kind of saying, and then that's a secondary situation. I've wondered that for a while.
Why is their timeline all fucked up?
Well, that's part of it too, Mike. Yeah. Why do we not truly know what their timeline is? Because it's not being put out. So
you mean, wait, what did you say right there at the end?
Their timeline not being put out, like the true Xana and Ethan, a true timeline for them.
Like, it's unknown. Like, they disappeared from here, and there's the DoorDash that would, I guess, pin them to the
It's all
house.
over the place, right?
But
you know what I'm saying? Like, is it possible they were there? Here's my question. This is why I came to this conclusion. Just to throw this at you real quick. Hey, Bianca. Xana was found in her underwear. Not saying this is abnormal, okay? But I'm just saying she was in her underwear. Ethan was completely nude, from my understanding, other than his socks.
Mm-hmm.
Could they have been at home earlier in the evening, door shut? Maybe they were having some private time, something like that. Who knows? Okay, personal time. They're young kids. This is the thing. I'm not trying to be vulgar, you guys. I'm just being real. And maybe the door was closed at some point for some reason. So could they have been attacked first while Maddie and Kaylee weren't home yet? Okay, we know that Dylan and her, Bethany and McCoskey or McCombs or whatever the hell her last name is, I can't remember right now.
Yeah,
we're at the house at some point. But could this have happened, like you said, two different times, and the other two walk in on this situation or the end of this situation possibly, and oh my god, and then boom, the secondary situation goes down? That's kind of what my thought has been, possibly.
The reason I ruled that out is the evidence. There had to be time in between the two attacks if it's the same person. Just because of the evidence, because there's no blood mixture. So if this person was upstairs, because remember when Dylan says, she's like, I have no idea how they talking about, she basically is accusing this person that did this that they came through the balcony up top.
Agreed. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
She's adamant
Kaylee.
that, and what would make sense is she's like, I know nobody came through because I'm right here. You know what I mean? Like
But
I
if
would
they
have
were
seen
there
that.
hiding, what if they
She's
were
saying.
up there hiding? Yeah. Right. I got
So
you.
so she so the person that's up, there couldn't have been the surprise in terms of right after it would have happened. Where the surprise would have occurred is the person trying to leave and then them getting like, when does Murphy start going nuts? Like, how much time do you think it would take to be up there and you're going to take all your clothes off, right? You're going to put them all in a bag,
Yeah.
right? And then put it in a book bag, right? And then I don't know. I don't know if I'm just, then you have to like put new clothes on, right? And then
Or just put something over top of these nasty clothes and you know what I mean, to cover that up. No, I agree with you that you have to do something.
right.
Yeah, or
And
levitate,
so-
because there's nothing outside.
Yeah. So you're just, that's the only thing I can think of is that and then where the whole Ethan and Xana, remember, like, what was it? We heard that big scream that you can hear.
Yes.
I believe it was, I think 227.
227. Yeah.
And that's based off of the camera timestamp, And I think everything with Jack Decor, like the phone calling, like nonstop, also to
Yeah.
include Maddie.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that Jack Decor says Maddie would never call. Like, I've known her for however long. She's never called me like that. That's out of the norm.
Agree. Yeah.
Nobody put why aren't people putting stock into that? And
Mhm.
like, that's so
Yeah.
important because it goes with, if you're Ann Taylor and you're able to put your client and you know that your client is in Washington and this stuff all started before he could have ever left,
Mhm.
that's your way of showing to the jury that this started before, okay? Somebody changed. This person had no idea that Ethan is going to be there because it's an all girls house, right? And
Sure.
like you were just saying there, they ordered their food so much earlier, right? And they've been waiting and waiting and waiting to get it. They probably fell asleep and then woke up and realized, like, oh my God, and it's this time. And then Xana's like, are you lost, type of thing, right?
Mhm.
And then so that would have been the whole
It's
being, noticeable or whatever. And
Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
but to me, there seemed like there was two separate instances. And then when you listen to Dylan describe like and then that's kind of where, if Kaylee or if Xana was to go upstairs, right? If she did in fact do that, to hear like somebody going upstairs and then the whole like running down right away type of thing.
Yeah.
That's where that person would have no choice but to kind of go after them because they're about to call the cops. You're going to run out, like,
Of
so if
course. Yeah. Of
change and
course.
everything like that. Why did Xana go upstairs? Or when the person, like I was saying, coming down. But I think that would be where it's like, just, it looks like it's one event and then another event. And the other event, though, seems like it happened after there was a cleanup for the person to then have nothing to be able to transfer to those people.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yep.
I
I'm
agree. I agree. And the cleanup, listen, the cleanup,
Your
all-
knife having, you can't just go, I'm going to stick my knife underneath the
Yeah.
shower, or I'm going to go to the sink right here that's in the bed,
Yeah,
the bathroom
right.
up there, and wipe it all off. What about my
Yeah.
gloves? My
Like you
hands?
said, this red paint thing the other day.
Yeah.
You know?
Do it.
Yeah. See what happens.
See what happens.
back
Paint,
to
like,
me.
Throw paint all over yourself and dump, literally just see what happens. Like, I just mean, like,
Yeah.
the hands, like your hands, like you need
Yeah.
to, your hands after you, like that's going, and then you're going into the wounds, like with the bottom of your, the glove.
Yeah. Absolutely.
different, and then when you're going to go and stab those people and do all of that, you better your gloves. How are you? There's
the
not a
action too.
glove
It's
in that
like
room that has any mixture.
No.
you're not thinking about being Mr. Clean, and
And that's the thing. When you said that about the cleanup stuff, that's been bugging me, a lot of us actually, but that's been bugging me because with the whole law enforcement angle aspect to this was in my opinion, a very detailed cleanup. It has to be. There's no footprints leading from Xana's room out the hallway. There's nothing here.
Somebody
There's no
had time.
That's what I mean. Yeah, there's no transfer from third to second floor, from second to first floor, blah, blah, blah. They went through, in my opinion, this was somebody that knew what they were looking for specifically, okay?
Mhm.
We see this, we see that, we see this. This can't be here. This can't be there. That can't be over there. That can't be up there. It's got to be down here, blah, blah, blah. Took the time. Here's the 8-hour, folks, okay? Took the time and went through everything and made this very specific professional, I'll say professional in that aspect, cleanup of this scene, because there's no way that anybody that, like, okay, a frat dude or me or you or anybody else could go through this and just clean this up without and not missing something. It makes no sense.
And
So
then
I
they
agree
guard
fully
the
with
house and run through the house like shit, over and over and over. The police, how
Well-
they're just walking through it with,
I think the other thing with
Logan.
I talked to Scott Roeder and I asked him about like when Dylan wants to say that she came face to face with basically the person, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I said, what's the first thing that comes to your mind as to why wouldn't, the person take out, you've taken out for, and he said, because the plan, like this person was already, he said, if the person had already taken everything off and had everything back like on that they are going to be getting into like their car with.
Yeah.
If you're at that point where it's like, in your head, you don't have, what are you going to be changing into? Because so basically what how I took it was that person they didn't have a plan at that point. And so if you're going to take out Dylan, if in fact she saw him, you don't have another change of clothes. You're already in everything. You're exactly the way that you need to be to get into that vehicle. Okay.
You've already done that. You can't risk it again. I get it. Yeah.
And if you didn't
absolutely.
plan for
have
two
anything,
situations,
because like the first thing was like you said, like, and so this was before anything had come out in terms of any of the photos. Okay. And the lab work. Okay. And so now we have this lab work, right? And I'm like, okay, well, let's just insert what Scott Roeder said a little earlier. And so that would mean that he goes upstairs because it was targeted in terms of it was going to just be Maddie. Okay, let's just say that. Well, Kaylee was in there, right? Okay. But what are the odds that would have happened right after they're like shotgunning calls, but not just Kaylee, but Maddie does it, and Maddie's never done that. And the dog, supposedly, according to Bethany, the dog is lost, right?
Exactly.
Well, why do you think the dog was lost? Because could somebody have put the dog out on the balcony and actually slid over? Like why was you would need to actually really ask Bethany, like, what do you mean that? Because Dylan doesn't say anything about a dog being missing.
No.
And I think that, and so she doesn't know that Dylan said that, right? I mean, that Bethany had said that. So you'd want to try to, when do you last remember seeing Murphy? Where was Murphy? Like, they just don't do a good job about asking questions. So like, you got to see who's lying here, or if anybody is, you can just test these statements. And it just, to me, when Scott Roeder said what he said, and I'm like, that person had to have been changed after round 1 before they got to round 2, which I'm saying they're two separate, Yeah. Otherwise, it's multiple people unless you're doing what I'm saying. And I think that's, if you were on a jury, how would you take that? That makes way more sense, because how is the state gonna sell it to a jury that we have no idea why these two, how all these mixtures? I said we would always know the order based on the mixtures, okay? Because whoever you kill first, they're not going to have so and so's blood on them that were downstairs. You know what I mean?
No,
But
right.
there's
I know what you
still-
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, like you're gonna have that. Like you're gonna just. It's just the mixtures. If there's any mixtures with the people upstairs with any of the people that are downstairs, how do you explain that? You know, well, that's because the people downstairs were killed first.
Right. Right.
Okay, because the knife was used. So there's all this, and I just don't understand how people don't get it. It's simple science. It's simple. It's like math for me. You know, no, this crime scene is not equal 1 + 1 = 2. This crime scene is 1 + 1 = 9. It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense, and you have to. And if it doesn't make sense, there's no way that you're going to sell me that this was a one person show. I don't care. That doesn't mean that Brian Kober couldn't have been one of the people, because obviously his DNA somehow ended up on that sheath, right?
Yeah. And
But-
when you pick him up, he goes, "Oh, who else did you arrest?" You know, like just they didn't push shit.
I
Well-
think he thought his family was getting arrested, though.
That's what that. If that was
I think
said,
it's possible.
I don't know that
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 he
was
thought
said.
that.
Brian.
I think
hadn't
that if we
said
could
that,
hear it,
but-
we would know, because
Right.
we'd be able to ascertain that. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
So do
It's
you
a-
think the
I get
crime
it.
scene is like completely natural, like that all happened naturally, or do you think maybe something was like maybe some of male unknown DNA was placed there or to throw it off, or do you think it's like completely legit crime scene, or do you think there's some things that are not natural there to throw it off or placed
I
or
think, I
good
think it's not.
question.
I think it's not natural that four people are. I think it's not natural that four people are killed on the levels that they are. But the person's door that's right there, who says that they're opening and closing a door, and meeting and head on with the killer, and they're alive. No, they'd be dead.
Of course.
That's
it's
number.
the first door
That's
you would
number.
come
That's number
to.
one for me. Opening, and then the other thing is that the mixtures. So clearly something isn't that somebody just came into this house and I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm just gonna go from upstairs all the way down and just kill everybody that's in every room.
Right.
Because you understand that couldn't have been the plan, because Dylan wasn't killed. So you have to
Right.
throw that out. And I think that that's what the cops are like. This is clearly a targeted attack.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm like, or Dylan wasn't there, you idiots, and neither was Bethany.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
they did
That-
actually kill
that's-
everybody that was in the house. It's just those two girls were not there, and that's what it makes it. I don't think Eric Gower has anything to do with the crime. I think there's a potentiality that Dylan did go get in Eric Gower's vehicle, because he likes to pick people up like down at the end of where like 1127 is.
Yep.
Right.
So 1119. And so it's all these possibilities that they didn't close down. They left all these loose ends.
The
Right, what
210 text
you
and all that
doing?
stuff. Yeah. Right. I got you.
Oh, well, it just seems like that he, what interview was it? The way that he would just pick people up. He's like, it was his interview. He's like, I get sometimes confused who lives where, because when I pick people up, people could have walked down from that
Yeah.
house. They're just all in the same area. So if I pick up 2 or 3 people, doesn't mean that those are the 2 or 3 people that live like right in front of where I'm picking them up. It's probably like maybe one of the people that lives there, but the other people walked. And how Dylan could have walked is through, obviously, if you just go out the back door, the slider, and
Yeah.
you're going and you're walking
Mhm.
down the back to, that's how they always cut through, and you're going to get right over there. Like, why she's not going to run out the middle, and you're going to go how you normally go to your friend's house, through the back. Like, that's what they did all the time. So like, that's how she would have walked down and got over to where,
Jack.
yeah, well, like we're kind of Jacqueline's, but it's the house
Yeah.
that's like across from it where those people live.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
That's where he picked up people, like
Yeah. He
took-
loves that
took 2 or
cul-de-sac.
3 loads over there. Yeah.
He does his little 3-point turns and he backs up and he fucks around and he comes back
Mhm.
and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's
You know,
interesting.
I
Very interesting.
Uh-huh.
and
Interesting.
Do you think so you do think it's very probable, because it's been thrown around a lot, Lana, that they weren't there, and the only reason
Yeah.
why I've ever doubted that, the only reason I've ever said I don't know yet, is because
because I
Ian
haven't seen the
said-
data.
Yep.
Say again.
I have as soon as I see that data, I'll tell you if they were there or not.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
almost
big one.
Wondered
wanna
if
know-
that's why they're so active. Like, were they put someplace else and they're just fucking frantic, basically, and they're trying to have like something to keep their minds busy, and they know what's going on.
Can I share this screen really quick? If I can share this
Yeah,
piece.
of course.
So this is what Ann Taylor put in. You guys remember this when she was like, I'm going to be using some of these as exhibits?
Yeah, ma'am. Yep.
Okay. If I zoom in here, okay, look at this. This is the one that I think is right here. Okay. So that no Dell, right? Here he did so when she got him, Matt, to come on Nodell's video, so he does the overall house, then he does a video of the third floor, then he does the third floor again, then he does a third floor slowly, and and then he does, that's supposed to say Dylan 1, not down 1, but, and then Dylan 2, okay, and then Dylan 3, Dylan 4, okay, then this was Xana exit 2, okay.
Okay.
Xana exit. And then this is from kitchen. Okay. Then this is the hallway look around. And this is the hallway look around model, no model. So I think what this is going to be is about if you put a person in the middle right by where her door is. If you have somebody standing right there, it's just to show you how much of that area that they're taking up. Okay.
Right.
And that you would touch each other. You get what I'm saying? Like if you have two people, like that's what I think that's about, in my opinion. That's what the hallway look around with no. Then we get back to this, the video where Xana exit, or exit Xana. I mean, so let's think about that. And it's saying that there's up here is 1 or 2. Is this the 2? What's right there? 2.
Right.
Yeah. Exit 2 and exit, and there's not a number, so that'd be the first one. I'm so interested in this. These two right here, like the Xana exit 2. Very, very interested in that. Because the blood of Xana doesn't leave that. Where's Xana's blood?
Right.
Okay, like where's now where's Kaylee's blood in the house? Where's Maddie's blood in the house? Where's Ethan's blood in the house? And that's why I love that Pavarotti does certain things that with that focus. And then when I take that then mixed in with like when I'm doing like the movements of people, and then just you can just start eliminating things. Like this is just not possible. Like the probability of this is just astronomically like low. Like come on.
Agreed. Bob does great with that stuff. I agree with you. Yes.
So when I want to take my probabilities with certain things and then look at what the defense and how they were going about it. And then you get right here to Bethany, Dylan, Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana timeline.
Right.
And that's right between there and I think that's the one though. Yeah. They were going to take all of these people and put them all in a timeline and move their phones around with it. Like that's what Cy did in the most recent case that he did the Monica Simontelli case.
Yeah.
And if he's moving these people around based on people turning in like screenshots or their, applications and stuff like that, they have all of this mapped. And so they have everybody being mapped. And then they're also going to be showing these gaps, I'm sure, where like they just weren't on their device or whatever. And what devices are doing what and yada, yada, yada. You don't see the state even remotely doing anything like this, concerned about this, to the point that, but they were concerned that this needed to be done and could be done in 1:30 to 3 minutes. Like that's their concern. And it's like, the answer to that should be why and how did they know by November 21st that they needed that to be like that? And at first I thought it was because of what Dylan was saying, you know?
Yeah.
And then I said, no, they needed it. It's all about the number of people, because they need a reason right then on November 21st why they're not going to add other male unknowns to a database like CODIS. They wanted to keep certain things out of ever being saying like, we're going to put it into CODIS. And guess what's in CODIS? That's felons.
Right.
So
right.
why does the police, they don't want to be comparing stuff to felons, but it's okay if the sheath goes in though. Whatever we get off the sheath's going to be okay to do it.
Of course.
So think about that. Okay. Because it's like, but we need to just make sure that one person could have done this, and it's all about just one. And we need that to be right now, because it doesn't matter what Dylan could have seen who she saw, but that doesn't change the fact that Bethany, there wasn't another person that was doing whatever down on the first floor. You know what I mean? Like, just that one person that Dylan says that she saw, that doesn't mean that there was not other people there. And with the crime scene, the way that it was, you would be sitting in a room saying, great, okay, so Dylan saw this, but that doesn't mean that you know how they never asked Dylan? Well, did you only see one person? How many people?
Right.
Like, you don't ever hear any of that. Like, okay, so the person that you saw, they had this on, okay, and you only saw them once, you didn't see them again. Like, they didn't ask her any. It was just like, whatever she wants to say, and that's how we're leaving it.
That was it. Yes.
Not asking if it. Okay, was it the same voice? Okay, it was a voice you didn't recognize. Okay, did you, when you saw that
hear
person,
anybody
did you hear
else?
anybody else?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, did you think anybody else could have been downstairs? Was there multiple people in there? How many people were in your house that night after, Kaylee and Maddie came home? Did anybody else come over? Like, none of this stuff is being asked.
Or even, do you think, they could have even said it that way, or do you think there was anybody else in the house at that time? Is that possible to you? They didn't even go that direction at all, because they knew, I think, that it's a possibility she could have answered yes to that. That's just my opinion, of course. But Logan or Kim, do you have any thoughts on what she's just been saying here? Truly?
Yeah, I have a lot actually. Okay,
Go for
it. The knife sheath is literally on the edge of the bed. Now they want us to think that the one perpetrator covered up the victims. Well, if that's true, then wouldn't they see the knife sheath sitting there?
Yeah, I said that too.
Oh, okay.
I also think that you'd also, not only would you see the knife sheath there if you're messing around that type of way, I also think though that where it's at, remember, this person, in my opinion, based off of there not being any transfer, they got changed in that room. So they're gathering their belongings and they're putting them in something. That's what it looks like to me. Or you're putting something, or you're deciding to put more clothes on. Okay. Like, and then, so I think that there was significant time being spent in that room. Right. And then if you have a knife and now you need to put this knife away, you're just gonna put it in your pocket? No, you know what I mean? Like, no, you're gonna, where's the cover for it? Like, that's why at first it was like, oh, he didn't realize until, because he just had it in his hand and he gets to the car and he then puts everything in like a bag there, so he wasn't maybe thinking but it seems like there was some thought, because the person there's no transferring of any visitors. So I agree with what you're saying about the knife sheath where it's located. How do you not, like, I thought, how does it get there? I would expect it to be in the middle or wherever you're being in like more of a struggle with Kaylee, I would think, but it just.
Kim, any questions to add or anything?
Well, I'm trying to understand. So
you can take it down.
Keep going, guys. I'll be right back. Keep going.
Okay.
You're giving the scenario that if one person did this, but there's no, like, well, I guess there is. So there's transfer between Kaylee and Maddie on spots that are not in the room, correct? Where's their transfer?
There's just no mixture of the there's no mixture of either the two girls from upstairs being with one person from downstairs, even like there's just no blood mixture.
same room. So if it's one person, there would be a lot of cross contamination between Maddie and
How
Kaylee. I just don't think we see that.
there'd be a lot of the Maddie and Kaylee stuff. I think that
See it on the second floor.
yeah. Well, you see upstairs, yeah. It also depends on what they determined to swab in terms of like what they've tested to see these mixtures, but there's definitely none of this Xana or Ethan in no way, shape, or form have any mixtures with Maddie or Kaylee. And not just like their person, but even just like on the floor, on the wall, anything in Xana's room to be mixed, like even if it would be like a smudge from like my part of my shirt that smudged up against the wall, or
Right.
just there's just nothing. And so I'm like
my
how's that
point is
possible?
there's not even anything between Ethan and Xana. Like, yeah, their blood is underneath each other's fingernails, but I thought, like, my thought was like, well, that could be them just like grabbing onto something that was bloody from the other person or something like that. But so I
think there's mixtures as far as like their mixtures, like the blood being mixed.
between Ethan and Xana.
Yeah, I think there's that, and there's mixtures with Ethan or Maddie and Kaylee, but there's no both rooms, people's blood's mixed, but there's no blood of anybody else mixed with any of the person from that room.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, well, what about even just the person that was the perpetrator brushing up and hitting something like that would be on their own person that got bloody from, I'm on top of Maddie, then I get over and I'm on top of Kaylee, and what happened with Kaylee, there would be so much, in my opinion, blood on this person's gloves, hand, like that area. How do you, none of that would get onto anything in Xana or Ethan's attack in the second floor? How would that happen? And I just was like, they had to have taken these, whatever they were wearing, completely off, or somebody else did that. Like, there's just no, how does that transfer? The blood would transfer and be in that room.
So, right. And then think about that. You couldn't be attacking Kaylee and Maddie upstairs and Xana and Ethan downstairs listening to that, hearing that. Like, you would then whoever was attacked, if it's one person, the other two could not have been home at that same time because they would have heard it.
I exactly, in my opinion, I think that when Dylan says that the walls are so thin, you can hear everything.
Yeah.
And she doesn't realize that by saying that, like what she just did. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like, and these people are screaming, not like,
bingo.
This isn't a jump scare laugh, like after the fact, like, cause you got me, this is the people that were in, well, I think, what went on in Xana's room was an absolute like octagon. Like you're watching WWE meets, It's unbelievable. Okay. And I think that if I could see Maddie or Kaylee waking up to hearing like, and then I just don't think that they were there. I think that that's what makes the most sense is that Bethany has a lot. I mean, Bethany was like, I think I was here like for the most part that night. Like she's like, and then she wasn't when 911 is being called. She like, I don't know what she does. What it seems like she does is, it seems like her phone was being used, right? Did you guys pay attention to that when you know that she's not there?
And pieces out down the road.
Yeah.
Well, but I don't know. Is that her though? That's on the phone?
At
That's
the
a good
beginning?
point.
That's a good question.
You don't think that's her at the beginning?
Well, I was trying to determine that if it was her, if it was Josie, if it was
Yeah.
I know she's either the first call, she's either the first person, right? And passes it. But I could tell you this, that when that cop arrives, Mitch Noonan's, she is not in that driveway. Okay, she's not there. And she wasn't like, where was she? Because what she's wearing is all black pants, none of the flannel. She's got the all black pants on, and she's got the Tom Brady thing. And so
He
I
was
scanned.
standing across the street at the telephone pole by the stairs to the Whites. Is that exactly where she was standing?
Well,
I
that's
think
what
she
I
was gonna
thought
leave.
too, but I don't know. That's what I thought too. And I was like, well, where's Jenna?
She shows up in the video. You can see her showing up with the police at the same time, and she goes up and turns around and comes back as he goes inside the house, and then he comes back out, and that's when he says nobody leaves, and they were walking towards that together, right?
Yeah, but also what they do is after I said it like this. Let's say that she's at the telephone pole. When Noonan's comes back out and walks back to his trooper vehicle to get whatever, she's like at the Whites. She's somewhere else. She is not. She's not with them when they're all huddled up there. When he first walks over, like it's Jack Decor basically walks up. Bethany's not there.
Really? Okay. I thought she had sat
because
down.
it was the girl in the flannel pants. Because I was paying attention to all their pants, so I was like eliminating everybody, and I'm like, "Where's Bethany again?" Like,
I think she had blue shorts on, right?
no,
That's
No.
Emily.
that's
That was
Emily.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She had pants. She had black pants on from my what I remember, like sweatpants or something.
But even
Yep.
think about the 911 call for a minute. Like it was our understanding that that they were told get out, and call 911. But we hear the get out on the 911 call, so they're already on 911 when that happens.
They did it
Correct.
twice.
Correct.
It was done twice. Yeah. And real quick, I have a question I want to throw out there. Thank you, Moto, for that, brother. Appreciate that. It says, I wonder if there was any blood on the interior of the knife sheath, and they probably never looked, is what he said. Interesting. We'll get to that too, because that's another good question. But so what? Let me get back to where we were at because I lost.
Oh,
Go
sorry, I
ahead,
was, like,
Lana.
spinning. No. I wasn't doing anything. I almost fell back.
Oh my gracious!
Don't do that.
I literally hit the off button. I was like, "Oh my god!" I like literally almost bit it.
It's not
Sorry.
even
Don't
that
do
time
that.
yet.
You don't
You
want to be
have
calling.
to see the clip of me scaring the bejesus out of Dago the other day. Oh my god, we gotta send that to you.
Yeah,
He didn't know
That
I
was
was on
crazy.
camera, and I started talking, and he like. calmed down.
So it actually truly almost made me piss myself. But yeah.
Jesus Christ!
So what you're saying then is you think that because initially she's on the beginning of the 911 call, the very beginning, and then she's not, and supposedly Dylan's
that's her.
yeah.
And so
And then-
we've always said, we've always said, like, remember when Chief Fry says, and they've lied to us so much, right? And so they come out and they say that the call originated in the house, right?
Right.
Yeah, they seem like they were sure she.
Why would you be saying that?
Yeah,
Why are you coming out and why does that even matter?
it doesn't. I think
The
it
call.
would matter.
So then I thought about it. And I'm like, how ready? Remember when Dylan's like, we have to go. Come on, we have to go back over. Like we have to go over there. Like we have to go back. Like
We have to
she's
go
telling
up there is what she says. Up
Yeah.
there.
we have to go back up there, right?
Mhm.
Did she say back up there? Did she say we got to go in? Like however she's wording it, and Chief Fry's adamant to want to just say that the call originated from inside the house. So when he came out and said that, we just think whatever. Now with what I know, throw that out. No way. Just like they both were downstairs and didn't see anything. Same thing. To say that call originated from there, that's where it's just like, okay, well, where was truly Bethany? because where did the call truly originate from? Where was Bethany when whatever phone this is that dials 911, which we're saying it was Bethany's, right? Bethany's phone dials 911. And okay, well, where was she when she called 911?
That's what the issue is.
Well,
like
if she's not there, then it's edited because they're passing it around.
Well, they could be passing it around. They could be passing it around. I'm just saying, like, what if they're passing it around at like the
yeah, it's all
the white.
It's all so close.
What if they're passing it around in the middle of the street? What if they're, so it's just interesting to me that, because it kind of goes back to what you just said. I thought that it was like Hunter Johnson says, go call 911, go call 911. So how I see this is he then goes back in, and that's when he armed himself with a knife. Okay. So he goes in first, and he's like, get out, get out, get out. Go call 911. But then they all were like, we have to go back in because we're on 911. They want to know what's going, because nobody knows what to say. That's what, like, my big thing is. It's like, usually when you call 911, you're calling for a purpose. And so
and
what's the 911 call? Like, what are you requesting? Hey, we need an ambulance. We live at da-da-da-da. You don't understand that do you understand?
My roommate's not waking up. My roommate's passed out on the ground.
Like, what do you need? What type of help do you need?
Yeah.
And it's like when you call 911, you're supposed to know, like, why are you calling?
Yep. Might want to start CPR, huh? Before
Yeah,
you ask
of
for a
course.
fucking defibrillator. God damn.
So this body cam here, when you're saying this,
Yeah,
when he
this
gets
one.
out,
Mhm.
when he gets out, sorry, you guys, I didn't mean to interrupt you speaking. I'm gonna put this down just a tinge so we can see this go in slow motion. It makes me wonder. Okay. Yeah, I didn't slow it down enough. I'm sorry. As he turns to go to the back to grab the defibrillator, if you look right there, I always thought this was Bethany. Okay.
I always thought it was a person, but I don't think it is. I think so. See that person? I see how they don't have black pants on either.
There's no way that's a person.
Okay. And so I thought that it was just discolored. That's why I was like, I want to watch a JLR when he's back up there and he's getting yelled at by the flag guy.
Yeah, right.
Because I was trying to take a look at what the pole, if it just had, how it just looks like it's a dark spot or it's a person. But I said, either way, that person right there looks like they have lighter pants on if it was a person, and the blonde hair. Because I thought the same thing.
Well, she was wearing, what color was that shirt? I know it was the Tom Brady thing. Do you remember?
It was dark. It was dark. It was dark. It was like that new tight female one that's like the black.
And then she had some green like sweatpants on.
You see her when she's getting out of the blanket.
Right. Okay.
So like that person right there, I was able to rule her out for being that person because of the bottoms.
The pants. Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if we go forward, let me get back to where he comes back out the door.
Mm-hmm.
1 minute here. And we all see.
So see this right here? I took everybody's pants and I wrote them down. So when you're walking up, you have the blue is, what's her name? Emily.
Emily, Josie, Dylan, and Lyndon, right?
That's Lyndon, yeah. And then there's, and then Hunter Johnson's up.
By the door, yeah.
Well, yeah, he's by the door.
He's in the doorway, I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so see where like all these people are standing right here, just
right.
Versus, okay, so they're all right here. What's her name doesn't have any shoes on? Dylan.
Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so yep.
Sorry. And then he goes into the house.
Yeah, and then when they come back out.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go to is when he comes out the door and says, nobody's leaving, first and foremost, all that fun stuff.
Oh, you know what? I can give you the timestamps because I have my Noonan mock trial stuff right here.
Right. Awesome. Okay.
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Now, this is them coming back out.
Yeah. So see, you have again.
Oh,
That's
shit. You're right. The pants look different. Completely
so like
different.
yeah. So like none of them are that. Like that's not who that is. And now watch this.
That's Bethany, and holy shit.
We keep going.
She's waiting for Jenna.
Wait a second. Though. Wait for this to turn around really quick
Right.
because it's the person has baggier sweatpants, and she had tight.
Like leggings. She
I
had on
believe.
like leggings or something is what I would call them because they're more close
Yeah.
fitting or
So if you
whatever you
grab
call it.
crime scene tape, and then right there, see, okay, and go ahead.
There's Jenna.
Look, keep
I'll be
going.
damned.
And that's
Wait,
I'll be
that's
damned.
Bethany?
no, that's not Bethany. It's not. You see her?
So-
See her sandals?
Yeah, they're
Mhm.
Birkenstocks.
Yeah. Okay. So back up just a little bit more.
Who are these two people?
If you just, yeah, right
on.
there. So
Yeah, those are Birks that she's
I-
wearing.
yeah. Now, if you when you go to her interview when she's standing out there, so go ahead and go to when he calls her over.
That's definitely the same person.
If you go back a little bit more, keep
Is
going.
this Dylan
It's-
or is this?
Keep
No,
going.
this is-
Yeah, keep going backwards because she's gonna get out of the.
The blanket.
Okay, keep going just a little bit more. Okay, so what I originally always thought is you see those two girls that are all right there.
Yeah.
You know, it's the white girl with. Now press play from there.
Okay.
Is that Jenna?
Watch what happens here.
I thought.
Hang tight.
Do you want the audio on too, or no? Do we?
No,
not
no,
need
no,
it?
no, no. This is perfect. You see how? Okay, so the girl that's gonna be still wrapped up. Let's see
Yeah.
when she gets out of it.
So there were three of them in that blanket?
Well, because there's the girl with the plaid pants.
Right.
They
Okay,
just knelt down.
Hey, Bubbly.
and so it's gonna be right.
This is what Bubbly's saying the
Okay.
same thing. Bethany wasn't there.
See the girl right. I want to see what happens if right there.
Right here.
Well, we're gonna see that it's not gonna be that girl. It's gonna be the girl next to her right there.
Right. Okay.
And let's see what happens here.
Why do they have
'Cause
to
this
blur
is-
these faces out?
It's because for this,
Ridiculous.
it is. It's ridiculous. We already know who everybody is.
So now he's gonna go
Backward.
walk back over to. He was about to do something, and then he gets. Now he's gonna grab her. Now he's gonna say, who else lives here?"
Yeah. Right.
And then now she's gonna. The person should emerge. Okay, that's Hunter. That just came up now.
Hunter and Hunter. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Who's this down here?
And well,
That look. Wait. Hold on, Lana. Look at this person's pants right there. That looks like the person that was standing by the pole when he got out of the vehicle. The pants look the same. I mean.
mhm. Well, the thing that's always weird with me with the Hunter stuff is that where's his phone?
Yeah. Right.
You know, remember that it was like here. Where Hunter Johnson is going to be calling Maisie because she's like, "What do you want? Like, why are you calling me? Why do you keep blowing
Okay.
me up?" You know.
I just realized this. I didn't realize this. Okay. Right. This person, whoever this is, those pants look like the person that was standing by the pole when Nunez arrived. Okay.
'cause
Those are
they're
the same
baggier.
damn pants.
So we'll see when that person. It's just.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just.
Oh no,
noticed
you're
that.
good. I just want to see the see her shoes really quick
Welcome, Bubbly.
because what I want to show you is these Jesus sandals.
The
You
Birkenstock.
call them,
Yeah,
you call them Birks, but
yeah, I call them Jesus sandals
Those are the
too. But
Jesuses.
Birks,
I can't
right.
stand those things.
I used to wear them all the time back in the
Oh,
day.
I
jeepers,
have a
Joey.
pair.
Well,
it's like he was about to start saying and doing something, and then it's like,
I am blown away right
see
now.
see how the person's arm, like this, you could see her forearms
Yeah.
for a second there. Okay, so this is where he gets,
Maybe it's going too slow. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that.
no, it's when he's gonna separate to get her out of the blanket,
These two. Yeah.
and so they point,
Mm-hmm.
and then
You can see the hair. See the pants?
well, I don't even
sorta-
know. That might be a guy that actually came up right there, or
Yeah,
or Maisie that came right there. So she opens it up to say, okay, now she's gonna let her come out,
Right.
and lets her, and then this is where she's gonna open
Show
up that
the
blanket
feet.
again.
Show the feet. Damn it.
Jesus, will they just show them?
I just want to see how
She doesn't look blonde.
her
Yeah.
pants are tight or not, because
Well,
they never show her feet again when he doesn't look down.
I don't even know. I wasn't ever paying attention to, except for that one time.
Because all that mattered to me was when I found out that there was a jersey party.
Right.
She's wearing the jersey, so she never changed. What she's wearing right now, right there. See Patriots?
Yeah, that
Okay.
was her version of a jersey, right?
Yeah, for the party. And do you understand that means that she did not change? She is in the same clothes. Okay, which a couple things here. You can have the walk of shame where like the next morning you're coming because like from wherever you're coming from.
Of course.
But if you slept in your own bed, then I highly doubt that that's the outfit that you would have on
I agree.
at noon.
Yeah.
Okay,
Especially-
you
Very
know,
good point.
you would never why would you ever go to sleep in that outfit that you
Yeah.
wore out?
I was watching Big Daddy and whatever the fuck. She
But
seemed pretty comfy.
That
At some point.
Patriots, when I found out that it was a jersey party, I said, holy shit. I said, oh my
No.
God, this is the outfit that she was wearing at the party.
Good
Because
point.
that was like, it was a jersey. Yeah, it was considered a jersey party. So she picked the
So
Tom
weird.
Brady t-shirt that she had. And that's the outfit that she was wearing. So she, when she came home, she never changed, or
She never came home.
never came home.
Never came home.
I got you, and I can't see these girls not. Well, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
And it's just like, it's for her not to. I just want to know if she has a bra on. Wait, is this? Wait, what part is this?
That's Dylan.
That's Dylan.
Oh, did you move it? Did you go back further?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to see if I can see her feet in any of this at all.
Oh, yeah, and see, like Dylan's wearing the same thing. Like she has on her jersey that she
Phoenix.
wore, which
Yep.
is So they're both in the same outfits. That if you were to produce pictures of them that night, where
Right.
they were, like everybody should they went out with the people. So it's like,
Yeah.
was she wearing that? And so it's
There's
like, what
no
are these?
out
Both of these girls didn't change their clothes
Yeah.
before they went to sleep,
I don't think that's a
or
typical
is it,
female thing.
or is it more feasible that these girls came home and witnessed what they witnessed?
And
When they,
left again. Right.
But who's gonna say they were there when they weren't? Like, is there,
Wh-
or
what
do
do you
they
mean?
have, like, if they weren't there, why would they say we were here all night?
Well, because you're putting the timeline of when this happened.
Putting it together.
Like you're
But why
We
lie?
Well-
why lie about the fact that you saw somebody with a mask on?
Like why
Or-
lie? Why pretend like you were there if you weren't?
Well,
Why would
because
you-
if you're
wouldn't you
talking
wanna
about
just say
plotting
it
and
wasn't
planning, it was about. I mean, this is hey, we're coming up with a story, right? And this is why you didn't know. All I'm saying is that what it looks like to me is I would just like to know if they had like a little radius around this house, around this area, and from my understanding, that's not how they assumed that these people's devices were where they were supposed to be or whatever. Because if you have like this little radius, if you're doing it like how they did with John O'Keefe, okay,
Yeah. How close were they to the house?
Picture doing that with around here, okay, and where that would actually overlap or wouldn't with the house next door, the whites across the street,
Yeah.
like what
So
type of
could
radius
they-
are we talking
yeah.
about?
Could that what's the general radius that the phone would show connecting to this area if they're in this, maybe they are in this building right here?
Well, also were
Okay.
they on like Wi-Fi? Were their phones on Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Remember that
Hard doesn't reach.
you know that Bethany's iPad is like the big part here where it's like Bethany's iPad has information or lack thereof that says that it's contradicting of what she whatever I shouldn't say testified to what she
Yeah,
said.
right.
Her iPad is not indicative of using the iPad to watch, what was it,
Big
Daddy.
Yeah. Big Daddy.
So I just think that I've always said that about Dylan's charge. If you go into Bethany's room, where's Dylan's charger? It should be plugged into the wall or down.
She has two of them showing in her bedroom in the photographs. Dylan does.
No, not
So-
Dylan. Bethany's room.
Right,
Bethany-
but what I was saying was when she says, "Oh, my phone's gonna die,"
Mm-hmm.
I'm screwed or whatever like that. There's two chargers. There's one on the floor and one in the drawer. Why didn't you plug your phone in? That's why I didn't believe that statement.
Well, I believe it could be like, oh fuck, my phone's about to die. I can believe that. But it's like when you go down to Bethany's room, you would be bringing a charger with you down there. And so when I scoured Bethany's room to look at where you'd be sleeping, right, laying in there, you have to have your phone. Everybody does it, like you put it into like the wall, and then you're using like the cord so that you're wherever you're sitting or laying, like you have to have your phone plugged in. Where's her charger that she took down into Bethany's room because she was on her phone all night and all morning? You're not doing that on no battery. And so nowadays, what you can tell with these things is you can tell when somebody turns their phone like sideways, up, way down, if it's plugged in, when it becomes plugged, takes out, like all that type of stuff, all those artifacts.
Yeah.
And so did they do that with these? Were they
They could have shared a charger if they both had iPhones, but here's the thing, okay? She was on her phone all night. Dylan was, and she's the one that said her phone was going to die. She had to have plugged it in somewhere, okay? So why didn't she plug it in her bedroom? If she was in her bedroom, she had two chargers there, is what I was saying, which made me wonder, was she away from the house when she said my phone's going to die? She couldn't plug it in anywhere. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry if I didn't say it right.
I was trying to fit that in myself.
Yeah, no, I why are you even texting that when you have a charger right there?
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
If you're right there where you're saying you are, in your own bedroom, there's one on the floor, there's one in the drawer. All you had to do is plug it in, and that's what made me believe possibly. That's when I started to think that maybe she wasn't there. You know what I mean?
Did she say, remember when the text was like, come to my room,
Yes,
run down here now? Is that how it's said? Like, is that
And-
verbatim?
That's exactly where I was just going, down here. But something was then mentioned about the door, but I think that was in Bethany's interview where she said, "Oh, well, I left the door unlocked." But what was Dylan's exact words? Or whatever. You know where I'm going.
Well,
That
also
was
Dylan's
bad
room
backwards.
has all that stuff on her bed. Like nobody's laying in a bed when you have. So did you see the pictures when we can actually see Dylan's room and it's like, okay, Dylan's light is on, okay, and so if Dylan has never re-entered that room,
Right.
how that room looks is how she would have left it come 4:27 4:26
Right.
in the morning, okay.
Yeah.
And that light, so the light was on, and look at all of the shit that's on her bed. You could have
Oh,
not
yeah.
been laying on that bed, and that light was on. And so it's like, so after you saw the masked man, right? You were so freaked out. First you say you ran downstairs, but no, you ran into the room. Then you shut the door, okay, and you locked it. And you what your light was on, your light was off. At the end of the day, you somehow, some way, you decide to turn your light on, right? And now you're going to make a run for it, right?
Right.
And you decide that, oh wait, before I should make a run for it, let me just throw a bunch of shit on my bed.
That's ridiculous. I agree.
like
yeah, I
all the shit
fully
that's
agree.
on the
That's
bed.
just ridiculous. It's insane.
And then I leave the light on, right? And every single light on in that house is on. Okay. And we all know
Right.
the difference of like when your house is like dark, come on, we can get scared, like versus if like every light's on in the house, right?
Yeah.
In this situation, every light's on, every twinkle light's on, every little light is on. And she said that she was able to see that it was Xana was on the floor. She only had her under, like, you know, she just had how she
Yeah.
was dressed. She knew about it. But guess what? Hunter tells us at the door when he went up there that he had to open up, like the door was closed. So he had to like,
partially closed.
open it up. And it was enough that, like, so you wouldn't have seen Xana if the door.
Yeah.
even if
That's
the
what
door
I've been saying.
closed.
Yeah.
And at
You know?
some
Especially-
point, isn't that why they called Hunter? Because somebody couldn't open the door?
That's what Christy said. Yeah. She said that to DT, but I don't know that
Yeah.
that's even remotely
Oh, that's where
true
that came
anymore.
from?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. Show the damn shoes. No, I've argued that, Lana, from the beginning that there's no way I thought that she could have ran past that hallway that led to Xana's room and looked and saw that. I don't believe that. I've never believed that unless she walked into the damn room herself. But if the door's partially shut, like he said it was, she couldn't have seen that. I just don't see how. I think that's a lie.
Well,
Unless she went in there.
my sources said that multiple people were going to be testifying in this case from the defense that the two surviving witnesses never went to sleep that night.
Right.
So there you go. I gave you guys a nice, and there is multiple people that said that they were going to be testifying that the two surviving roommates never went to bed. And well, take a look at what they're wearing.
Bethany and Dylan both claimed that they saw Xana when they went to the top of the stairs. That was the claim when they made that statement. That's all that was ever stated, though. That's based on.
I care about the statement of like when you're running downstairs to
Yes.
the
Exactly.
going down to the first floor that you were able to see. That's the only statement I ever cared about was Dylan saying that she saw Xana when she left her room to go downstairs. And I think that that's rather interesting considering that Hunter is saying the door was closed.
I agree. And I do struggle. I'm not, all due respect with what you're saying. I fully do agree, that it's very plausible with what you're saying. Of course, the only thing I'm struggling with, like I said, I think it's been said by Kim, even said it too. Unless they were forced to say they were there, that they were in the house when they weren't, to help to create this narrative. I don't know what they could gain from it is what my thought was on that. That's the only struggle I've had with this, because I've wondered if they were in the house or not in the house. Based on what Ann said, they were in the house, but like you just said, does the Wi-Fi reach extend to the Whites possibly, and they were at the Whites, or they were at Ava's place over here, or something like that, or next door at 1112 for all we know. I don't know that, but
Or in their vehicle.
yeah.
In a
is it-
vehicle. I mean,
is
it's
that
just
possible?
I think Ann Taylor left off on the ticket. Everything that Bethany was doing in that morning, you know how it's just like we see all of Dylan's stuff of what she was doing with the internet or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
There's nothing with Bethany.
yeah, I think that she left that out on purpose. Because Bethany claimed that she had just woken up right before they called you, like meaning like the police. If that's what she says, like we had just woken up right before we called you, meaning the police. And it's like, okay, so she took her Advil. She goes back to sleep. So she slept in her room then from, I don't know, 7:30, whatever time it was, 8 o'clock, whenever she talked to her dad. And then she doesn't wake back up until 11 40 when she calls Jenna back, because Jenna texted her at like 11:21, and then she starts texting with the other one and blah, blah, blah. But what I think is interesting is that they all claim that they called the roommates and that they were texting and calling that morning, and nobody was, answering that morning. Bethany's phone doesn't call anybody. Bethany's phone doesn't text anybody. Bethany's phone makes 0 attempts to call any of the roommates.
Right.
And it was only what's her name? Dylan that texted both
but
ones.
Dylan's, go ahead. You're right.
That's a blatant lie. I don't know why you're saying that you tried to call your roommates when you didn't.
Agreed. And I think it came from Christy or Olivia that there was no call to Kaylee's phone either, but that's irrelevant. The point I was going to make is when we looked through this, me and Logan on a panel one night were trying to figure out why this was registering. The phone calls were registering at 0.00. Well, we did everything you can do to make that happen by calling each other back and forth, so on and so forth. She didn't try to call anybody. She dialed the number so it would show up in her phone and then hung up. That's all she did, and wasn't smart enough to realize you have to let this roll through a little bit for it to register. It never did. So I'm just saying, you remember that night we did that, Logan. So
yeah, it doesn't make any sense, really.
No, so that's another thing I think was absolutely a joke.
Because even if the voicemail picked up, you'd get a certain amount of seconds.
The only way you can tell how if a call connect, you have to have who's ever the incoming person. So for the record with that, are you talking about Bethany's side of things?
Didn't she say she accidentally FaceTimed somebody?
I think.
I'm just saying you have to use the person, whoever's the incoming person, you have to go off of their phone records if you want to be able to accurately state if somebody answered a call, if voicemail picked up, because you can't go with the outgoing person. So Dylan's phone records and Bethany's phone records would nowhere near be as accurate as the incoming person's. And that's what anybody would ever tell you if they were to testify in the stand. So because you can't tell from the outgoing person if the voicemail picked up, which made it so that you had the time on it, or if you actually talked to somebody. But the person that picks up the call, on their end, it's either going to be a missed call, right? Or because it's still going to be always a missed call for you, even if your voicemail picks up, right? But you get that missed call, and it's not going to show up in your call log.
That's what I'm saying.
Like the records, like the actual your phone records that you get from like AT&T, you don't get a list of missed calls. You just get if you answered it. So
yes,
that's how they use. I was just trying to explain that Dylan, both of these people know, meaning Ann and the state. Okay, they know the most accurate phone records are going to be who's ever receiving the call. And so I think it's hilarious that nobody to this day has ever talked about any single person that has passed away in this case, that was murdered in this case. Not a single person from the state or the defense has mentioned their phones.
Right. And real quick to clarify something I said. When I said irrelevant, I meant irrelevant to what I was talking about, not to the case. It was irrelevant to what I was trying to speak about. That's what I was talking about. Not irrelevant to the case. Yeah, it was about the subject I was on at that point where I was going with it. It had no meaning or no basis to what I was trying to explain. So my apologies if that came out wrong. Where was I at now? Or where were we at? Oh, Logan.
She had a good question.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so they want us to believe that we can hear a whimper and a thud on the 1112 camera. How come we can't hear anyone's phones ringing if she's calling everybody? You mean to tell me that everybody had their phone on silent?
No, I don't believe that.
The whimper and the thud didn't come from 1112. I mean 1122 King, because you have to be outside to hear anything like that. The phone, like 1112, has proven that.
So that's just another thing that the police, like out of all the sounds we hear, all this on this camera, that's what they picked out to focus on.
Well, the Ring camera, where's all the people that are actually inside the home that has the Ring camera? Where's all their voices?
Yeah. I've asked that myself.
Do you
And
think
then they
were-
leave.
Do you think they were interviewed?
Yeah, the one girl, her name's PC. She was interviewed very briefly. And then I don't know any of the people that lived in that house.
Oh my gosh.
And if they were
So-
interviewed, it was from
When the cop had his body cam on and just went up to the porch and was talking to them. That
yeah,
interview?
like
yeah. They should have been called
that should have
into
been FBI.
places, right?
Yeah,
what
it's like
was-
who,
did any
it's
of
like
these
who are the people that live there?
house?
What you should be asking them what they heard that night.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed, fully. And then they
Yeah.
leave at 3:00 in the morning and don't come back till 5 something without their vehicle. Why did they leave? Okay. Where did they go and why did they leave? And I wonder, I thought when I watched them leave in the video that they left so that they didn't have to be there to hear what the hell they were hearing, possibly. That was my opinion, but I'm
They
just
had at
saying.
least 4 bedrooms that like faced that direction. of the house.
Right. The bath or their kitchen faces that, like the back door and this and that and everything else. There's no way in hell they didn't hear something, is all I was saying. So,
Yeah. 1,000. I think that if they're going to do all these trial runs, and why aren't we putting people in a house streaming? And then you guys go in that, like, use the 1112 camera, set it all back up, start streaming at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
seeing what that picks up. Take Murphy out, do the dog barks outside, like. Where's the body cameras of you guys doing these tests? Like, I think
there aren't.
you'd want to be. It's curious. You'd want to. Hey, they want us to just believe that everybody was just sleeping and was attacked, and then you look at Xana's room and you're like, yeah, okay, that's not the case. So let's. Nobody heard this, and it's just like, well, yeah, I think that Bethany did. It's. Something was heard that Bethany's calling, but now here it is though. Bethany's calling Dylan, and then she's not calling Xana or Ethan. She calls Dylan, whatever they talk about. Then Dylan goes off and calls people. Then Dylan calls Bethany back. And I thought it was this wild to say, I have no idea what we talked about on the phone right out the gate to Gooch. Like, I have no idea what we said to each other on those phone calls.
Yeah, but I think Gooch had her number. I think she knew that was bullshit. Honestly.
But like,
Did you ever look into if the Whites had a camera?
I couldn't get past when I was trying to zoom in back in the day. You couldn't. They had no property that had the cameras. I didn't know if people had like rings, so I couldn't see anybody like back then. That was the only time that I tried any of that before like Google, changed the way they were allowing us to look at this area.
Right.
I have
Now-
to go find like, that old stuff, but
That's so wild to me. You would think that whoever owned that building would have cameras on it like the other
When-
ones. I don't know.
When Rory went to this area and he was live, and I streamed him live. Okay.
okay.
There was.
Danny.
I'm glad that we were on this already because I can show you. I swear there was 2 cameras over here. Whether they were up and running, I don't know. I'm telling you, he showed us there was one here,
Mhm.
somewhere in this vicinity on this blue house. Okay. And there's one up. I don't know if it's going to show it. Hold on.
But if you look at the evidence list, there
Wrong
are
way.
a couple places like they list the 1112 camera, but then there's another spot where it says King Road cameras.
Right. There's another one over here somewhere too that was connected to.
I know what
think
you're talking
it's
about.
this building. Yeah, there's one on this building here. If you see my cursor, and one over here. Okay, there were 2 other cameras that he pointed out to us. Were they up and working? I don't know, but I wanted to find when Jules started looking for these other cameras. Then I was expecting these to pop up. They didn't. So,
Just have a feeling that they do.
and
have
you
one.
were there too, right, Lana? When you drove out, you were down there.
Yeah, but it was. They didn't. At that point, it was. After this happened, people did a lot of things to like improve.
Of course.
We're gonna get cameras. The ones I thought was interesting was the people that got the cameras And like I said, it was after the fact. The people. It was a couple months later. Man, it was like I talked to the kid, and I was like, "Why were you saying that you thought that it was fake cops?" You know.
Yeah.
And he's like, "My
The
dad wanted me to go
Mansfield.
down." Yeah, it was like, oh, God, when was that? And I
See,
asked him, I
Tom-
was like, will you send me your Ring camera? And he gave me all of his film, and I was like, wow. He's like, yeah, they came all the way in our stuff, and that's why I thought they were fake cops. And it was like they didn't even come to the door. I don't know what they were looking for. And he's like, they were trying to say that my alarm had gone off. I'm like, I don't even have an alarm. And I was like, wait, what? And that's when it was like, what came about?
Who was that again?
The guy that lives next to the shark house over here, to the left, like of that house.
Yeah.
I was trying to see why cops would have gotten dispatched there, and he said they tried to say that my alarm sounded off, and so like they, the alarm people then called the police and they like dispatched them out, and the kid's like, I don't have an alarm, and that's why he thought that these guys were fake cops. And so I said, wow. And then I was like, well, that's interesting. Like, you don't have an alarm. That's what they told you, that was the reason they went there. So what's that all about? Like, that's a lie.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That
I've talked
is
to a lot
wild.
of these kids in the area. Hey, they're the ones that told me that they never put two and two together, that we all knew before 911 knew, but we didn't know that we're not sleuths, or we didn't realize that it was even a big deal, or but then when you realize stuff and you sit back and you look and you're like, oh wow, yeah. And that's why I was just like, well, was it just a couple minutes? Like, are we talking an hour? Are we talking 2?
Sure. What's up, Mark B? I forgot this too. Earlier, Tomboy had said something about was asking what your thoughts were about the fact that the two undercover guys that were working that night, Tesdo and Rosenthal, driving around circles, so on and so forth. Why that never showed up on any camera footage? What your thoughts were on that, if any at all?
What was that last part? Which one?
If what your thoughts were about the fact that they were making all these circles and that supposedly, it never shows up on any camera footage. What your thoughts were, if any at all, on that?
2 things. They were going to try to claim to be the vehicle that was making the loops, because that would be probable.
Right.
They needed somebody to say and claim that they were this car, in case they don't like it. If the killer is on foot, okay, and the person that's making the loops is going to give that person probable cause. Okay, so if the killer's on the foot because they think it's Jack Showalter or Jack Decor, okay, we need somebody to like step in right now and claim these loops. And that's why I just want to know the true timeline on some of that. But we know that they didn't make it. We know that those cops did not make any loops. Okay, what we should be asking ourselves is, why would they ever write a police report and insert, like, who asked them to write that police report? Who asked them to write that police report? And that it would be part of this case file. Like,
interesting.
It's definitely a good point.
They wrote it so early on. Like, and it was like,
there was a lot of stuff that was already
tell us what
planned
you
out.
did that night. Like, you guys weren't even
Right.
asking people that are suspects here where they were and what they did, but you want these dudes to, hey, lay out some shit. Why? Usually that would have come from like the defense finding
Right.
out that they were out and about, and they didn't write any reports, and that would have come up maybe down the road. But here and then you come to find out that they lied about it. Just like he lied about what time he started certain things. What time he left the area to clear out for the minors in possession. You guys, they had nothing in their hands. They had nothing in their hands. Why
That's
are
a
you
good
stopping
point.
them again? They're not carrying. They didn't have book bags. They had nothing in their hands.
The only one that had anything in his hand was Saeed, and that was the two
And that was
cans.
after
He
the
was,
fact.
yeah, after the fact, right? So
Like,
he
what are you
had
doing?
already seen and yelled at those guys as they took off. Right? Good point.
I think that there's no way that a task force was only 2 people. There'd be potentially 2 other people. They clearly didn't make the loops. They said that they made that loop right before they, what was it? Got to those kids. Well, clearly that didn't happen. So, what do you?
Yeah, you know, and that's
They were trying to claim to be that car.
And if these kids are all talking about, it seemed like they carried backpacks with 30 packs on the fucking regular,
Right.
and these kids are just chilling, strolling across the fields. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
And then to this day, where are their interviews about this crime? Where
Thank
are their
you.
interviews talking about, hey, we saw that you guys got stopped by the police at this time, okay?
yeah, where
Were you
going?
coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go afterwards?
Right. And then you see the runners go running by while they're being stopped, detained, and talked to, which has never been dealt with, in my opinion. But yeah,
I think I
there's
know
that
who
too.
that is now because they just what was one of the kids that got interviewed and said his that he left and got home. It was one of the Sigma Chi kids that we just listened to. It'll come to me.
Oh, one of the new interviews. Yeah. I got you. Trying to remember.
John or Wesley or Kelvin
Conrad,
or Conrad. Who's the other one?
Cobley.
It was the kid that said he went to his girlfriend's birthday party over in WSU, and then they find out he's like, oh, where'd you sleep? Yeah, I came back. Like I came back to Moscow. He doesn't say there's Van Leuven. Next
Mason.
topic. Yeah. And so he doesn't ask him like, oh, what time did you come back? How'd you get back? Did you take an Uber? Did you know what I mean? Like, was it just you that came back? Where'd you park? Like nothing. How about, why aren't you asking what vehicle? This should be everyone's like, what vehicle is Adams? He gets done working at the corner club at what time? What vehicle is Adams that he came back after the corner club and parked it and got out and went into the house? What vehicle is Adams?
Yeah. What time
ask
did
him
Adam
what
say he got home again?
They never asked him what time. Anything. They didn't ask him any of those questions.
I thought that came out somewhere that he said he was home by, or no, it was somebody else that said that. It wasn't him. It was
3 something. Because I think you had talked on this, Lana, that you can't close. You had run a bar before, owned a bar, and you couldn't close down. And no, this was the Buffalo Wild Wings. I'll just shut up.
Oh yeah, the Buffalo. But I'm
Yeah,
saying for
yeah.
him, Adam said Adam was working that night, and the Braden kid said that Adam was working as well. So it's like,
I thought they said Adam stayed with his girlfriend that night. I swear I heard that too. There's so much of this shit.
I
that's
thought he said he
crossed over.
walked her.
wait, what?
I thought Adam said he walked with his girlfriend from the bar because she didn't leave with.
How did he get
went
to work?
the bar with the girls, but she didn't leave with the girls. Right?
Yeah. So how did he get to work that night? As I would ask, I just would want to know, like, where was his car?
Yeah.
That
Right.
black fancy Jeep is the Jeep that apparently Enon said he saw that night. Is, I guess, Adams.
Well, I think the car that he's talking about that was never around, it was like an SUV, and I think that he's referring to the Explorer. That's just my take.
Enon, you talking about the thing, Enon? Okay. They asked him that though, didn't they? Or I can't remember. I think she did. Lauren.
Where's an interview with him? Like a actual interview
With
They
Enon?
didn't- yeah.
Mhm.
They didn't do one.
Just
Exactly.
yours, girl.
They didn't. No, they
exactly.
didn't. You and what's her face did that. And I thought one of you guys asked him if it was that, and he said, "No, I think I'd remember if it was a Ford or something like that."
Come on, Dago. Do his laugh real quick.
We just went over him again the other night, and I was messing with it because I can't handle his laugh.
He wasn't under a gag or anything, so anything he says doesn't have shit to do with anything.
The reason
why did PD not interview him ever? If he had a subpoena for the first trial date, whatever it was, why did nobody?
The only thing he was subpoenaed for was by Ann Taylor.
Right.
And it was for the preliminary hearing.
Exactly. But I would still think that they would have interviewed him. PD would have, because he was a witness, supposedly, that lived in the building next door.
They
right?
knew that they were not going through. They knew they weren't doing a preliminary hearing, though. That's how sneaky the state was. They knew that was never happening. That's why,
sense.
for Ann Taylor, I don't know why she allowed it to wait for why they would agree to in 6 months we'll have a preliminary hearing. And I think that that's something that she'd really love to have back, like that right there.
I got it.
I just when I went back to pull out this supplemental about doing like the timed runs. It blows you away that you do the time run, okay, on November 21st, 2022. Do you know when this report was written? July 26, 2023. So for the record, we have no idea if this was even done, because when they say that it was done, let me see because Ann Taylor asked, "Did you record yourself doing this?" And he said, "No."
Yeah.
Like there's no you weren't wearing a body worn camera. You didn't have any type of a camera, but you have all these people there with you, Payne and Talbot. Okay. And you do this, but you don't. So I took that date and I was like, guess why they did this? Because of what they knew that something had to have just happened right before that, where you're claiming Ann Taylor was probably going to be claiming something.
Yep.
Because this wasn't entered as a report until July 26, 2023.
Was the move along fabrication. They
did a lot of that kind
points
of stuff.
that they just were like, oh shit, we got to do this. We got to do this. We got to make a point. We got to make a date.
Why didn't they fingerprint Jack until the summer of 25?
Oh, because he wasn't talking to them. I could tell you that. He wasn't talking to them anymore. He had lawyered up because they were coming after him, obviously. Yeah. But they had gone to him. That's what Ann should have asked for, is all communications with him. They had to explain to him, listen, if you don't, you need to help us out here. We know that it's not going to be you, okay? But they're going to be able to use this at trial and say X, Y, and Z because we don't have your fingerprints. You get like that. You get what I'm saying? So they needed his cooperation with that. And so they had to work that in. And Ann Taylor should be asking everything about how they went to Jack D and what was said. Because that should be, it's like an interview. It's like anything. Like you're supposed to be.
Well, why do you think they didn't fingerprint him in the very beginning, though? Like, especially if he was like the first.
He lawyered up.
So they can't fingerprint him?
No, you need it. Like, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, like when they first took him down to the state, I mean, after that
like roll his prints and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need a search. You need a warrant for that. I mean, they could try to take something that he would have touched, but.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. They started asking people for their fingerprints and stuff like that. Again, that was down the road because Ann Taylor was honing in on all of the, who did these prints belong to? Who opened up the door and who, because they weren't Brian Kohlberger's prints.
Yeah. No, agreed.
And it's like, you better find out whose prints these are. That's somebody that's coming in and out of that house, right? A lot.
Yeah. Right.
And that should be there. And they MPD trashed the fuck out of that scene.
Oh my god, yeah.
I couldn't even believe, I thought the Brian Drew case was bad.
Yeah.
That's an understatement.
They were just walking, having tea parties in that.
Yeah.
You weren't going to get anything. Just
What
you
do
can
you
just
think
keep showing
about?
exhibits. You
Sorry.
keep saying like, what were you doing here? Like what? Like that's why where's my example
I
questions? Hold on.
just don't get that. Like, what is what's the motive for them doing that? Like, I can't believe it would be the whole entire police force.
Oh,
I
here you
can
go.
see
I
a
don't think
couple
it's the entire
officers
police
doing
force, right?
that, but it seemed like a lot of them. It seemed like a lot of them. So how do you make that happen and why?
How come Showalter, his interviews on the 16th, the one that you just brought out, Lana,
Yeah.
how is he saying that the media, like the news, is reaching out to him already when the grub truck footage didn't even come out till the 16th? So how would they even know who he is?
Well, because all those leaks that they have, that's the MPD/ISP people, and they're the ones that have the relationship with the media. And so it's like here, they always have this type of a conversation. Hey,
He also called him.
what can you give me? You know, like what can you give me? What?
Yeah,
who's
but
this-
what
who's
night
this-
was
who's
it that
this
he
dude?
called them? Remember that night? What night? Was it Monday night?
or
Sunday or
night?
Monday
Oh.
night? He called them incessantly until they called him back.
Oh, and it was we found out that remember Kaylee's family talked to It was at Creme, whatever.
Creme
And I think that's who reached out to them.
Too. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And it was who was it? Don't you think that you would have one of your police officers who was taping the scene off, write up a report and ask him if he saw a bloody glove? I'm just saying, like, wouldn't you? Like,
Commonsensically, yes.
I
you
mean,
know,
where was the
Um,
perimeter in this case? I mean, even
They
from
were
day
standing
one.
right next to it, and it was
Holy
inside
shit.
the parameters of the crime.
It was
scene.
right there, right?
They were
Well, it-
standing right next to it.
well, and technically, because they ended up moving it a little bit, but when they enclosed how they had like the driveway was part of the crime scene, why are you having somebody stand at the door?
Oh,
Where you
so,
need to
yeah,
be standing the entire time was where the street is, because
perimeter.
Of the crime
yeah,
scene.
you're exactly.
You're holding down the perimeter,
It was
not the
just
fucking house.
unbelievable.
Even that black backpack that was in the backyard that they saw right away on the body
Cooler.
cam, they
Yeah.
didn't take that until days later.
What'd you say?
The cooler in the backyard that was laying there.
It was a
Um,
black backpack.
yeah, they
They
took the pictures of it the day of.
Didn't take
They
it
just
into
didn't give it to us.
They
what
didn't
was-
take it into evidence, is what she's saying, for days. Like they just left it lay there after they took the picture of it.
Yeah, it was in a report I just read recently. Like they didn't take it right away. I'm like, what are they? It was it Lanier or somebody said they came back and then they like started it way at the back of the house and then they proceeded forward and went.
Yeah.
And
Lanier,
then at
when he
that
was talking,
time,
it was
they took the
right.
backpack, and I was like, and they're like, oh yeah, it's been out there for days and it's weathered. I'm like, yeah, because you left it there. Oh.
I didn't realize that. I thought that they didn't take it until you're saying like basically like the 16th then?
I don't know the exact date. I don't remember.
Mm.
They did a lot of dumb shit. Why did they? What? Oh my god! I've been trying to
Exaggerate the
ask
size
this all
of those
night.
footprints like they measure their pecker.
Those footprints were already there prior to the crime.
What's that, Logan?
Those footprints were already in the backyard prior to the crime. There's a
Yeah, they've been
photo
there.
of-
Oh, here I have a question for you guys. Ready for this? Because I was doing my mock trial. You'll appreciate this. Remember when they cleared the scene?
Yeah.
Okay.
When-
So whenever you clear a scene, like you need to go into every room, like
yes.
to clear it.
Once
Did
or
you
three
guys-
times.
Did you guys know that they didn't go into Dylan's room when they cleared that scene?
No, they didn't.
They didn't go into Bethany's room.
No, they didn't.
They did not go into Bethany's room when they had to clear the scene. And they're like going back, like they go into the spare bedroom that's on the first
Yeah.
level, but they don't go and walk over there to Bethany's room at all. They
Yeah.
don't go into Dylan's room. They just, I mean, the door's open, but they don't go in there and like That's not. And you hadn't interviewed anyone yet, had you, when you cleared the scene? No. Okay, but you went in the spare room on the first level, correct? But did you go to the closet? No. Like, you walked past the bedroom right next to the stairs how many times, and you never went into check. You never went into Dylan's room. Like, you didn't interview anybody. You have no idea whose rooms are where or what. And I was just like, and you saw no blood trail out of the house, correct? In your training and experience, would it be possible that the killer was still in the house if there's no blood trail out there?
You're right.
And is it possible the killer never left the house?
Exactly.
You know, did you clear the bathroom on the second floor? No. Did you look in the shower? Did you look in the bathtub on the first floor? The shower on the third floor?
Attic on the third floor where there's that, like, looks like
They
steps
didn't
come down
open
or
the
something.
heater room with the
No,
furnace and the-
right. It
Well,
was
he
a
tried-
joke the way they did it.
Yeah, they had what's his name? I get that, like they couldn't get in it, and it's like answer. I think was going to ask what protocol is.
But you got to clear a scene too. You can't wait for there could be a person with a gun on the other side. You can't wait
Yep.
for a
Oh,
key or a
1000%.
code or like
Yep.
Yeah,
Like, we
I
can't even, as EMS, we can't even, okay, on any kind of a scene like that, we can't even walk into that house until they've cleared it, if it's like that, okay, period. Like, have to go through every room in the house before we're allowed to walk in and do what we're supposed to do. So, yeah, 100%. And it was a half-ass way that they did it. It's a joke.
Oh my God, we got to figure out who they're covering up for. Oh, Lana, you did a deep dive a long time ago about the substances that were confiscated, and I think it was in Washington versus their logs. Do you think this connects in any way possibly back to that?
And
I mean,
that's a good question. And real quick, too, to add, well, go ahead and do that first. And then somebody had wanted to know about the gas station footage, Lana, but go with Kim first, please. And then if you
I
don't
just
mind.
asked that because there's got, if they're doing,
I think a lot
such
was missing.
horrible job. Like, why?
Well, I can tell you that when they weighed it, it was off by way more than it should have been. Like, that's the one thing that we looked at. And Moscow uses them too. So it was MPD's stuff that went. It was that Latah County. They use this place in Spokane, and so you have to like set stuff up 24 hours in advance. So it would be easy to tip somebody off to what you're going to do. Like, I was trying to figure out how strict it was, and they take stuff in like knives. They take wild
With
shit.
stuff in and money, like it equaling out. That's what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the weight of it. Yeah, like it was.
Yeah, I'm explaining it right.
It was. You weigh it. I have to pull it out. It was off. It was off by. You're allowed to be off a little. It happens. Like, it's just. But it was off way more than.
Yeah.
It was how much money. It was like this. It was a big, huge difference of money. Meaning, in the year before, there was like so much more that was turned in to be like burned or whatever. And then when they did it the next time, it was like nowhere near how much stuff was burned. And then I was looking at what could stuff have been given to them, but they just didn't burn it. And they gave it, like, how could you, like, basically, could you steal a truck? Can you steal the stuff before it gets to where it finally needs to go? Does that make sense?
Oh, I was thinking they were flipping it and putting it back out on the street.
Well, yeah, they were. But I was trying to figure out how that could happen. And so it would be like, by taking, you'd have to know when the delivery is about to happen, and you have to get it in between when it's on that truck before it gets to the incinerator. You know what I mean? That's how I was. And so you'd be paying attention to, like, and that's what I was trying to figure out. Who was anybody getting popped with anything right around the same time as when stuff was being incinerated? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I was looking at people's arrests in the area, and if they were getting arrested for, trafficking of, substances and shit like that.
Wow.
Chat wants to know, do you think the detectives thought Jack Showalter was in the gas station footage suspect vehicle?
Yes. 1,000. After that interview, I think that they wanted him to know that they had the They wanted him to know that they had the gas station footage.
That's what I was trying to ask you when I said that about the gas station footage.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And
So then
and
do
it
you think
was
with Connor Chestnut in Connor's white car.
I think that something has to have happened after this. He's all in for here. You can have my DNA here. You know, you hear this interview. I mean, the kid is not involved. Like, you just tell like but clearly something. The cops lied to him and said there was a struggle and hey, give me your DNA. But yet they come out and tell everybody that everybody's dead in their sleep, basically, like they're sleeping, right? And they tell him that. Well, they didn't even have the sheath stuff. Wasn't even back yet to know if there was DNA on the sheath. They asked him for his DNA on the 16th. Okay. They just deliver the sheath to ISP on the 16th. They don't have a profile until the 20th. 18th at the earliest, but 20th is when I see it really prominent. But so what I think is wild is you're asking for that on the 16th, talking about DNA, okay? And you don't have anything that's come back saying that there's unknown male DNA at that point, because the sheath is still at Moscow and it does not get traveled to drop off until the 16th, and then it has to then be processed, and it doesn't get processed until, and they say like, okay, we have unknown male A, and I believe that they make that known on the 18th. So, and then on the 20th they do on the 20th. Then so they don't know that there's DNA on the knife sheath until. So I want to know why they're saying what they're saying to Jack Showalter.
And they're sending investigators over that don't have a shit idea
Whoa.
of anything that went on. So it's, it's like, okay, if you're really concerned about him and want his DNA, then don't you think somebody should go over there that has a little more know what's going on?
I think that they were sent over there for one reason and one reason only, and that was to get his DNA.
Yeah.
And yet they, on the 15th, they had Eric Gower. Blaker talks to him for 10 minutes and doesn't ask him for that was the last male that was with the girls. You know what I mean? And you have the girls that are survivors. You have their phones and you downloaded them because you plugged them in, and you would have known that Dylan contacts Eric Gower.
Right.
Okay. And yet here you don't ask for Eric Gower's DNA on the 15th, but yet you ask for Jack Showalter's on the 16th. Yep. Okay.
Good point.
And then you're saying on the 18th, you're calling it an elimination interview with Gower. And if he will give you, that's what Van Leeuwen calls it. And you're never supposed to call it that. Like, he's an idiot. He just set himself up for the worst cross-examination ever by whoever the defense attorney is.
That was a hell of an elimination interview.
Wasn't it?
Jesus fuck.
Wait, what did you just ask before that? I had something to say. I think, Logan, what did you say before that last question? Or maybe somebody said something in chat, and I was about to say something because I was like, timeline
about the gas station, Jack Showalter and the gas station footage.
Oh, you said it was about Connor. Oh, yeah. Okay, so listen to this. So with Connor, something happens between. So they talk to Jack Showalter, right, on the 16th, and they have his DNA, right? So whenever they get this profile with the sheath, they then know that Jack Showalter's shit, right? His profile is not a match. Okay. And so then another question should pose as this: are you guys sure you don't want to put in these other unknowns that we have over here? Oh, we don't have the gloves yet, maybe, but when do we get the male on the rail? Like, okay, great. So something has to happen though, because they are able to literally eliminate him. He's not the guy that's on the sheath, right? So what has to have happened, and what information did they get between eliminating him for the sheath DNA and December 1st or 2nd, when they're about to tear into his ass on this next interview, the first or the second. Like, what happened?
Ooh, oh.
You get what I'm saying? Like, so I went back to look at the. What is it? Something has to go. Like,
Did they go into his apartment
They-
between first and
Mhm.
second interview?
they made up.
or-
Remember, they made up that shit. They were like, he called in a maintenance order, and
But they found
the maintenance people
Yeah.
went in. Oh my god, there's blood all over the place.
Right.
Mhm.
The toilet and the shower and all that. Yeah.
I want to see this maintenance like slip.
Right.
Yeah.
find the maintenance worker.
I think that's the last kid that's
Right?
gonna say, "Hey, I want
Isn't that
somebody else
isn't
to
that
come
wild?
fix some shit."
Well, you know what? I want to ask a question with this, with what you're saying with Showalter. Okay. You
I'm
remember
trying
those text messages between Steve and Brett Norton and all that shit that went down. Okay. In one of those statements, I think she says something about Dylan being a liar. He says she absolutely is, but she's being protected by her stepmother's law firm, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes on to say, and one of you guys, I think if you remember this when we covered this, he goes on to say that he was basically threatened. Steve said this, okay, in this text message. He was threatened by the Mortensen family and the Showalter family. Okay.
Who was?
Steve Gonsalves stated this. He said that the Mortensen family basically threatened him to stop talking about her or something like that with legal consequences, and then said, and went as far as to say that somebody from the Showalter family basically walked up his driveway, knocked on his door, and told him, "You need to be quiet or look the other direction, or there's going to be consequences." Those were his words in the text message. So
I've never
With-
I never saw any of this, so I don't know.
you never. I thought you covered that one time. Maybe not.
Oh.
Okay.
The text messages.
Yeah. They went to his door, according, like Rolo just said it too. They went, knocked on his damn door, and said, "You're either going to shut your mouth, or there's going to be some kind of, whether it was legal or if it was a threat. But this is something he said in these text messages back and forth, and then he showed an email about it too, from my understanding. And that's when everything seemed to change with Steve. Okay, so what I'm wondering, with what you guys were talking about with this Showalter stuff, is if that became, because if you noticed in the beginning, they seemed like they were kind of questioning Dylan, Bethany per se, for at least Dylan per se, and then all of a sudden they flip 360 and then they're defending him. So I just wondered if that had anything to do with any of that stuff, and with the, everything we're just hearing about Showalter now, blah blah blah, how any of that plays together. If you had any ideas about that. Sorry to throw that at you if you didn't realize that.
Yeah, no. The only thing that I know is after listening to that interview with Showalter, is that first of all, he called the police, remember, on the phone, and then
Yeah.
when they come to his house, he invites them in, and he wants to help in any way that he can, saying all these things, and doesn't say that he wants his parents. At that point, like, he didn't even have a conversation with his parents to have some type of a plan, like, hey, if the police are going to come, if you're going to be like interviewed, if you were like the last people to see them, like, his mom says it when the cops get there, like, should he have a lawyer? And it's just so funny when people say that to cops. You guys, what do you think the cop's going to say? Yep, go get a lawyer.
Right.
Okay, like, I'm just saying, a cop's never going to say, they're going to be like, well, he's not like under arrest or anything. Like, they're never going to be like, yeah, I think you should get one.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So if you ever feel like you have to ask that question, you need a lawyer. Let me just put it to you that way.
Yeah.
But he even tries to like kill it, and he says, well, I called them, but he had no problem talking with them. He gives them their DNA, and
What do you think, if any, his involvement is?
I think that he doesn't. I think that he didn't go home right away, like he's claiming. Okay, and I don't know if he had somebody sleep over. I don't know who was in town that like would have been kicking it at his place, but what it seems like to me is that somebody comes forward and says that Showalter had texted them and said like, hey, like, what are you doing? And it was like 3:02 a.m. And I want to know who that is. And I want to just know, is just because he texted to say, hey, like, what's up? What are you doing? What's going on? It was like 3:02. That's like,
Right.
and like, did he go anywhere? You know, did the girl say like, yeah, then he came over, like, then we all hung out, or like, what's the answer to that? Like, because I have no idea why they went back to his house. I was trying to pull it up. Do you have handy? As I have it all in my binders, I have to go out to the car. Or not the car.
I can probably pull something.
Oh,
up
it's
if
just
you
the
need me
second
to.
report of Jack Showalter. When the ISP come,
The
I thought
ISP report or the MPD one?
the ISP report, the second one. So it's like, I have.
Hang on.
It was because they come back to his talk to him, and we should all be asking why when that's where I think that they start thinking to themselves, like, could this have been more people, like more than one person?
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like, because
Yeah.
if you're still interested in Jack Showalter, if you know that he's not the DNA that's on the sheath, then
Right.
what the fuck's the problem here?
Agreed. Do you know the number on it does anybody know the number on that one? The exact number or close to it? I can find it.
I thought they were really close together, and I don't know. Is Sarah would know if Sarah's in chat.
Oh yes, you would too. Are you here, Miss Sarah? I'm
Oh.
in there looking.
To finish what I'm talking about with Connor. Well, that's what happens with the whole Showalter thing. Is something drastically has to change between 11:16 and 12:1 or 12:2. And when I'm saying drastically, like they put out they're running surveillance. They're following people around in Boise, and they're following somebody that what seems to me is like they're trying to lose the people that are following them. If you read this report, and then it's like, why do you think Jack Showalter, like, even if he's lying to you, let's just say his DNA is not on the sheath. That to me is huge, because
well, they had 1.2 and 1.3 that they just couldn't get a sample of too, right?
but
On
not
the
at
sheath.
this point. Like, of the sheath?
Yeah, on the sheet.
They
said
didn't have that yet, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying, we're saying his DNA.
Because then that's when they test it again.
Yeah, we don't know who they were.
They test it again on like the 5th or 7th or something of like 12/5 or
this one, Lana?
Let's see. Is it? I heard of people already.
It's actually number 1, supplemental 1.
I think that's the first one though.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on.
So it should be
the first one. So while he's pulling that up, do you think with Jack Showalter, okay, was he kicked out of Delta? He's in the Delta fraternity, right? Delta or
yeah,
Delta
he was in the same thing that Jake was in.
Out, or was he just paying the dues and living off out of the house?
I heard he got kicked out.
Well, this is. Don't you think that should be in the interview?
Right.
Like,
right.
think about that.
So, because there's that whole thing with Maddie kissing somebody, you know, and everybody speculating it's Connor, and
it's just like, why aren't you asking these questions? And they're purposely not asking questions.
Yeah, I thought it was odd that Jack Showalter comes from a wealthy family. So if he's choosing not to live in the fraternity house. Everybody rags on the Queen Road apartments, right? That's like the trash apartments and stuff. And that's
Harlem.
Thing. I'm like, why? Like, do you think they were looking at him for selling?
I think that I don't think that people even knew where he lived. Like, he wasn't around much because he was always hanging out with his girlfriend, you know, before all this, right? And so then they kind of had a breakup. So he's like around more. All right.
Right.
And then and
And
so
he said he'd go to the corner club, but Connor wouldn't because Connor had gotten kicked out.
is that because I didn't know if that was Connor, right? Or if that was
I thought that was Berenberg.
Berenberg was the night of the 13th.
yeah, that was the night. But Connor had
Oh.
gotten in trouble in the past, right?
Yeah.
And
So
he
you're
felt
right.
bad because he's like, Connor actually got in trouble for something that like I did or something, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the interview that I'm looking for right now.
Um.
And it's I think it's like it's I want to say it's like if you the report would have been written on, so if you're going in order of the reports, go to December 2nd, December 3rd. So if you're going up in the corner, let's see, it would be go to like page 200 if you type it in up at the top, like to type it in, type 200 in and just see what date is up top there. Okay, so it says it's 12/15. Okay, so go put in 150.
Yes, ma'am. This is an interesting way to find these.
Yeah, I've heard this, but you know,
And then
All right,
so-
now we're at March 28th. No, that's the date of birth. Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. What an idiot.
oh my goodness,
it should.
You stop it, Mike.
the fucking snap out of it.
Okay, so 11/16,
All right, yeah,
But-
we're at
11/19, but keep going up. Let's see when they keep going just a little bit more, just so I can see. Oh, that's the area canvas.
let me blow
Okay,
that-
go.
Bring that down a little bit so you can see it better.
I just want to see when they wrote it. Okay, see how it says 1/12/2023.
Yeah.
So it says that's the date that it was written, though. Okay, so keep going like you were going. Like, yeah, keep going like this. Let's see. It should be right around here. 301 before that. So
Cody Herman. Paging Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman.
Beijing.
it should be like one. Try
11:20.
I thought I wrote this down somewhere. Let me look.
I'm actually gonna try to pull it up too on my end.
Wish I would have had these kind of.
You guys are so
Is it-
phenomenal.
These are the tips. Just the tips.
Try 121. What number are you on?
I was on 141, but now I'm on 121.
Okay, let's see what comes up.
This is 12/7. Date wise.
It's gonna be around there. What's that about?
Boone. This is Tyler Barrett contacted blank blank blank. John Jack. No, that wouldn't be right.
133.
133. Okay.
You mean the
Me.
report's 133 or the page is 133?
Oh, report number.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we should be, right? No.
So look up at the corner and
Supplemental number 46. So
Um,
I need to keep going down to get to
I have
133.
number 133 ISP report Jack S.
it says Jackass up there.
No. My
Oh,
notes.
you named it. Okay, I was about to say I was like, I wish that shit would say that.
So this is the right one then, right? 133
Yeah, let me see.
with Gideon Roberts.
Brady Walker, who's there with him? Gideon Roberts is with the FBI, I believe.
Yeah, right there's his name. I'm looking down.
What page number are you on?
This is page number 46, supplemental number 46. It says right here.
Oh, yeah, no. What page number?
133.
Oh,
Oh,
133. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay. Interview
I
should be interview 2. So up top it'll always say like interview 2. And so let me back it up. There. Okay, so it's gonna be should
These
be
are
number,
witness interviews. Is it saying
yeah, it's gonna be its own separate one. So I think it's gonna be right before this or right after
right
it.
before this one? Okay, hold on. Let me look back.
That's 11/20/22. What date is that he writes that? Or like I said, it's right after.
Detective Boone and Tyler Barrett interviewed University of Idaho student. Okay, no. So maybe it's after.
You
then,
said
I'm sorry.
you thought it was what report number? 30.
133. So that
Okay, so
number
I'm
corner-
almost there. It's going to be page. You're going to be in like at the end of like the 300s.
Oh shit. Okay, then I'm not putting in the right.
I hope it's right.
Oh shit. That takes us down to these.
Okay, here we go. Okay, the person that's 137 was Dylan, so this should be one.
That's Brian's apartment.
133.
Look in the corner, Dago, the top corner. What's the number say? The report.
129.
That's 12-3. That's the crime scene.
Yeah, that's supplement
Report
129.
133 is the.
Go
Is that what you said?
down.
133.
I think so.
Yeah, that's the crime scene. That's the.
Report number is
Let me type in this.
so the supplemental number is not the report number then? That's what I thought the report number was. I'm sorry.
Floyd's.
So 133 talks about Jack's black backpack.
Yeah, that's the crime scene.
Okay.
So then what number? Jesus. What number is this going to be then?
I'm back in the section where over by like page 130.
Shit, we're in the 300s.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna-
got you guys. Let me go back up there.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It should be right around where those Okay, here we go.
Detective Brown, surveillance sorority from the blank sorority house. No. That's 47, supplemental 47. Hold on.
Okay, here. This is whoever interview this is. Okay, so on go to page 123.
Up here in the little box.
Yeah, type in 123. Okay, this was on 12/6, and this is a. It
Yeah.
is
Supplement number 43.
Yeah. So they received a tip, called into law enforcement about a homicide which occurred in Moscow. And it said that the interview took place in Boise. During the interview, blank told us the following: she did not call a tip in. She has never called.
This is the one about his mother. Yeah.
Yeah. So is this Connor's mom? Right? Is that what you're saying? She only knows what blank tells her. She received the text when it first happened and was concerned for blank. She learned it was 4 people later that night with her husband. Blank has been home since the week before Thanksgiving, which would be him.
Yeah.
Blank, see right here, blank went in for an interview with the FBI before Thanksgiving. See that?
Yep. Right
So
there.
I made a note about that, okay, because it's like, again, I don't believe that there's an interview with Connor Chestnut. Oh god, now I just lost this again.
But they interviewed Connor Chestnut's mom.
ISP.
They interviewed his mom.
Well, but so this is how you're supposed to do things. You're supposed to do things that if I'm there, okay, I'm supposed to write a report. And so this guy, Detective Tyler Barrett, and says, and I, Detective Sergeant Tim Hopkins from the Idaho State Police District 6 Investigations Office interviewed. So it was just those two. So they write up a report, and there's some people that won't play ball. Like if it's like, let's say that there was an FBI guy with them. Well, here it's fine. We got it. We'll just write the report up. Well, that's fine. You can write up whatever you want, but I'm writing a report, you know? But here, when he says on page 124, blank was home Saturday, December 3rd, and is currently home. Why are they asking about what he was doing on Saturday, December 3rd? Like, where was your son on Saturday, December 3rd? You see that?
Right.
So this should be interesting to, why are you asking why does it matter?
Right.
Okay. Then it says blank has been good and he is a good, very responsible kid. Frat life has been good to, whoever this is. Moscow is a small community. They all work, play, and go to school together. Blank knew the victims and was friends with them. Xana was familiar with Blank's frat house. Blank knew all 3 girls and was familiar with Ethan. As far as she knows, they were all friends. This person went to Cabo with his frat brothers. Remember back in the day, we were all looking at their social medias and trying to see these pictures?
Yep.
And so guess what the Cabo trip was? That's where Kaylee and them went. Kaylee went to Cabo.
Is that where the whole kiss thing happened with Maddie and
supposedly?
Well,
I mean, it is stated in a couple of the reports.
Yeah, so like it says Blank is pretty honest person. Blank is not too attached with any girl. He is friendly with a lot. The girls seem to like him. I would like this interview, I bet you we'd be able to tell a lot from like her. Is she just like, is she from the report? I want to hear her voice when she's talking about her son like this. Like, what do you mean? He is just friendly with a lot.
Yeah.
You know, she does not know of Blank getting into trouble. Blank was at the day party at the Blank. Blank left the party to get something to eat and drink. Then he went back to the frat house. Blank should have alibis because he took the fraternity DD. Someone is there to corroborate his whereabouts. Like, do you want to know how it's getting into this?
How does
like,
his mom know all this?
Questions are you asking? Well, because he talks to the FBI.
His mom and not him.
Yeah.
Why are you interviewing his mom and not him?
Well, because they're interested in this whole December 3rd thing, and maybe they were just asking like, oh, hey, you know, can we talk to you about? She does not know what type of room Blank has at the frat house. Like, why would that be important? Blank has talked about how his room is set up. Blank was the Blank on the frat Blank last year. She does not think Blank is on the Blank this year. The frat was on suspension from events a couple of years ago. What is that? He doesn't seem like he's in Sigma Chi house, right?
So
no.
Remember how the one guy was talking about how he was on the bottom floor? Does that match up to him?
The bottom 40.
Yeah.
No, but that's Sigma Chi.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think Connor's in Sigma Chi.
Connor wasn't Connor Delt.
Yes.
So, the frat was on suspension from events a couple of years ago.
Right.
The current members have to clean up from the past. A lot of the frat life is over her head. She thinks it's a little disconcerting. Someone would call in this tip. Her phone number. Okay, and I think this is the drug tip, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's what I could think of because Blank has a white Blank. Blank, he drives at school. He does not drive it very much. So somebody called in a tip, though, about this vehicle. But
right.
But this is what should be interesting to people. The public doesn't know about the white vehicle, right? Until the 12/7. Okay. So when you go back and you look at this, it says on December 6th, 2022 at 11 a.m.
Oh, okay.
When did that come out to us, the public? Was it 12/6 or was it 12/7?
I want to say 12/6.
And see, so it's right. She's like, that gets written right before 21, which is she's like, she thinks that this is a little disconcerting. Somebody would call in this tip. Then she's like, Blank has a white Blank. Blank, he drives at school. He does not drive it very much. Blank uses the designated driver for the frat. As far as she knows, Connor was at the frat house playing video games with a bunch of guys the night of the homicide. She thinks there was 1 or 2 of Connor's friends playing video games with him. So remember now, why would you be calling Jack Showalter? Why would you be going and talking to him? Does Jack Showalter play games? Is he like a...
Yeah.
Was he like, you know, so clearly his alibi here is that I was playing video games. Well, what time are you playing video games till? Because I have no idea what time anybody was killed, right? I just know that I went and did this, and then I'm back playing video games. I was up, like, you know, like, what's up? So she thinks that there was 1 or 2 of the friends play video. Okay, one of the friends wanted to go out, but Blank stayed in to play video games. Her husband's phone number is this, and then that's it, right? And then where's the interview with?
Yeah.
And then so this goes to, it's 21.
Hopkins.
I could
And
see
I
them
think it's
interviewing
after
parents on top of the kid himself. But where's Connor's interview? Like, I don't think I haven't seen a report about from
Didn't
Connor.
didn't Amber say something about there was an interview with Chestnut?
Wait, hold on. Is this it?
I
Amber
don't
Van.
know. No, because this is where I got all these page numbers from. Which reports were about what? I don't have one written down from Connor.
I don't think there was one ever that we knew of.
Could be in there.
Jeepers.
This
Joey.
is, I think this is the Showalter one, isn't it? It says it here that on the evening of the 12th, in the early morning hours, he was hanging out.
What number?
at the
But it,
corner. This is supplemental 44.
okay.
Page 127. It says, and it's Hopkins and Derek Brown. And then it says he was, oh shit, I just lost it. He was hanging out at the corner club with, where the hell did it go? With several people, including Kaylee and Madison. His girlfriend, blank, oh, maybe not.
Go to 37, number 37.
Supplemental 37.
Yes.
These numbers. Okay. Sorry. I don't mean to sound dumb. I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. 42. 41. Come on, Dago. 40. 48. 40. 39. 39. Come on. And I think this is the one. Nope. It's a bigger one. Okay, here we go. 37. This is reporting officer was Jack Catlin, and holy shit, this is a big one. Right, I do remember this now.
That's his second interview right there.
What number
Sorry.
is it?
This is number
37.
supplemental 37 on
What-
page 108.
108. That's it. That's it. This is the daddy. This is the big one. This is the one that's gonna pop it all for us.
Okay, so it says on December 6th, ISP Sergeant Tim Hopkins and I interviewed, yeah, that makes sense, John Jack Showalter. Okay, 3 names. In reference to the November 13th quadruple homicide in Moscow, blah, blah, blah. The interview began at approximately 11 a.m., and Showalter was accompanied by his mother, blank, blank, blank. Reported the following. The interview began with blank, blank, and blank himself discussing the online and social media harassment their family has been dealing with since Sunday, blank, blank. That makes sense. Informed me their family, friends, and even her medical practice is now being pulled into the online rumors. Yeah, absolutely. I informed Showalter I wanted to focus on the days prior to the homicide. Showalter described the days prior as usual. He went out to the bars on Thursday night for early weekend and then stayed home Friday to recover from a hangover and complete some school assignments. He then went out and drank on Saturday and stayed home to recover and watch football on Sunday. It was a typical weekend, and he can't remember that weekend being any different. I asked Showalter if he knew about the sorority formal on Friday. Showalter said maybe, but he really does not pay attention to such activities. He stated that there is always something happening on campus, and he does not follow all the activities. I asked Showalter if he was aware there was a party at the house where the homicide occurred. On Friday night, Showalter said that he was unaware of a party on Friday, but thought there was a party at the house on game day. That's Saturday. Telling you guys there was a damn party there that night.
Wait, because the reason they ask him that is because in his interview that he had, the first one, he says that all it was is just a blanket statement about there being a party the day of like the homicide, like that Saturday.
Right.
So I think that they were following up to say like, why did you say there was a party? And he's like, he's making it clear here. I think that he's like, I just said they had people over on the game day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I
Okay.
got you. I just wondered. I've been wondering for a while if there was a party that night by the way the house looked and stuff. That's just my opinion. I'm just
yeah. I mean, they were.
Yeah,
It looks like it, doesn't it?
it does. It truly does, and they just never said that. So that's all. Where the hell did I leave off? Right there. I thought there was 6. No, hold on. Party at the house where the homicide occurred on Friday. He said he was unaware of a party on game day Saturday. However, he was not sure there was a party at the house because there were 6 to 7 houses on King Street on that Saturday having parties. Showalter only went to the parties at the blank blank building on
The
game day.
whites.
The white, yeah. On Saturday. Showalter rarely attended such parties because many times there are freshmen and sophomores at such parties, and he does not like partying with the underclassmen. Showalter usually stayed at his own apartment, attended functions at his fraternity, blank, 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 or went to the bars. Therefore, Showalter does not pay a lot of attention to parties off campus. I asked Showalter to walk me through his entire day on Saturday, November 12th. Showalter informed us it was difficult since he was drinking all day that day. He did not attend the game, but did go to the party at the blank. He went back to his apartment, then later out to the bars. Showalter claimed that he did not remember a lot of specifics, but there were people everywhere. He knew some of the people, many he did not know. Showalter explained for the first 3 years of college, he had a girlfriend and was in a relationship. He did not really party and meet a lot of people during that time. He spent most of his time working on the relationship. As a result, Showalter does not know the number of people other seniors do, and he does not talk to the individuals that he does not know. Showalter believed since he does not know a lot of people and does not talk to a lot of people that he has a suspect reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Showalter preferred to hang out with friends. If he does not know someone, he does not talk to them. I then asked Showalter if he was with blank blank on Saturday. So Kaylee and Maddie on Saturday. Showalter said yes and described blank.
No, this is this is
No? Okay.
no, the person that he's asking about, I believe could be potentially Connor Chestnut.
Connor Chest. That makes more sense as I was reading forward.
But I would this is definitely a male. It's a single male.
Yeah, I got you. He said yes and described blank as his good friend. So yeah, that makes sense. I remember reading this now. I thought that may have been Cole, but okay. Blank Showalter could not recall when he met up with blank that day, but he believed blank and blank and blank came to his apartment when they all went to the party at the blank.
I think it's the whites.
I agree with you, yeah. Showalter then looked at his phone and found a text message string between he and blank. Same text message string Agent O'Neill photographed on blank's phone.
And I would like that's Connor's phone.
Connor's phone. So the first text was sent by blank on Saturday at 4:16 to blank. It simply said, yo. Showalter replied, what's up? And I'll just say Chestnut asked if Showalter was still at the white apartments, maybe. Informed him he was, and he was going to get some
or it
food.
was like, or it's like the opposite way. Like he's asking Connor if he's still at the party.
Sure. That makes
either
sense.
way, it could be one, it could be seen either way. So that's all.
Yeah. I got you. So blank asked where blank was, and blank informed him he was back at his apartment getting ibuprofen for his back.
Okay, so now for sure I know that we can say that it was the person that had to get ibuprofen for their back was Jack Showalter.
Yeah, he's got the back issue, right?
So that could be now, all of those blanks could be entered in now, where it would be like
Showalter.
Yeah. He asked.
So we'll just say Connor asked.
We just know. Yeah, we just know that the the person that went back to like when he said he informed him he was so basically was Showalter was still at the party. So here Showalter, you're at a party and you're writing this dude at 4:16 to say that he was going back to his apartment to get ibuprofen for his back. So Showalter was at the party, and then which makes sense because he said that that's what he said earlier.
He asked him to grab a couple beers if there's any left. This was the last message between Showalter and Chestnut. I'll just say that on Saturday.
Okay, so hold on here. This is what is interesting. The way that they're wording this, if it's like Connor Chestnut's asking Showalter to grab him a couple of beers if there were any left. It's like it's their beer. You get what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like we bought that, and so the thing is, it's just like,
That would state that he's at the party to grab those beers from. So yeah, I got
yeah, like you get so, but also it would be like, why is your beer at?
Yeah.
So what I always
Yeah,
wondered
yeah.
was were you trying to get into Jack Showalter's apartment because of truly Jack Showalter, or were you trying to get into Jack Showalter's apartment because you thought somebody else spent like was visiting or like kicking it there and spent the night and stuff like that? You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, so then it'd be like if somebody spent the night like Connor Chestnut and you guys actually committed this crime together, and it's like Jack Showalter's actually covering for Connor and his apartment's all bloody or some shit like that.
Sure. No, I got
Okay.
you.
All right.
I get it. So
That
after
just seems like
reviewing,
where they're headed with it anyways. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, you're good. After reviewing the text string, I informed Showalter it appeared that he and Chestnut had been at the party prior. Bingo. Because that's what we grab me a couple beers if there's any left. So that does make perfect sense. Had been at the party prior to the start of the text string. Showalter believed they had went to the party at the blank around 1 to 2 p.m., but he could not recall the exact time. He did recall seeing Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves and all the residents of the 1122 King Street going outside and taking the photograph everyone sees now. That's the main picture we all know from the Whites. Showalter knew Maddie the best. He had known her since his freshman year because they had classes together, and she would hang out at the blank fraternity house. So probably the Delta then. Showalter said while attending the party at the Whites, he made several trips to his apartment to stretch and deal with his sore back. Showalter claimed after the text string with Chestnut began, he did not return to the party at the Whites. I asked Showalter if he remembered going to the something house with Chestnut. It replied, not really, then said that is why he agreed to go to the other bar with Kaylee and Maddie when they asked. Which means they were going to go to the
like basically Connor Chestnut wanted to go to the party to see.
Yeah.
Like, so I asked Showalter if he remembered going to the blank house or whatever. Now see how it says like the blank house with this person. Blank replied, not really. Then, so asked if he went to the frat house. Because did Connor Chestnut say that I was with Showalter? You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no, I got you.
They came back to Showalter basically because remember I said like something has gone down between 11-16 and this coming back because now it seems like someone's using you as an alibi.
Right.
Okay. That's what it seems like this is happening like that. Did you go back with Connor Chestnut to the fraternity house that y'all are a part of because you guys are like frat brothers, right?
Yeah, right.
And he's like, what was his answer? He's like, he replied that not really. Then he said that is why he agreed to go to the other bar with Kaylee and Maddie when they asked, wait, what?
They were going to go to John's Alley after they left the corner club. So yeah.
No, I know that, but it was like what he's saying here in paragraph 13, what it seems like it's being, is that where you're at?
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's saying, I asked Showalter if he remembered going to I'm guessing the Delta house, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. With Connor
Chestnut, right. Or no, with Connor, and Showalter replied,
yes.
Not really. Yeah, I got you.
Replied, not really. Then said that is why he agreed to go to the other bar with Kaylee and Maddie when they asked. What does that have to do with the first? You see that sentence? That doesn't make any sense. Was Connor Chestnut at the freaking corner club?
I mean,
like that's basically where we're heading here. Basically, this is what it seems like to me. Connor Chestnut asked you to go to the Delt house. Did you go to the Delt house with him like after you have to comment? He's over here like, no, I don't remember. Like, what do you mean going there? No, I went with Maddie and Kaylee down. They want to go to John's Alley, so I was going to go there. And then all of a sudden, they decided to go to the grub truck. Yeah. And so basically, what this officer is leaving out is the meat and potatoes here, which is what is the question upon him? And the question is, do you remember Connor saying to you, hey, do you want to go to the Delt house? And did you end up going there? You guys, you understand that?
Yeah,
Like, that's what I'm looking at it. Like,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
am I wrong about that though?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, if that's how you take that, it would make sense. I just don't. That doesn't make sense though.
Yeah.
If you
Well-
remember going to the frat house with,
Well, why it doesn't make
Connor.
sense is because we have the video from the Twitch video, right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
it shows like Jack Showalter is walking. So are you trying to say that this happened after the Twitch video, which is them at the grub truck? Because then the next sentence is, I confronted Showalter. And to use the word I confronted, so you're being confrontational. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's what
the way
it
that you
sounds
write
like.
that. I
So
confronted.
there's got to be a period there. So it says, I asked blank if he remembered going to the blank house with blank. And
With
then
Connor.
blank replied, not really.
Yeah, Showalter replied, not really. Like, basically, I believe that he's being
Fraternity
asked.
house, or is it an apartment?
Yeah,
house?
his fraternity house. Because remember, the why they interviewed the mom, and the mom's like, yeah, he said he was playing video games and he was at his fraternity house. And I believe Connor Chestnut says this. So Connor Chestnut's like, I was, and the reason we don't have it is because Connor interviewed with the FBI, okay?
right.
And the FBI is like asking him these questions, and whatever the answers he was given, so then they asked Showalter, hey, did you go back to the frat house? Because Connor Chestnut's telling us here in number 14 is saying that I confronted Showalter with the information we had gathered, referenced him and Connor, right? Had been picked up by a fraternity DD, driven to get food and beer, then dropped off at the Delt fraternity house, you know. And guess what I think that this is, though? They messed this all up, but this would have been way earlier in the night. But anyways, let's continue on. Showalter, you can read it. I like your voice. Saving mine.
I got you.
Roll it out, Poppy.
Let me see where you were at here.
1 second. I do think, you know how we have that footage now at the grub truck where you can see across the street and cars coming in and
Yeah,
out?
yeah,
Yeah.
from the bank.
I think I don't know. We'd have to look to see if Connor's little white car pulls in there and is
What
there.
kind of cars he drive?
Well, there's a white car that pulls in at the bank,
Yeah,
right
it's like
next to where is that the one you're with all those kids that jumped out of it? Is that the one you're thinking about?
Yeah, has to
I
be.
think so.
That's that.
It
Ford,
doesn't.
Whatever.
It's got the black wheels. There's no rims on it or anything or hubcaps. It's a white. Because I remember saying, I wonder who owns that white car, and like 7 kids jumped out of it.
It's the same as that police car, that silver one.
Just an interesting thing.
No, I got you. Okay. So I confronted Showalter with the information we had gathered. Reference: he and Connor had been picked up at the fraternity by a fraternity designated driver. Sorry, driven to get food and beer, then dropped off at the blank blank fraternity house. Showalter responded that would not be out of the norm, but did specifically recall. Did specifically recall. Sorry, that doesn't make sense, but okay. Sergeant Hopkins asked Showalter about purchasing a 30-pack of beer and splitting the beers between himself and Chestnut. Showalter did not recall if they purchased a 30-pack on Saturday, but it was normal for him and Chestnut to purchase beer and split it up between the two of them. He could not remember if they did that Saturday because they were drinking all day. See, that's interesting too. Sergeant Hopkins asked what type of beer they typically purchased. And Showalter informed us it was usually Keystone, Natural Ice, or any cheap lager beer.
Yeah.
I
And why would-
Go
Why
ahead.
were they asking the type of beer? I mean, that's kind of interesting. But I know, but it's still interesting.
Well, I think part of that has to do with what kind of
Yeah.
cans and stuff were found in the house.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
so,
Somebody was
Um,
actually doing something.
and there was some Keystone cans in the house, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sergeant Hopkins asked what type of beer, blah blah blah. I instructed Showalter to refer to the text string between himself and Chestnut and look at some of the communications on Monday specifically, where he was asking Chestnut if he wanted the bag back.
Okay, so so it's like Monday's the day after. Okay, so just so you know, so Sunday
Yeah.
is okay. So then Monday, the day that he leaves to come back home,
He goes
like,
home, yeah.
to Boise. So So he's like, I instructed Showalter to refer to the text string between him and Chestnut and look at some of the communications on Monday. And I would love to know the time of that, but
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's before he leaves, okay, to go to drive back to Boise. So specifically where he was asking Chestnut if he wanted the bag back.
Right.
Showalter read the text string, then remembered, oh yeah, he did borrow a bag from Chestnut that Saturday. He and Chestnut were at the blank house and blank had passed out. So Chestnut had passed out.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Showalter took a bag from
Chestnut.
blank. Yeah,
And filled
and
it
filled
with
it with
approximately
approximately 15
Yeah.
beers. He believed he went back to his apartment because the bag was at his apartment and he had to return the bag to Chestnut. Okay.
Showalter did not see Chestnut again that day or night because Showalter went to the bars and Chestnut did not.
So said house is the King Road house.
No, I'm thinking that
Brad House.
the frat house. Remember, I was saying like,
Yeah.
yeah. So what basically Showalter's saying is like, yeah, we did that earlier because that's what I'm getting at. Is like, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, hello, we did all of this earlier. Like, we were drinking all day. So when you're trying to say like that, I went back there that night. No, we this all happened earlier on Saturday.
Right.
So if we're at the White's house, I mean, or wherever they went, they were at clearly the frat house, and that was earlier. So then he leaves, goes back to his apartment. And then I think what the guy is trying to get at is yeah, but you asked Chestnut texts you at 4:16. So you want to go back to that. And how does he word it again? He says, he has him read it, and he's like, read that, and he's like, okay, right here. I
Wait,
informed
hold
him.
on. Is it
He says,
coming up?
yo. Okay.
Oh, way
I-
up here. Yeah.
It simply said, yo. Blank replied, what's up? And blank asked if blank was still at the blank. Blank informed him he was, and he was going to get some food. Blank asked where. Blank asked where blank was, and blank informed him he was back at his apartment getting ibuprofen for his back. Blank asked blank to grab him a couple of beers if there were any left. This was the last text message between blank and blank on Saturday. Okay. So then
Right.
we come back to this, and it's like blank did
Down
not
here.
see blank again that day or night. So he's basically saying, I did not see Chestnut. I was not with him the rest of Saturday because
Showalter went to the
went-
bars
yeah.
and Chestnut didn't. Right. So then I
And-
says I asked Showalter how he got from his apartment to the corner club. Showalter responded, probably a DD.
Okay, now hang on. Now that's interesting because Showalter said that he walked home
Yeah.
in his first interview.
I guess the
Right.
ibuprofen kicked in, huh? Bad
Uh-huh.
back.
Well, he said it wasn't like that. He's like, he had a so here he's saying, I don't know, probably a DD, but he's saying, oh, the guy wasn't, he knew way more details back a couple days after because he said,
Yeah.
the DD shift was over. Okay. So
Yep.
I knew that. And so I just started walking back because it was like 2 and they're done driving at 2.
Yeah.
I had a good coat on,
Mm-hmm.
but I
And
take
so
the
here he
shortcut.
says, okay, so then what do we have at blank? Did not
Showalter did not recall the clothing that blank
was
was
wearing.
wearing. Okay. Well, really? 'Cause, well, I guess. Was wearing Saturday the 12th. That's fine. The next contact Showalter had
What?
with
That's
or he was
bullshit.
asking, Showalter did not recall the clothing Connor was wearing.
That's a good question.
That's what I'm wondering
Mm-hmm.
because
You know, it could be himself because they asked him, but I would think that I would say, I'm hoodie guy.
yeah,
But-
yeah.
But in his
Right.
interview, he says, I had a good coat on, so I decided to walk home.
Yeah.
Then I took the shortcut.
Yeah.
The next contact blank had with Chestnut was
Sunday morning sometime. Blank was blank driving to get some food.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Showalter blank called blank and asked what was going on that at the house down the street from Showalter's apartment. Chestnut indicated he already told us what happened after that in his previous interview. Now, Showalter, this is why this is so confusing, guys, is the fucking redacting and the wording. Showalter could not remember anything out of the norm that weekend. He had said goodbye to Maddie and thought he would see her in class after they got picked up at the food truck. So this dude, okay, Showalter is claiming he was basically so drunk that day, that whole day, that he doesn't remember most of this, right?
Well, we'd have to hear the tone of like what kind of specific, because like again, this is how they like to write up reports. They try to make it you seem more shady, or they try to clear you better. So like here, it just says like this number 22. It's basically they want to know about Connor, because Showalter described Connor as a laid back and quiet. If people don't know him well, they would view him as an outsider. Or is this Showalter described Showalter as, number 22? I don't know if they're asking him to describe himself or describe.
I don't think it's himself. I think it's somebody else.
Oh, right there. Yeah, because he says blank said blank is a great guy and knows he would not have done this shit for sure. Yeah, so he's asking him to describe Connor. They have been friends since the seventh grade. They attended blank, and U of I together. Connor has always had his back and described blank as a ride or die buddy. Like he's a ride or die. Like what?
So what do you think of Chestnut?
Ooh. So Showalter informed us Maddie cared about Chestnut because they used to be close. Blank and Maddie had an on again, off again relationship in the past. So this is her thing. This is Maddie's. This is the guy she kissed.
It worked for Chestnut because
Chestnut did not want a girlfriend, but blank claimed it was difficult to describe because blank did not really talk about those things or brag about girls.
Chestnut, right. Showalter knew Chestnut and Maddie had gone on a trip to Cabo, Mexico, with a large group of U of I students during a spring break last year. Showalter did not go, but the trip, which was arranged by a guy in the Delta fraternity, I guess, Showalter did.
Or Connor
did not have a sexual relationship with anyone else in the 11th.
He has with anyone else, so he is saying that he had one with Maddie.
Right.
And now, see, this is the code. This is bro code. Like, you wouldn't talk about this. You're not going to be outing people. Like, that's like, but here it's like, so here's like, yeah, fine. Like, they had a thing, So Connor is the person. It's Connor Chestnut. And he did not have a sexual relationship with anyone else living. It was just Maddie.
But see, then it's weird because LANA, from that sentence right there, it jumps from that to Xana Kernodle had been in past relationships with blank.
So
and another guy. So was Xana and Chestnut together at one point?
Well, I think it's
or Showalter.
Blank, comma, unless this is one full name, and another guy blank.
Because I can't see that they would leave that conversation to go to another person. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, because it looks like it seems like it's Xana had been in past relationships with. I'm guessing that this person's asking Showalter, well, who was having relationships with who? And that you said that you thought this was jealousy. Okay, like that motive was to make it was jealousy. So you're saying that. What do you know? Because that's what you said. You said that somebody would do this for love. That's what he said in his first interview.
Yeah, right.
So it's like Xana Kernodle had been in past relationships with whoever this is,
blank,
and another guy. I think that this. I don't know. It looks like it says Showalter did not know.
But she appeared happy with Ethan.
Maybe it's blank, comma, did not. It's weird.
This guy was in the same fret as Ethan, though.
This guy can't fucking write a sentence.
No, he wasn't.
No, Connor was not a Sigma Chi.
Oh,
no, he wasn't Sigma Chi. Kai Davis.
The other relationship with Xana? That's what I was talking about.
Did not know Kaylee and did not know she used to date the blank
girls.
known to be. Wait. Now this is good right here. Showalter did not know Kaylee and didn't know she used to date the. See, like they're using like some type of like name for him.
Yeah, there's like
And I
a
think they're
title.
using, or it's like in quotes because it's like the other Jack. No, but what is this known to be? What the hell is that? Like it's known to be what? See
Remember,
that?
some kid went by. Remember, there was a John Jack Jick Jock. Well, who the fuck went by a different name other than their
That's
name?
Showalter, John Jack. Showalter was his real name.
Showalter
But
did not know
what were you
blank
saying, Kim?
or blank. The only individual he really knew from the house was Maddie due to a mutual classes. Yeah.
Did you start to say something, Kim? Oh, maybe she stepped away.
Kim is like, to hell with this.
She said,
No,
Oh my god, it's been 4 hours. I kept you guys here for 4 hours.
I know.
I just know that this interview is going to pop off. That's all I know.
It is. And I think it's interesting that before any of these reports came out, I just feel, me personally, was led to believe it was just Sigma Chi, Sigma Chi, Sigma Chi.
yeah.
And nobody's in Sigma Chi except Ethan.
Nobody of
And
any
certain
importance.
focus.
Right.
Like, that's it. Not Jack D, not Adam, not Lyndon, not Jack Showalter, not and now it's like Delta, Delta, Delta Tau Delta. Like I really think like there was some big connection there.
So where are the Delta interviews then?
Well, exactly. And that fraternity, I mean, I don't know what their reputation was there at Idaho, but nationally they are like the kind of jerky fraternity.
Well, that's what
But-
Van Leuven was hinting around to. I mean, he was blatantly saying, I think it was, you know what I mean?
Where the hell's the info on Ethan's apartment?
They did not double down on that question when they asked the one guy, did Ethan have issues with anybody at his apartment? And the kid goes, mm-hmm. And that's it. Not, oh, who? What was the issue? What do you know about that? None of that. None of that. No further questions.
He was goofy.
So what do you
Lana,
think?
where do you
Okay,
think his
so what I think is everybody what I think is remember when Dylan was like, "Oh, I thought for sure it was Showalter." Remember when she
Yeah.
does that interview with Joe Lake?
Yes.
Okay. And it's just like, wait, you don't even know this man, Jack Showalter, and you're saying, I just
Yeah.
figured it's like
I
what
just have a
this
gut
seems is like people were saying stuff about them and they
I
didn't know
think the
anything.
Deltas were at that 1122 house more than we think.
Who was? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
The Deltas. I think the Deltas were at that house more than we think.
Oh, I've always I think
Yeah.
that it was because that's who Maddie was dating. Like she knew all those guys because of
Right.
her
Jake.
boyfriend.
Uh-huh.
And it's freaking, I mean, that house is a melting pot. You had girls living there, the whole situation. They shouldn't have been living off campus as it was, but the big C, I feel like everything turned up.
Well, okay.
Mhm.
Kai
Okay, so
gave
this
us
is weird. This is weird. Then it goes on. Look at number 31. He said, Showalter said after the girls were picked up from the food truck, he did not want to wait for a ride and did not even know if his DD was even still accepting calls, so he walked home. Showalter informed us it was no big deal to walk home. When they were at the food truck, he believed he and the girls were going to another bar, but they were drunk and got a ride home, he presumed. So, due to the homicides and the rumor circulating around campus that classes could go online, he made the decision to return to Boise. On his way out of town, he stopped and saw Blank. Blank returned the bag he had taken to transport the beer on Saturday and an HDMI cable he had borrowed to watch football.
So he stopped and saw Chestnut.
Jesus, can't forget that HDMI.
Walter returned the bag. He had taken to transport the beer on Saturday, and an HDMI he bought to watch football. Walter was active in the blank fraternity. Blank lived at the fraternity house, paid rent, and his
That's
dues.
Chestnut.
That's Chestnut. Yeah.
Chestnut was the one that was really active, is what I'm guessing, because he then says Showalter only pays his dues, which gives him access to the fraternity and 1 meal a week. Blank usually eats at the fraternity house on Mondays because the house chapter meetings are conducted every Monday. Sergeant Hopkins and I asked about the house known as Blank, located at blank blank.
I'd be real worried about getting that $35 worth of shit.
Informed us that Blank is an off-campus house associated with the something Delta Tau Delta fraternity. That matches up with those boxes too. Delta Tau Delta.
35. This is why. This is another reason why I was waiting for this interview. I forgot all about this.
I asked Showalter if he had any knowledge about Kaylee having a
sexual. I think it's sexual relationship
or a romantic. Yeah, sexual relationship with a.
I think it's a female.
Oh, okay. Showalter stated that he heard rumors about, but thought they were weird because the rumor he had heard was Kaylee was involved with a blank or blank.
What the fuck?
I think he's naming. I think what he's saying with a like the type of fraternity guy. Like
yeah.
That's what that means. And then he says, and he understood Kaylee was in quotes straight. See, I was like about to say that was straight. Blank. Showalter believed it to be an outlandish rumor, and it would be more believable if it was a blank, like maybe like a male something. You know what I mean?
But so here's the thing, though, Lana. He didn't, according to him, he didn't know Kaylee. So how the hell would he know this?
But apparently they only know each other by what fucking frat and sorority they're in. They don't care about names. They just fucking go, hey, Sigma Chi.
Or was this professor rumor?
I think it's interesting that he's saying that he had heard rumors. And then the question is are these after the murders? Are these before the murders? Like, he has heard rumors, but thought they were weird because the rumor he had heard was Kaylee was involved with the female blank, okay? Yeah. Or blank. And it's like, and he understood
Kaylee was straight.
That's what I think it says there. Like,
I get it.
What if it was about that female professor? Because that was a rumor, and probably that girl called a tip in. So crazy.
When did she start that though?
Oh, I watched it. I watched her when she was live, and it was pretty early.
Are you talking about the one that the lawsuit professor?
Yeah, yeah. I think it was before Koberger.
Oh,
it was
Christmas, Kimmy.
Yeah, that was a big deal when that came out. I remember.
I mean, he says it right here, though. He says, Showalter again informed us he did not really know Kaylee and did not know if she had a job. His only connection to Kaylee was due to knowing Maddie. Showalter did not even initially know Kaylee was the girl with Maddie at the corner club on Saturday night. It was a chance encounter seeing Maddie at the bar, and he had been talking with only Maddie.
That's not true.
Yeah,
he was talking to Kaylee. He spent time talking to Kaylee that night from what we were told before. And you could actually see him talking to her in that video too.
You know what would be some interesting shit is to see more footage of like when he walks in and what he actually does.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's a good point.
Like, does he beeline for her, or is he
my
mingling?
God.
Well, wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. Stop. It was a chance encounter seeing Maddie at the bar, but didn't he say that Jake asked him to keep an eye on her?
No, I don't think that. No, I don't recall hearing that. But listen to this. Since returning to Boise, Showalter has been hanging out at home playing Xbox. He has gone out to the bars with, I'm guessing, Chestnut a couple times, but has been staying at his house most of the time. Blank did inform Showalter, so Connor did inform Showalter someone had called a tip into the police pretending to be his mother. That's blank. So, Showalter discussed some of the internet rumors accusing him of the homicides. Everyone continues to ask him what happened that night, and he informs them he has no idea. He has always thought the students would figure out who committed the homicides before the police because they know the community better than the police. He's basically calling you. This is why I want to interview him so bad, because I believe that they did not have probable cause to get into his apartment. All of this could have been so avoided if they would have just released. They all knew that he was with them at the corner club at the very least. They knew it on 11/15 when they went there and got the video from Mark. How you would let that boy hang out to dry like that with everybody and not show that they came and walked from the corner club together, because the Twitch video, the way that they just happened to be walking into it, it's like you couldn't tell, did they walk there together? Did he just, has he been following them? You know what I mean? And if you would have known that they were all at the corner club, it would have, no one's like, come on, man, that's like, they let that happen.
That's a good point.
It's like they did no favors, but here, God forbid, but guess who gets protected? Bethany and Dylan, they were on the first floor and they're not witnesses to anything.
Right.
Yeah, for real.
But God forbid them let us know that, even to show a tiny clip of Showalter and the Kaylee and Maddie walking out of corner club together. That's it. And then it's like, okay, it's not what you think. He wasn't stalking them. He was with them.
Right.
And they walked there together. So I just think that was so wrong to do, when it's like, do it, because if you want him to even loosen up to see if you think he really has anything to do with this, but he's offering his DNA. It's like, why didn't you ask me all these questions when y'all came on the 16th? Now you want to ask me these questions on December 6th. I get high every goddamn day. I drink every day. They all merge together. But I'll tell you what, I could give you a lot better answers about what the hell went on that Saturday if you guys would have asked me this. Even come back you come the 16th, then come back on the 18th or the 19th or the 20th. Like, what the fuck? But that's because I don't think they went there for Jack Showalter with this interview. I think they were going there for Connor Chestnut. Yeah. And I want to hear the tone of it. And I think that this is 2.5 hour interview, by the way, guys. This second one.
It was a big one. Yeah.
Yeah. I was surprised.
And there's way more stuff available in the 2.5 hours that you only have this. There's going to be a lot more in it. 2.5 hours is a long time.
When is that coming, Lana, by the way?
She said that hopefully she'll have it to me this week, and at the latest it would be like the next week, early in the week. So I said,
okay, that'll be nice.
I'm going to try again this week. I'm trying to get Showalter to come on the show, and
oh my god, that'd be great.
Have you been in contact with him?
I want him to listen to it and tell me what he was thinking when these fucking idiots are asking him questions. Dude, you gave your DNA. They knew that you didn't match. Okay.
Right.
And this is what, and then did you know that they got into your apartment? Do you know that they made up probable cause to get into your apartment? I want him to know all this stuff. I want him to know that
they lied and made up a story. Right.
Yeah. And I think that there's way more talks about potentially some surveillance, but they didn't put it in the report. So we'll see. But it's
Shouldn't we be able to see Showalter walking home from Linda Lane or somewhere?
Well, what you would think is that they would have, hey, if Showalter's saying he walked home, why don't you ask him what the route he took, and then go get the businesses that have the videos and show that he's walking home.
That's a good, yeah. I mean, he lived down at the end of Queen in those apartments in that area there, so he could have came around the Taylor Avenue way and came in from that direction, so he wouldn't have been seen on any of the 1122 cameras area cameras, in my opinion, at least.
I would think that he would be on the Linda Lane cameras, because he said he was on Taylor, and then he cut behind the house that they called the tree house, and that's how he walked up.
Then yeah, he should show up on at least one of the Linda Lane cams. That's a good point.
Mark B says he's not on there.
I know we scoured for him.
Okay.
And maybe that was another thing that but if if you don't ask him in an interview, hey, how did you walk home again? And hey, so you came this way, then you went like this. It's like, did you know what I mean? Like, make him show you that.
Yeah,
And he said he cut behind the treehouse. So
yeah, right.
and
yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I don't know if there's
That's
a glitch.
an interesting point. That is an interesting point.
I could tell you what they did in the Dr. Moore case. What they did in the Dr. Moore case is they took out 30-second clip from one of the gas stations. They ended it, you know how like they're like an hour intervals. And so it would be like if you're ending a clip at like 7:30 or 7:29 and 30 seconds. And so they ended 30 seconds and they took out a very, very important 30 seconds that would have either shown a person there or not, but they cut it out. And so when I go back and think about the Linda Lane footage, I know that there's gaps. I know that me and Mark have gone through stuff. Mark, when is the Linda Lane footage gapping? That's the one that you can see the road. Where is that? Where are those timestamps that are missing between 2 a.m. and 2:30? I mean, this is what ISP is notorious for. So back then, why would you want to do something like that? Well, we don't know if we're going to need it, so let's just cut it out. Well, here, if you're going to say that Taylor would be able to ask, well, didn't you look in the cameras? Do you have Jack walking anywhere? Where's he at? She's going to do anything for her client, right? And so you're going to make the police look like they didn't do their due diligence, right? And you're going to make other people seem shady. But I don't think that Jack Showalter has anything to do with anything. And for whatever reason, people think that Jack Showalter is being protected. No. If anything, dude, there was no probable cause on that boy's apartment, and they lied about that there being blood outside. That wasn't blood.
So, do you think that he was going to be the fall
I think
guy
they
for
left
this?
options. I think that they left options because if they really know that their little cop shit was involved, then we need somebody going down for this.
So how do you think like Dylan and Bethany and everybody that they interviewed, all the girls, they threw his name out a lot, if you remember that, okay? I think Kate, like not per se her for sure, but like Kayla Wynn and all those other girls that they interviewed.
Well, yeah, because they didn't. Until you put out the video of them walking from the corner club together, Jack Showalter it all looks sus. Okay, it looks very, very sus that the girl that he doesn't talk to them at all when they're there.
Yeah, right.
But then we come to find out that he doesn't really. They're not like super like. It's still like that awkward thing. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's just like, and they're hammered and or at least tipsy, whatever. But it didn't do that kid any favors. No.
So earlier, because you said you never heard that, one of the biggest things that had been said from the beginning was that, and I don't remember where it came from, but you're saying you never heard that supposedly Jake Stryger asked Showalter to keep an eye on Maddie that night. So you've never heard that?
I never heard that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
no.
know where the hell that
never
came
heard
from.
That. I think just in that first interview, he knew I know Maddie because of we're the same, like we're business majors, but also because of, if you think about it, also because of Connor Chestnut. Like not just
what do you think about Connor?
the girl little thing that they have going on.
What are your thoughts about him?
I think somebody's the Sigma Chi's are talking about the Delts being the troublemakers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And Van Leuven plays into that.
Saying that. And so the Sigma Chi's are saying that the Delts are the ones that get into fights and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, who's had any type of a sexual relationship with the people that had been killed, right? Like some type of something that they would have like rage, jealousy, like something, you know?
Yeah.
And I just think it would be a really it was the kid there. Where's Connor Chestnut?
Right.
Like that should be like the very simple thing to like,
Yeah.
as soon as you find out that that's who Maddie dated, like that should have been one of your first interviews that you would have talked to him.
He should definitely be a subject of interest. I'll say that. Yeah.
Even down to when he did that one interview and he was talking about, I don't know, it was some party and he was like, oh, you know, I was in the background. I'm running finance.
Well, how about this? Bethany and Dylan, they don't say boo diddly dick about Connor Chestnut.
No.
Right. No.
You know, oh, she's with so I think Dylan's the only person that let it out about kissing whoever. Oh, I don't know. I think they may have kissed in Cabo, but that was like so long ago, and that had nothing to do with anything, and blah blah blah. I don't know. That's
interesting.
But they didn't even try to say like, well, Jake was in Boise, but the only person that I've ever known, like your friend was murdered. I'd be like, this is who I'm gonna tell you everything you need to know about every single person.
Yeah.
Like go. Like who do you like ask me away? Because I would just be like all these hey, no, she didn't ever like I've never seen her ever even talk to this person. Who's in her phone? Who would she ever text with? Like
they can't even say if their friend had a password on their phone. That's bullshit. You can see your friend every time before they go jamming a text. They're fucking putting in a password or something. Like, come the fuck on.
Yeah, how about any of the police once 4chan starts ripping off? Why aren't 4chan was definitely going on in December, wasn't it? When did 4chan stop popping off, right? So you're not going to tell me that any of these interviews says, hey, this 4chan shit, do you know who's behind this?
Right.
We did some sick shit because you want to talk about who's the killer. Well, whoever's writing that disgusting shit, put them at the top of the list because that's some, you know, even if they're not the killer, I would love to know who that person is because they need to get slapped.
There's a bunch of shit like
that.
With
a bag of dicks.
Yes. All of that. The Gabe Miller should have been looked into. I think another person that should have been looked into a little deeper that never was, in my opinion. But yeah.
You know, that person needs so much attention. Give him a bag of dicks. All right.
What the hell's that Key West boomerang shit? We talked about that, Kim. What's the exact on that?
Oh, speaking of Key West, this is one of my Key West from the Flying Monkey.
Key West is dope.
Oh, you missed it. I had my Flying Monkeys t-shirt on it on my last show. I changed it.
The street performers down there are freaking fire.
Yep, I love it down there.
Well, we've done this for 4.5 hours. I'm sorry that I've taken you guys to 10:30. No, anything else before we depart?
Not tonight. No.
Hasn't it flown by? I'm like, oh my god, it's been 4 hours and 30 minutes.
I knew this one was going to go over.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault. We were all talking.
This case has so much like when you start from the beginning to the end. If
I know how you roll though. That's the difference. Because when your brain starts to move, I've seen this a million times with you. You start rolling with it wherever it goes. You go
so thorough because I just hate all like the misinformation. Like
I absolutely understand.
You know what I mean? I'm like, I haven't seen that in any document, and I think I've seen every document 5 times. So that's why when you guys say something, I want to know. I was like, oh, where'd you? I want to know generally, like, where'd you hear that or where'd you see that? And I want to, because it's not like it's wrong or anything. You just want to know what it is.
Maybe we got to get Hector,
like Steve stuff,
and Jose here together for a play date. This is my my document, Kim.
There you go.
Like your Hector. Kim's got one too.
Yes.
See what you've instilled in us. We all got it now.
You got to have it. It's just how. Yeah,
I like yours, Kim.
It's a lifesaver.
Didn't you say you weighed out your paper, Lana, for what was that?
I couldn't.
Karen Reed case, I think it was, maybe.
Yeah.
Shit, if I weighed this out for the Idaho 4 case, one day I'll take a picture.
A good idea.
Because I've been I'm sorting through stuff, so I'm
about to start printing.
I can't stand.
I have easily 10 law boxes full of the Idaho 4. I mean, when I say easy 10.
Them are big
like
bitches.
Idaho 4, and then just like before the arrest, like all the stuff that was before the arrest. all the stuff that was like, okay, search warrant. Like I tried to divide it up, like, okay, ISP's lab stuff. ISP was like the reports. Yeah,
Touch my files. I'll
all my
kill you.
FOIAs.
My filing cabinet next to me here is going to be probably nothing but Idaho because of everything. So yeah,
What are you doing in my file room? Get out of there.
Yeah.
Don't touch my
right.
shit.
Like that doesn't mean anything to you.
Bella,
Before you
where's
go,
my shit?
before
What'd
you
you say,
go,
Ken?
we have to know, what is your timeline estimate prediction of when Ray will be able to speak?
Good question.
Oh, spring. You know what? I'll text him. I'll text him tomorrow. And I gotta ask him some questions about Florida stuff anyways. I know that when I say that I'm gonna be able to bring some sick ass shit, I just made some promises and I keep my word. So I promise you the stuff that's going to get revealed, it's going to be revealed. And I'm going to be revealing a lot of it. And I think people are going to be interested when I can finally talk about it and he can.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been definitely
Here's-
waiting.
I promise you on that.
Now, another quick question I
That's
have
what's up.
about that, but do you think within the next 6 months that something is going to happen in the background of the Idaho 4 case
Oh, there you go.
concerning Brian and everything? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I've thought, yeah, where's Brian? Who put out those pictures of him? Where'd those come from?
The newest ones?
Are those real?
I have no idea. No clue. That's a good point, though.
Oh, with the
Yeah.
hands and all that shit?
You're like, where'd that come from? That doesn't just
Yeah.
ISP came. Who put that out?
No
That's a
idea.
good question.
Well, because I'm writing an email about it just so I can find out. Like, I'm just surprised people aren't questioning it more. Like, what's it
I
about?
haven't even got. I haven't had a chance to look at all that yet. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So okay, I think in the next 6 months. That's what is it? April. So April, May, June, July, August, September. They're gonna make this whole investigation of the leak.
Yeah.
That's like, we need to put, if you want to get more information out, we have to start, mainstream media needs to start putting pressure on that.
Yeah.
Sure.
They need to start,
Hmm.
and what should surprise us is why they aren't.
I wonder who's going to be the first one to
Yeah, of
flip.
course.
You know, because even mainstream media will admit this, that Brian Culver was deserved, because of everything, that continuation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And if there's a way back into it, just like that, is he was denied that. He was denied the continuation.
Yes.
And that's going to be his way back in,
That's
Like,
what I think this is all
from
about.
like
in my
really, really
opinion.
easily versus other ways. But he never had a trial, and he never he never said a word about anything, what happened to anybody.
He never had anything.
Where's the murder weapon?
Right.
You know,
There was no preliminary hearing. There was no trial. There was no nothing. He never had anything. Nothing. So they ran this. Every bit of this was theirs. So from the beginning.
I just know that if he wants to, if there's a person out there that's a defendant, he's in the top of the list, in my opinion, of they would vacate that plea. The death penalty would be back on the table, and he would.
Can they do that though? Can
Trial.
they put the death penalty back on the table if it's already been rolled out? If they go back to the trial process, for instance,
Yeah.
they roll this back.
Unless Idaho stops the death penalty.
I didn't know. That's interesting to know. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
and it-
Everything would go back to the way that it was pre the deal.
so if he files any form of appeal, what do you think it would be?
I think he has a habeas all day. I think that there's just like a no-brainer.
Gotcha.
I think that there's usually like that's with like new evidence and
Yep.
but there's also known lies, like
Yeah.
a ton of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mix.
Misconduct. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, and
A lot.
due process.
Yeah.
So people can say all day, like, well, he said he waived his right to an appeal, blah blah. Again, hold his beer. If he wants to file, I think that it'll happen. It'll happen, and then the big thing is if they go ahead in this special investigation,
Mhm.
what's it going to find? Like either you find something or you don't, right? But I can tell you this: I don't care who leaked it. His entire Celebrate was in the hands of Dateline, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't
Yep.
matter. He was prejudiced and suffered from it.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that's at the end of the day, that's just all that matters.
Yes.
And I've never seen a case where and even as fucked up as the Delphi case was, we didn't have
Yeah.
No, I know what you're saying.
They
It
totally
wasn't like that.
they leak stuff that's not even that wasn't admissible. That it was going to be struggling to be admissible, and
So bad. To Delphi,
Agreed,
they
I
just sent
agree.
it a different way. No DNA in Delphi. They went off this fucking the dumb shit. No DNA, no cell data. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but I
A
think
bullet.
it's kind of obvious though now why they did what they did,
Delphi.
because once everybody saw no
Oh.
with this case, the
Yeah.
crime scene, once we got all this information about the crime scene, holy shit, it's like who cleaned up, right? Who else was there? For a jury to see all this stuff, this didn't happen, that you're going to have all these experts that are going to be talking about this crime scene and that no mixtures. I mean, that's the biggest thing for me was Richard Allen did all those things. His DNA was nowhere. Okay.
Yeah.
Nowhere. But let me tell you why they found him guilty. Because they're saying, because of this timeline, and because those jurors were like, well, if it's not him, who could it be?
Right.
You can't say that in the Brian Kohlberger case.
No, I
You
agree.
can't say that in the Brian Kohlberger case because there is other people's DNA and that is blood, and you're going to have experts that are going to say there is a cleanup. There's people inside. You don't call 911 for 9 hours. There's so many things that you could say that you can't say, like people that, if it wasn't Brian, then who in the Idaho case? It's like, well, maybe they should have investigated, because I think that there's more people involved. Doesn't matter if Brian Kohlberger is guilty or not. I think there's
I
more
agree.
people. Why aren't you going after these other people? Why are you letting
Agreed.
cops lie? And for me, at the max end of the day, it's all about the process. And this was not a fair process, period.
Amen to that one. For sure.
Like that's what it's about. You cannot get you wrong one man, you wrong us all.
Yeah, this can happen to any one of us at any given time. Facts
Yeah.
are facts. That's a fact.
With a swab.
Yeah, and they just did it so easily. They did it in front of us, like literally millions of people watching this case, and then the judge is like, "Yeah, it's fine." And I think that's what you're going to hear a little bit. What Cy Ray's going to talk about, that, hey, he may be the killer. He may be the killer, but there's a way bigger issue here.
Yep.
And the way bigger issue is that all you people that are on, I've never seen this ever go down with the prosecution, and then to let a judge actually see it for what it was and just say, yeah, it's fine.
Yep.
Never seen it all his years. And I think that's just, and somebody should ask themselves why. Like, if he's so guilty, you should be able to throw out whatever, and you're still going to get him, right?
Yes.
So I just,
absolutely. I agree.
So thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate you guys. You guys rock.
Thank you. Mikey, any last words from Ms. LANA before she takes off?
Nope. Other than saying thank you for all you do.
Oh.
And for coming up.
And perfect timing.
You're welcome.
Miss Bronx, Miss Logan, any last words for Ms. LANA before she takes off?
No, I just really, really appreciate you coming on and going through stuff and taking the time.
Talking your ear off for 4 hours and 38 minutes.
I could talk about this case for a week straight.
What did you think about when you were doing the Tuppy case when you went and saw McKee in person? Is he as big as like it looks like?
So okay, on camera,
Sorry, I could
he,
talk forever.
No,
yeah,
it's good.
on camera,
good.
he looks so much bigger because literally everyone around him was like at the most 5'8".
Really?
So he looks bigger.
Okay.
But he looks big to about here. He's like
Okay.
just really broad shouldered. When
Okay.
you see him in person, to me, he looks like a weak man. Like, no, he doesn't look big and strong. He's very thin, very thin. There's not an ounce of muscle on that man.
He is a weak man for doing what he did to that woman.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
and her
But yeah,
husband.
when you see him in person, you're going to be like, oh, no, not really what I pictured. He's tall, but other than that, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's supposed to be in
point.
court. We'll see if it happens or if he's going to do Zoom. It's this Thursday. Is his first, like, we'll be live. It's at like 9. I think it's like at 9 in the morning on Thursday. It's his first, if he comes in court appearance, and they're going to be talking a lot about discovery and a bill of particulars. They're saying that the charges aren't, they need to spell it out more.
Nice.
So we'll
stuff.
Spell it out more.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
And Miss Kim, any last words from Miss LANA before she takes off, ma'am?
Just thank you so much for coming on here with us. And I've watched you for so long and just appreciate all your deep dives and just how you're able to find out so much. I just love it.
Well,
You're the best.
It's great to have the support. I was going to ask you, so since you started your channel, what do you think? Like, how do you like it?
I actually love it. Like it's everything. I retired from teaching. So everything I loved about teaching, I feel like I can still do on here, but without all the nonsense.
And no one has to disrupt you when you're talking, right?
Hey, don't get interrupted.
It's like, dude, nobody gets to talk back to me, or if they are, I can't hear them.
Yep.
Don't get sick 10 times a year.
Yeah.
That's another one.
That's a big one. Yeah.
When you taught, what did you teach?
Mostly 5th and 6th grade, mostly all subjects, but mostly language arts.
Okay, cool.
I even was a coach for teachers for about 8 years too. So out of the classroom.
Oh, okay, nice.
You don't get enough respect, that's for sure.
Teachers have the best. They're the best with patience.
That's why I worship the teachers we have that come into this community and show them as much respect. They deserve so much more than what they get.
I say it all the time. Teachers are the most underpaid people.
Yes.
So
yes.
I did 32 years.
32.
Yeah.
God bless. Yeah, we have a lot of teachers in here too. Actually, Miss Tandy, Seahawks fan, CZ, quite a few others, and it's just I make sure if I see them in here is often that it's known like they deserve just like first responders in my opinion just as much respect if not more. They put up with a lot of shit, guys. It's crazy. So especially nowadays.
I got stories for days.
I'll bet. So
well thank
LANA,
you guys again.
We love you,
Mike. You rock, Mike. Rock
you.
like a hurricane. All right, guys. See you next time. Thank you so much. We'll do this again.
Yeah,
and
thank you so much.
As soon as I can get okays from stuff, I will get you guys. I'll get you guys as much I can get out of Mr. Ray.
Before you drop off in the back chat, the private chat, I left a message for you real quick if you don't see it.
Oh yeah. Don't forget about the other one too. That told you.
Yeah.
For
whatever reason, Kim, WSU Kim, she keeps missing stuff. Like she said to reach out to you to get her new number. Yeah. Do you have that by chance or no?
Wait, when did she say this?
Okay, we'll send you a clip. She did say it last week.
A week ago, I think.
WSU Kim's on lives?
Yeah.
She's been in here. She's been in here twice.
She goes, Dago, if you don't get the email, just talk to LANA or what's his
She was in here tonight?
No, not tonight. It was last
week. She started like 3 weeks ago.
I had her on panel.
I'm trying to have that hoe on panel.
Hey, well,
I had her on panel like a month ago.
Wait, what?
Yeah, holler at your boy.
Wait a
Yeah.
second. Can you show me a clip? What is she saying? What do you think? Where the
Uh,
hell have I been?
hey, you weren't in timeout. I'd tell you that. Gosh damn it.
No, it was a month ago she joined
Got
me.
her number. That's what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She said, ask Lana, Dago, because I didn't want her putting her number in the chat and stuff like that. And she was supposed
totally.
to
Where's
email
my
me,
phone? I
but
don't even know where my damn cell phone is.
her email is a mess. So,
Oh, okay.
but yeah,
Yeah.
she's been
Because
back
I
out here
have
following
something
us.
for her. I have something for her, and I've been waiting to give it to her. I had no idea. I thought that I was like, dude, I think she's in
Yeah.
witness protection.
No, she went
We
through
all did
some
for a minute.
medical stuff. From they go right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she just had a lot of medical issues and then had to have a surgery.
Yeah.
She's good now, but that was
Yeah.
Okay.
a minute ago.
She did come
When
on
I get off
Dagos.
right now, I'm just gonna call her.
Yeah,
And then
just
I'll
have her.
text
She'll
you
tell
it.
you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then
Okay.
just
Confirm
send it
that
to me, whatever.
number
But
share.
that
Thank
other
God, I
question back there in the
feel
chat,
bad
did
that she's
you
alive.
see the other question?
Oh, let me see. You want to have my baby?
Oh
Yeah.
my
I do.
gracious.
I
Oh
do.
gosh darn it.
Wait.
I need to. We need to tap but the two Italians to it. That would be the best. I'll be the mother, you be the father.
There's some more deeper into that. Why he
Wait,
asked
where's
that,
the other
but
question?
It's in the back chat.
In the private chat.
Oh, about is it the last one you just wrote at 10:35?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're trying to.
no, yeah. I'll send you an email. I got you.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
All right, hon.
Is that what you?
Thank you.
Is that good
Yeah.
enough? Okay.
That is gracious.
You have an amazing rest of your night. We love you, and we will see you on your.
Oh, I want to
Saturday.
give a shout out to the mods. Thank you so much for modding.
Yes.
Okay. Mods make the world go round. Oh, and somebody sent me a bunch of like gummies and whatever the hell else it was. Bath bombs with all this. I don't even know.
No wet towels.
Nice.
No wet towels. but thank you. She knows who she is. She rocks. And that's all I want to say. I just want to say thank you.
All right.
All right,
That
guys.
is
See you on the
amazing.
next one.
All right, hon.
Good
We'll
night.
see you soon.
Bye.
Awesome. That was awesome. And real quick before we go any further, I've been holding this all night.
What?
I wanted to throw this out. Miss Joanna, these are all these. You guys were killer with these super chats tonight, I'm telling you.
Oh,
Joanna, Mud Love Lori, Gen 7S, Moonvale, Crime Tourist, Gen 7S again, Little Miss Madhead Jane, Donna K, Gen 7S again, Motoman, Motoman was on fire tonight. Gifted
Yeah.
20 memberships. Thank you for that. Moonvale again, thank you. Moonvale again, thank you. Gen 7 again, thank you. Donna K again. Donna K again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, thank you. Kylie at Ivy, thank you.
I thought you developed a stutter.
Donna
With that
K
cough.
again. Donna K again. Mama J again. Don Caps, thank you. Murky Piglet, oink oink, thank you. Murky again, thank you. Brooke Pava Lana Press, thank you for that. Snowball 64 gifted 5 memberships over at the Bronx Tales True Crime Channel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Murky Piglet again. Thank you for that. Actually, I should just do this with all of these. I don't know why I
Jeez,
wasn't
Joey.
doing that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm tired. My apologies.
Meowty.
Again, Piglet, thank you for that. Conspiraling, Barry Steph, Bricky Bobby Brown. I love that. Michelle F, thank you. To well, you can say thank you, Miss Bronx.
Thank you. We love you.
Yes. Michelle again for thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see. Moto Man, thank you so very much for that, brother. As always. No gloves and no booties. I love it. Thank you. Your guys' names are awesome. Pieces of April. Thank you very much for that. Right. Blue Eyed Candy. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I remember it being said, naked. Yes, that was something said. Kay Schmidt gifted 5 memberships over at the Truth and Transparency. Thank you. I'm sure Lana loves and appreciates you for that. Moto Man, thank you for that, brother. Good God Almighty. You are so very much appreciated. As always, again, let's see. Miss Donna K, thank you again. Donna was in here all night doing this. Looks like KS Jessen, amazing. Thank you for that. Moto Man again. Thank you for that. And again, Miss Donna. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Ulsterman 72. Again, we appreciate you. I don't know where some of these are going, but I know we all appreciate you guys very much. Thank you again, Mama J. True Crime Unleashed. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that very much. And that as well, sir. And okay, yeah, that was the same one. I think that there were 45 guys, 45 super chats, and
That's throughout all the channels.
that's throughout all the channels
Yeah.
combined, and all of the memberships gifted, super chats, all of it. You guys are beyond amazing. We absolutely love and appreciate each and every one of you
Yeah.
to no end. And I'm sorry, Bronx. I know.
He says, "Come on,
I'm
Mom.
so sorry. He's like, God damn, Dago, shut up. We're sick of your mouth
I'm
already.
pissed. Now I want treats. Damn it."
He's like, I
Yes,
can't
yes.
get my ball. Come get it for me.
Exactly.
Jesus.
So that being said,
Mhm.
Mr. Mike, any last thoughts, feelings, or opinions for
No.
everybody out here?
Great live, and then next week we're free. So
Next week, you guys get the four of us bouncing
Yeah.
ourselves off each other. So
you know,
I hope you're okay with that, guys, because we've had it pretty loaded for the past month or so.
Yeah.
Mikey
Mhm.
gets a break finally,
oh, it's all good.
but we appreciate Mike. Mike has been the one to put all of these things together every week after week. Birdie, Lana, Kevin, Curtis, Jules, every bit of this Mikey's done the work on. So we appreciate you very much, brother, for doing what you do.
Oh, no problem. I swear I'm
You
sitting
know
on
what?
something exciting.
You know what guest I'd love to have on, and I think it would be really interesting, is like an expert, but like an
Mhm.
expert guilter. That might be if
That
we
would be
can
interesting.
respectful. You know what I mean? Like a
Yeah.
very professional, respectful. We wouldn't attack them type of thing. I just think it would be a cool back and forth.
An expert guilter.
Expert
Expert.
guilter.
Yes. Somebody that's a guilter that's an expert as well. I agree with that. I think it's a good
Oh
idea.
yeah. No.
So, and yes, 100%. That's a good point.
I don't know. I just
Yeah.
think it would be fun.
I
You
agree
wanna
with you.
Sure, I know somebody.
Carlos.
Yeah, we could bring Carlos on board.
I told Logan about Carlos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
She's
said
down.
I
You
would
gotta
love to
warm him
have a
up.
conversation with both of you. Actually, I think that'd be
Yeah.
so much fun.
Do you think he'd do it, Kim?
Yeah,
Let's
I
talk
think so.
about it.
Yeah.
I'll talk to him.
Let's have
Already.
a combo. That's a good idea. So
He-
that's
he's a
since we're
good-
there.
That conversation, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
seen
I
him.
think- Yeah,
He's
I think
good
it
at
would
it.
be really fun to get, what they're hung up on as far as this case and what is making them think so much that he did this when there's so much evidence that could be
That's a good
somewhere else.
point. Any other last thoughts, Miss Logan, before we take
Oh, I
off for
just
the
want
night?
to thank everybody for being here and hanging out with us, tuning in and listen to Lana give us all of her thoughts and just hanging out. Thanks to the mods. And thanks for the gifted and the super chats and super stickers. We appreciate you so much. We do have a new never seen before video coming very soon. They're redacting it right now, so that should come within the next week or so. So just stay tuned. It is a
And if
ring
you-
camera of somebody's house, so should be interesting.
Yeah,
Should
and if
be
you're not
exciting.
subscribed, one of the moderators, please drop Miss Logan's link in the chat. If you're not in the chat,
Chap it.
if you are not subscribed to this lady yet, what are you doing with your life? Please make sure you are. That's all.
Oh, and thanks to the panel for having me. I really appreciate it.
We appreciate
You are. Thank you for being here. Period. That's all there is to that. And welcome again to the Blue Crew as well, ma'am. I appreciate you there for being there as well. So congrats and welcome to that. We're
Cool.
grateful to have you in the family for sure.
I'm excited. I feel comfortably at home.
Because you are. This is definitely home for you. I appreciate you very much, dear. Very much. Very much, very much. So, Miss Kim, any last thoughts, feelings, opinions, gripes, complaints, anything?
This is wonderful. I enjoyed it. Loved being up here on the same panel with LANA. That was awesome. And I want to thank all the moderators who came over and were helping out in my channel, and everybody that came over and spent time chatting. Thanks to all of you, and for the super stickers. And have a wonderful night and a wonderful Sunday, you guys.
And again, make sure Miss Kim's link for Typically Unique is dropped in that chat so that everybody can be subscribed to that amazing channel. She does amazing shows. When she covers the crime o'clock stuff, you got to be clocked in over there for that for real. You don't want to miss it, guys. You don't want to
It's a
miss
good time.
Crime o'clock is awesome. You got to love it. So thank you, Kim, for being here as always. Again, Mikey, any last thoughts from you, sir? Mr. Make This All Happen.
Nope. Just appreciate everybody showing up. Thanks,
Absolutely. Yes. And as far as I'm concerned, thank you all so very much. You guys know I run my mouth 24/7. So thank you for listening, for putting up with it. Thank you to Miss LANA, as always, for joining us. You are amazing, and we all love you. We all support you, and we all appreciate everything you do and have done and will do for this community 100%. This was an amazing show. Thank you all for joining us in here. All of the communities coming together. Every moderator that was in here, you guys are just, you have no clue. We wouldn't exist without you, and we appreciate each and every one of you so very much. All of you, if you're, that are still in here, guys, don't forget, as I always say, to love yourselves, love each other, and please don't change a thing. You guys are all so truly the beautiful people, and we love each and every one of you.
Bye.
With that being said, you guys, you know what that means. And at that point,
the verdict is in.
I love that so much.
That's my favorite.
have a great night, everybody. We love you. We'll see you
Good
next.
night.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for coming through to the verdict room where we're seeking truth. Yeah, we're seeking truth. Hey. Last 24, they rewind it. True crime heads go find it. Breaking every angle, every track. Bronx telling tales, keeps us on track. Typically unique, never act. Being real, being sharp, being exact. Exposing every secret in the dark. Every little timeline, every mark. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe scenes, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. Oh.
Crime scene chart, they erase that. Put the story back, then replace facts. Looking for the motive in the cracks. Red yarn on the board, then it snaps. Voices in my ear through the week till they hit play. Then we speak. Files on the table, case on the line. They don't just tell it, they define.
Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. From the Bronx to the world, let it ring. Every missing little detail that they bring. Dropping that gavel when they're done with the beat. Thanks for tapping in. See you next week. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the